Presenting the dazzling new Desire, the best and beyond.
It is the most fascinating sport that we cover because we're watching perhaps something remarkable being scripted by the Indian team in Perth in the test format, and yet once they all get back to their hotel rooms, as much as they deserve a bit of a break, can't help but think that they, along with the rest of at least the franchise cricketing world, will lay its sights on the IPL auction, the big one that it is, come the season of 2025. And as always, we promise to be with you right throughout to unpack the stories that unfold, this time for the first time in Saudi Arabia. This is Auction Day Live, powered by Maruti Suzuki Arena here on ESPNcricinfo. We really have to earn our bread these days. Sriram is an example of it. He's been up early covering the test match, and here he is now promising to not doze off. But that's what happens, Sri. You don't really doze off in auctions.
No way. It's such an exciting day.
Yeah.
Can't blink an eye.
Yeah, what about this auction is perhaps different from the others? The fact that we might see 20, 25 crores, big purses, new RTM. What do you pick as the most interesting thing you're going to look out for?
I think a lot of great Indian players up for grabs. I think Rishabh Pant coming out of Delhi. I've never seen a title-winning captain coming back into the auction. KL Rahul. So I think these are biggest stories for me. So exciting because teams have a chance to build for the next 3 years, and it'll be interesting to see their strategies, whether they go for familiarity, whether they want a particular brand of cricket that they want to play, whether they want to go for a marketing value. So there's a lot of permutations, combinations to be seen.
Yeah, and we also throw in at that we are going to have some serious names coming out in the first couple of sets. Serious name in this sport when it comes to the IPL is indeed Tom Moody, who's managed to sprint. He doesn't need to sprint because it's about 3 yards from the Optus Stadium to his mansion in Perth with his long strides, and he's all set now to join us as well. A very good evening, Tom. Tell me what you're looking forward to today.
I'm just recovering after today's play, really, from Perth. So we're licking our wounds, really, after Jaswal sort of mauled our attack for hours and showed us exactly what he's made of as a test superstar at 22 years old. But, yeah, the auction, this is always special. The mega auction, to me, is what it's all about because, the mini auctions in between, the mega auction, are very much distorted. So what I'm looking forward to is just seeing exactly what strategy various teams have going into this because you can either really set up a 3-year window or you can really disable that 3-year window for you. And that dynamic at the table be very interesting to watch certain teams, how that sort of plays out, the emotions of, maybe missing out on a player or the emotions of getting a player that you desperately want to, and just all that sort of playing out over many hours and seeing, what Rishabh Pant's going to go for. Let's face it, he's the marquee ticket. What's the number? What is the number he's going to go to?
I'm going to give both of you a couple of minutes to try and speculate and have a nice guess. Who knows? He might be the first player out of that first marquee set, which we will get to in just a little while from now when things are live in Saudi Arabia. But as we say that's something new in the discourse of IPL as well. The fact that the auction is being held at Jeddah in Saudi Arabia for the very first time. And it's wonderful to see someone you've seen on this network before, and he's back on it. Gaurav Kalra is our man in Saudi Arabia. He's going to tell us a bit more of just how that scene is setting ahead of the big auction on day one.
Well, here we are, and it's almost time for the Tata IPL 2025 mega auction. It's almost ready now for the event to begin. It will be quite spectacular here at the Benchmark Arena. The arena itself is spectacular, but we expect the next couple of hours in particular to be really action-packed. And just speaking to the franchises over the last day or so, there is a real buzz and excitement about the talent available and the talent pool that they have access to at this auction. Of course, some really big Indian names right there in the mix. There's all this talk about Rishabh Pant being the highest paid Indian player ever, the highest paid player ever in the history of the IPL. Then there's KL Rahul, Yuzi Chahal, Ashwin, Shreyas Iyer, all these mega names available for the teams to go for, and some spectacular overseas talent as well. Look out for the likes of Joss Butler, Kavisa Rabada, and players like this to get massive bids. It's all set up to be quite a spectacular event. You can see around the team benches are getting ready. The teams will be here in full attendance, making their bids and making sure that they get their house in order and their teams in shape for the next 3 years of the IPL, because that's the cycle that we are setting up for. It is a mega auction, and we expect Sunday and Monday to be completely action-packed, so can't take your eyes away from any of it.
Many thanks to Gaurav Kalra. He's a man that gets around. He's got a very busy passport. He was in Paris not long ago for the Olympics. Here he is now in Saudi Arabia. And we all, like him, can't wait for things to get underway, especially with that first marquee set. Let's talk about that. I think that's where a lot of teams have spent some time pre-auction. And Tom has raised the question, how much is Pant going to go for? But as we now look at how the sets are, Shri, that plays a big part, I'm guessing, in planning for the auction. Set 1, Butler, Shreyas, Pant, Rabada, Arshdeep, Mitchell, Stark. That's what you've got. Nice light start to the auction. But tell me what you see standing out with that set of players in set 1.
I mean, to start off, you've got 2 RTM options, or 3 RTM options there.
Right.
So Rishabh Pant is an RTM option. Rabada and Arshdeep are options for Punjab Kings. So whether they choose to use that early and at what price, they've got to go higher than what the last bid is. So would they have a price in mind, or do they have a budget in mind for those 3, or are they wanting to RTM Rishabh Pant, which I'm hearing? So I'm not very sure what's going to happen there.
I'm going to be very surprised if after everything, I mean, you find a player like Pant going into the auction. If he ends up getting RTM, who knows, maybe even for in excess of 18 crore. And what we can say is we did see Pant put something out recently to a comment piece by Sunil Gavaskar saying it wasn't about the money. Right? So if that's the case, then I'd be really tough to see how Pant gets RTM. Very good point Shri makes that the likes of Butler, Stark and Shreyas can't be RTM because those quotas have been exhausted by their respective franchises going into this auction. Tom, the RTM rule itself, how much of a complication could it be? How much of an impact could it have, given the new tweak to the RTM rule, as we just remind our viewers of the overseas and RTM options each team has?
Yeah, look, I think it's a good thing that it is in place, because it's nice to have the right to at least match, a team that's bidded for a player that you've had historically. But it's also going to be a situation where, there's going to be some players that are going to be too costly to right to match. As simple as that, because of just the retentions that some of the teams have had to put in place to secure the players they want, to carry forward into the next cycle. So, yeah, I think people will be very measured with their approach with the RTM. Where I see it really playing out is where there's some nervous bidders early on, and a player may not sort of reach the heights that you'd expect them to reach, and suddenly the hammer goes down on them, and that's where a franchise that's had an existing player may well just steal a bargain. We had a similar situation a few years back with Shikhar Dhawan. Poor Shikhar Dhawan came out. He was the first name to come out in the auction, and we right to matched him. I can't recall exactly who had the last bid. We were offered the right to match, and of course we grabbed it with both hands, but it was around about 5.5, 6 crore Shikhar Dhawan went for. And that was all to do with the dynamic of the auction. People were a bit nervy. It was early in the auction where everyone was very aware that they had to be careful with their spend early. But, some of these names are coming out in this first group. I don't think there's any time to be conservative. If you want a player and you've got the muscle to be able to do it, you've got to grab it.
That's very interesting, because I imagine, and this is for both of you, that there would be a few teams, one of those being KKR with a 51 crore balance plus, SRH and MI with 45 crore, and they'd be thinking, we probably can attend the auction a bit late. We can come in after the first two marquee sets. But if someone like, say, Rabada comes in, who's not necessarily the first of the attractions, due respect to him in the marquee set, who knows, maybe in someone like David Miller or Yuzvendra Chahal, who in the past has at least gone for a bit of a low ball, could we see some of those franchises with less purses get a bargain buy? I'm sure we'll have the Punjabs and the Bangalores for the Pants and the Shreyas Iyers, etc. But could we still see a bargain buy in the first set?
I think they'll have a crack at it. They'll have a crack, and if who knows, we get it. So they'll not sit idle and say that we'll participate in the auction later on. But yeah, they'll have a crack at it for sure. If they get it, sometimes you do, because you've got some good quality coming up later on as well, and franchises may think, okay, it's okay, I might let this guy go, I'll wait for this guy, and they've got particular names in mind as well.
All right. On that note, Nagraj Gollapudi joins us, who's become a very key part of our pre-auction coverage. As I say, very good afternoon to him in the United Kingdom. Nagraj, just give me your best, and I mean best intel of the last 48 hours, the freshest that you unpacked before the auction finally unfolds and you can take a bit of a break.
Well, it's grey and overcast morning, so good greetings everyone around the world. Best intel, what can I say? The biggest question is the potential most expensive buy, the first player to probably cross the 3 million mark, Rishabh Pant. Will he be RTM by Delhi? 50-50 is my intel. If it's a price which is a realistic price, the hints dropped are DC will RTM. Whether Punjab will go for Pant, question mark. Again, the price range is what matters. Clearly, Punjab want the captain, as you guys might have already discussed about it. So clearly the front runners would be, I think Shreyas still remains the front runner for Punjab. So I think Punjab will go for Shreyas, but again, it depends on whether Rishabh comes before Punjab and then the Delhi RTM thing. So it's going to be like if my gut instincts say, I still maintain that Delhi will go for Pant.
Okay, Tom, pick up from that, would you? Let's talk about the potential logic of Delhi even considering an RTM for Pant. Otherwise, you just keep him. You don't leave them at the risk of losing him, which is a very real possibility when a player enters the auction. And what's that realistic price? Nagraj says if it's a realistic price, maybe DC activate the RTM card, but is that even likely?
I, to be honest with you, I'd be really surprised if Delhi do engage in a right to match or even a bid with Rishabh Pant, because he's obviously made it very clear of what his intentions are by saying not about money, it's more about location for him, and I think that he's looking for a new location, a new setup to be able to forge his next cycle in the IPL. So the last thing you want to do as a franchise is to build a team around disharmony. And clearly, if he went back to Delhi Capitals, there, will need to be some serious, management, personal, management going on with regards to rebuilding, whatever was what the disconnect was the season before or the last couple of seasons. I don't think there's been a fallout there, but I think there's been a clear separation. It's not quite like the KL Rahul situation at Lucknow, where there was clearly a moment in time where the player and the franchise separated during the season, and that was all for us to see on our screens. So I'd be very surprised with either of those two players find themselves back at their previous franchise.
Yeah, Sriram's a bit disappointed that you've already mentioned the LSG story. Otherwise, I was going to juice him for all the intel from his time as LSG as a scout. Let's talk about the change of staff and how much of a factor that is going into the big auction. Lots of new head coaches, some coaches shuffled around, some for the first time in the role, like a Hemang Badani at Delhi Capitals. How challenging is that going to be?
I think it's definitely challenging. No, there's no doubt about it. For someone like a Punter Ponting, it will be like he's got a new place. He's got a chance to literally build the squad that he wants. He's got the purse, and he's just had 2 retentions, so he can really make a stamp of authority there. For someone like Hemang, it's going to be even more challenging because he's got to not only manage the 2 owners, but he's also got to have the cricketing intel to build the squad that he wants and define the brand of cricket and the culture that they want to build in Delhi over the next 3 years.
Yeah. Let's try and engage that question that Tom asked earlier. What is Pant likely to go for? Will he be the first player to breach a 3 million mark, maybe even a 30 crore? Of course, Mitch Stark with the record at the last auction, a small one. Tom, would you like to go first for the question you raised?
I'd be delighted to go first. I'm going to throw in 27.5 crore.
27.5. So that is a record. Sriram?
Yeah, I think 28 to 30.
28 to 30. So that is also a record, and that would be a 30 crore jackpot for Pant. Nagraj, you still with us?
Yeah.
Give me your best guess. You had some time to think it over. You were playing it quite conservatively in the Chatter episodes that we shot pre-auction. Have you reconsidered your number?
25.
Okay, 25. So we're all expecting Rishabh Pant to be 25 to possibly even 30, which perhaps takes me to a point of tactics, Tom. Small auctions, we tend to say it doesn't matter what the price you pay is, you're filling holes, and you should try and be completely separate the two. If you want a player, you get a player. It doesn't matter what he costs. Big auction, does that change?
Look, I think it changed with 90, probably 5% of the auction, but the very cream, the 5%, I think you need to forget about price. You need to think about personnel. It's not so much about how much you're paying. It's about, what you're trying to create. And if you think someone like a Pant or a KL Rahul or whoever it may be, an Arshdeep Singh, any of those sort of heavy hitters that are coming in early are very much part of the fabric of what you want going forward. You pay for it and you build around that. And that's where if you pay 3, 4, 5 crore over what your expectation is, that's where you make your other adjustments around you're building your squad. So you may have to compromise with, maybe a couple of your overseas picks where you may have budgeted 10 crore for. So to me, what has been very evident over the history of the IPL is that, building that strong core and particularly that domestic Indian core is critical. Pant is the right age. He's got the right talent. And the ceiling is very high with him, with what he can produce both as a captain, as a personality. The commercial side of it is also important off the field. He's an attractive, commercial property as well that franchise will be considering. So there's many things that point towards him having a significant payday.
Okay, let's go back to Marquee Set 1 and may have some quick predictions of how things will play out. Let's also remind you of balanced purses one more time. Punjab, big, 110.5 crore. RCB second. Those are the two that we expect to be quite busy in the first couple of sets where the marquee players will pan out. It's still pretty close after that, with Delhi and Gujarat having a fair chunk to build the rest of their squad. Then there's perhaps some parity. You have the likes of Chennai, Kolkata, Mumbai, as well as Rajasthan and Hyderabad between 45 and 55. So that's just to remind you of what to expect in the first couple of sets. And on that, now let's just refer back to Marquee Set number 1. Let's just predict a few things here. 110.83. We've seen those top two franchises. Let's talk about some of those players. Butler, Iyer, Pant, where do we expect them to go? Let's take the 3 batters first up. Sriram?
Josh Butler, KKR will go for him. Chennai.
Okay. Chennai, all right.
Because they need an opening partner for Ruturaj. They always go for the experienced campaigners, so there is a good chance that they may not wait for Conway and just bid early, go for Josh Butler.
So you're saying KKR, CSK, 2 names. Any of the big boys with the big purses? CSK, RCB, sorry, Punjab, RCB.
Yeah, I think Punjab will. Punjab, I think, can go for anyone they want to, literally. And
That's the tricky one of having the most balanced purse, though. You can go for anyone, but at what point do you pull out? Ricky Ponting, I think, said something interesting yesterday, that once we get a couple of players, knowing that we have the biggest purse, we'll be level with everyone else.
Yeah, but since you're saying Josh is going to come first, like they need a replacement for Bairstow. So I think Josh fits the bill for them.
Okay, we also had this chat on Chatter recently, and Tom, you can weigh in on this, whether Butler will actually be the most expensive overseas player, whether he has that kind of value, of course balanced out with the stage of his life that he's at. But do you see Butler being one of the more expensive players or the most overseas expensive player?
I personally don't see that. He's a phenomenal player. But the thing that has been a disturbing trend with Josh Butler has been his injury history, just recent history. And you're building a side for 3 years. So Josh Butler is still a very formidable player. But I think when it comes to the overseas wicketkeeper batters, I think there's many options out there that aren't too far off the excellence that Butler provides. I don't think Butler provides you with captaincy, but he certainly provides you with a dynamic opening batter, or if you want to move him as a middle order finisher, he's also proven in that particular role. And obviously he can keep wicket if that's what you're looking for. When it comes to Punjab, who's got the biggest purse, I see them really keeping their powder dry for recruiting Indian talent first, and then starting to look at picking apart their overseas selections, because to me that would be the smart play.
Okay, the three batters I'm talking about, Nagraj, Butler, Iyer, Pant, and I know Punjab certainly in that conversation, but from what you've picked up from the franchises closest to the auction, who seems likeliest to be interested in those three players, and where do you think they'll end up?
Since it's going to be the potential big buy. So I feel it's between DC, RCB and Punjab. But if he comes first, I want to see whether Punjab will actually go for the bid. I don't see Punjab making the move till the last minute. I don't see that. From what I hear, there has been a decision till this morning. I don't think they still had a final call on whether they want to go for Pant or not. This is what I'm getting intel from also. So if Punjab is ruled out, then I also think that Pant's price might drop a little. That's why I was conservative a little, and I'm saying 25. But then there are other teams which have a slightly bigger purse, which is one of them is RCB. That's why I feel an RCB need a keeper batter. I was listening to Michael Hussey today, as we all would have, when Hussey made a point on during the Test match. He was saying that why is Pant an expensive player? Because he's looked as someone who can be a 10-year buy, who's someone who's looked at as a leader and who kind of around whom a team can be built. Whether he's a match winner yet or not doesn't matter, but he provides many options. So that's why I feel that RCB will be keen to buy him. I don't think CSK can go for him. They don't have the money. So yeah. So for Pant, I would think between DC and RCB if Punjab pull out or don't bid for him. And for Butler, one team I feel might look for him is GT.
Ooh,
and then the other one, Shreyas Punjab. Shreyas
Punjab, Butler at Gujarat Titans. Titans,
69.
Just have a look. Yeah, it's 69 crore, which is a very...
And they don't have a keeper batter. They wouldn't... He kind of provides a lot of options. He's not as I agree with Tom that he will not be looked as a captain material, but he will be looked as a leadership group material. He will be looked at as a mentor material. He'll be looked at as a opener keeper bat. I mean, will he keep or not? I don't know, but yeah, he's still an option. So right, I feel Gujarat is a dark horse.
Okay, interesting. Let's talk about that point you raised and get Sri and Tom on it, on Pant versus KL for RCB, because of course we have to believe some of the gossip around the community, as well as stoked with RCB themselves tweeting something on KL. And I think KL's own comments and emotions. I done an interview with him recently where I think he wasn't really doing a great job hiding that he would love to go back to RCB. And that's totally understandable. If you had to sit on that pre-auction table for RCB and you think there's Pant and there's Rahul, one is set 1, one is set 2. All that keeping in mind, who's a better fit for RCB and who do you sense RCB will put in as their number one target between those two?
See, honestly, I think Pant is a better fit. He's a like-to-like replacement for Dinesh Karthik. Keeper, can bat at 5, can control the innings with his experience. And I think he's a 10-year player again. So RCB post Virat Kohli need such a big name, and I think Pant fits in really well with the price that they have. So, and Pant's going to come first in the auction. So if RCB let him go, then their backup option will be KL. But I think they will try hard for Pant.
Which is very interesting, and this is where I want to get both of you on this, and Nagraj can come in on it too, because what we also talk about when we talk about players and past relationships, like Tom said about KL and Lucknow, I mean, you can say, Tom, that Punjab also, with the ownership and the history they've had with KL, may not necessarily prioritize or go hard for that selection. Lucknow, are unlikely to do so as well. So if I'm just trying to think of the likelihood of a KL Rahul being a bargain buy at this auction.
Yeah, he could well be something that is, a player that is very well priced. I think just with regards to his potential return to Punjab, I think the Ricky Ponting factor will change the landscape there completely because, Ricky's, obviously a highly decorated former player and coach, and he's a strong personality. And I'd be very surprised if he didn't get his way. If he says, "Look, I want KL Rahul as the top of the order. I know that he's a banker, 500 runs a season player. Yes, you might question that his strike rate is, modest, but that's something that will challenge me, and I look forward to that opportunity to work with him to move him up to that 140 strike rate range." We all know that he's got the capability of doing that, at great ease, but it's just getting him to embrace that idea. So I still feel Punjab will look at him, but I just can't help and go past whether it be Punjab, whether it be RCB, whether it be CSK, whoever it may be, the first wicketkeeper batter they'll be looking at is Pant ahead of KL Rahul.
Okay. RCB have the second highest purse, and Punjab are likely to go for one of Pant and Iyer, or not potentially both. I suggested both, and I don't think too many people were buying that because they're both on the first side. You lose a lot of money there. Do you sense there's one of the two that is priority for Punjab Kings?
Yeah, I think from what I'm hearing, Punter likes Shreyas Iyer a lot.
Right.
So they've had that working relationship before, and I was a part of that in Delhi when Shreyas was made captain, when Gauti relinquished captaincy.
Right.
So, and that was Shreyas was a lot younger then, and they sort of really fed off each other, and he looked up to Punter. And Punter was literally captaining the team from outside, which Punter likes. Punter is literally a captain when he's a coach. He loves being in control. He loves captains who really, sort of marry his idea. And that's why that Shreyas Iyer, Ricky Ponting partnership worked well. They reached the final. They made the playoffs in 19 and 20. And then in the big auction, they let him go. And then I think he got injured, and then Pant replaced him as captain.
Yeah.
And then when Shreyas came back, they just stuck with the captaincy to Pant. So that is something that Ricky's always got in mind. And having known Ricky, he'd want a captain who sort of gels well with him.
If Pant is actually the most sought after player at the auction and might be the most expensive player, the team with the highest balance purse may still not get him.
Yeah.
You think Shreyas is priority then?
According to Punter, Shreyas is the priority, but the owners, I believe,
That's
want Pant.
you're making a very sound, educated guess, but that by all logic would mean that the second highest bid, or the team with the second highest balance, should have almost, like, this is our Pant is there for RCB to take. Yeah, I think that's what we're thinking over here. Does that add up, Tom?
I'd be taking both if I was Punjab.
Yeah, all right. Let's talk about that, because it's not something that a lot of people seem to buy in, the two of them and their history at Delhi, but put that down as to why that's a good thing. And Ponting has had both of them at Delhi before.
Yeah, well, I agree with Sri. I think that Ricky Ponting does like Iyer as a captain. I think at times you could just see the frustration in Ricky Ponting's face and body language in the dugout when Pant was captain at Delhi Capitals. So I'm not sure that there is that sort of gel and connection, but certainly there is the player, Rishabh Pant, that any team would welcome. So if there's a world that he feels in his mind as the coach of that side that he can manage both of those personalities and manage the sort of the potential disappointment of one of them not being captain, and that in this case it would be punt. But you've got both of them. I think they've got jackpot, because I don't think Iyer is going to go for a big number. I think I think he'll go for a healthy number. But I think certainly Punjab have got the capability now, given that what they've done with their retention, to be able to get both of them and do it comfortably and still be, pretty much on level pegging with every other franchise, moving forward into the auction.
Yep, I like that. Tom makes the point, Nagraj, not something that was very well received when I said it, when we did chatter, but it sounds so much better when Tom articulates it. Any chances that they'll go for both and with a clear plan to make Shreyas captain? There's a reason they've gone with 110.5, right?
So yeah, it's a good point, but Intel Plus, it's not happening.
Okay.
Happy to be proved to be wrong. It's not happening. So yeah, for different reasons, including they have worked out the strategy seems to have worked out is that they will spend a lot of purse in buying both players, and they have other names in mind from the marquee set. One of them is Ashdeep. They need to buy Ashdeep. So if Ashdeep goes in the 16-18 bracket and Pant goes for, let's say, or not Pant, even Shreyas goes for around close to 20 crores. So they've already spent around 35 crores, and they don't want to spend another 20 plus crores on another player. So which could kind of really distract them from their original plan. So that's the idea. What happens with the owners at the table, all of us, no one can guess what will happen. The other point I want to make is KL. I don't think KL will, or rather KL is not part of PBKS's strategy at all. So that I think we can rule out. There's not even a hint of, even if the coach has changed, even Ponting, I don't think is looking towards that. And the other bit is what Sri was talking about Punter and Shreyas' relationship. Yes, it's totally correct that Punter really likes Shreyas, and the relationship he had with him 4 years ago, where they went for made 2 playoffs, 1 final. So that really worked. And the reason it worked, and Punter, I had the opportunity to interview him a couple of times this year already, once during the IPL, and I was talking to him about T20 coaching, and he said the frustrating part for him, as both Tom and Sri mentioned, is to sit on the dugout, that he can't do much beyond that. But he pointed out another thing, that all cricket, forget any format, is captain driven. So for him, the captain is the most important, and that's why he wants to pick the right person. And if my info is correct, Shreyas is the front runner before anybody else.
Okay. Any reactions to that? Anything you want to say about that?
No, completely agree, because I've seen it firsthand with Punter. He loves to be the captain from outside, and he knows he's got the control. Sometimes he was miffed with some of the moves that he's almost planned his 20 overs. That's what Punter is like. So he likes to see a particular bowler bowling in that phase of the game, and then if it doesn't happen for whatever reason, he's gets fidgety in the dugout.
I wonder if it's also a big season for him, having been around the circuit as much, and though his success was with MI, it seems like a while back now.
Yeah.
And he's at Punjab now. You wonder the great player that he is and the very high reputation coach that he is. He still has some, I think his reputation is kind of on the line with this next 3-year cycle, isn't
100%. He'd want to prove a point. And he's got so much of pride in his own self, both as a player, as a coach. So that pride is there for the taking. Actually, he'll be wanting to prove a lot of people wrong.
Yeah. Tom, you can tell us about your days and whether you were like Punter as well, planning out every 20 overs, wanting full control over the likes of David Warner. That would have been easy. But also, Nagraj says it's not part of Punjab's plan to go for both Iyer and Pant, something you said you'd be very tempted to do. When you have 110 crores and you're out spending the other remaining purses by 30 plus, is the better strategy to spread that out over, say, 10, 15 players in a big auction so you have the muscle, or actually get 2 or 3 of the high-profile marquee players that we know are available?
Well, I think they don't have a choice, given what they've done with their retention. They've opened up the possibility of getting Ashdeep and Punt would be their number 1 and number 2, or, you can put it in whatever order that you like. But to me, that would be their preference, is to get both of those guys. And if Aya comes in at a reasonably cheap price, you'd be thinking it's an absolute no-brainer. I'd be just really surprised if Punt is passed by Punjab at a reasonably modest level, regardless of whether Ricky Ponting wants Aya as his cricketer on strings out in the middle. At the end of the day, I think, yes, you do need a really strong connection with your captain and your coach. And whether it's David Warner or Kane Williamson or whoever it may have been that I've worked with in the past in the IPL, that relationship is absolutely crucial. And yes, you do walk through every phase of the game with the captain prior to every game. And, the fact that a captain may make a gut feel decision around a bowling change in a certain phase of the game that you haven't discussed is just part of the nature of the game, as long as it, you can sort of see the logic in what they're trying to do. But if it's something that's completely off script, it can be frustrating. And I think that has frustrated Ricky in the past.
All right. As we're hearing Tom's thoughts, the auction has officially begun. The pre-auction formalities are taking place in Saudi Arabia as we speak. Arun Domal, chairman, is speaking at the moment, and we expect after the initial introductions and speeches are done that we will get underway to set one. To close out the discussions on the first set of marquee players, let's talk Mitchell Starc, shall we? The record player from last year, and whether we see him going for a huge amount of money again in a 3-year cycle, Sriram?
I mean, yeah, it's a 3-year cycle, but some teams may just think, okay, buy him for the next year. If we don't want him, we can put him back in the auction. So RCB is one who will be desperate to try and get Mitchell Starc. He's had a good run at Chinnaswamy, and then they've needed that overseas experienced bowler to lead their sort of bowling attack. Punter, I know, sort of wants Starc as well. DC would definitely try and snatch up Starc.
The minute you get 3 or 4 teams that want you, automatically
the
the price
goes up. Yeah, I think he'll be still be one of the more sought after overseas, being the match winner that he is and seeing what he's done with KKR in the big games that mattered.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing if we're not surprised that Starc stood up in the final and the playoff, but he had a very humbling season before that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what that could have done. Let's say had Starc gone a whole season without much of an impact, whether that would have had any say. Tom, any idea what he's done with that 24 crore last year? Because that might tell us if he's really keen to play 3 years of IPL or not. But yeah, you still see Starc going as one of the most sought after fast bowlers. We thought it might have been just a one-season thing last year.
Yeah, I don't think he'll go anywhere near what we saw him go last year. I think he'll take probably a 50% pay cut on that as a minimum. And I think that's going to be pretty much the story for most overseas players, because generally in the mega auction you see your big money be attracted to your key Indian stars, because at the end of the day you need to field 7 of your players out of your 11 have to be Indian players, and you want to present high quality experience, Indian talent, and there's a lot of it around. And there's also, a few little hidden gems in there, which Sri would know all about with regards to, securing, their services for the long term, because they may well be the next, whether it be KL Rahul or Rishabh Pant or, one of those young emerging players. Imagine if, there might be another Jaswal out there that we're not aware of, that's sort of in that age bracket between 18 and 20, that teams might be thinking, well, this is, our generational player.
I'll give you a staggering stat. From 2017 onwards, every IPL winning team have played 2 overseas bowlers.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, that's the balance that you tend to say. You must have 2 fast bowlers.
Not necessarily fast
bowlers. 2 overseas bowlers.
Yeah, Narayan and Starc, for example, Tikshana, Patirana. Yeah. So they've always, McClenaghan, Malinga, so they've always had that Coulter Nile, Malinga. So
yeah, that's always looked at as the ideal balance.
Yes.
It shouldn't be 3 overseas batters and that thing. So at the end, I guess Starc, along with Rabada, as Nagraj, you can just weigh in on the 3 fast bowlers. We've spoken plenty of the batters and that. whether they remain perhaps the most sought after fast bowlers. Archer has been added. I don't know where he fits in. I don't have the latest intel on where Archer fits in. Is he?
Saw somewhere it was 574 or something.
Oh, so much later. Okay.
Much later, but
No. He'll be.
You can tell us that as well. I'm sure viewers would just like to know where Archer is coming. But yeah, Stark and will Rabada and Arshdeep just most likely be RTM'd?
Arshdeep, yes. Rabada, if he falls in the 5 to 6 crore range, they will consider it, because I think Punjab's RTMs, as far as I have known, is Arshdeep, Jitesh,
Livingston.
Harshal. No, I don't think Livingston is going to be RTM'd by Punjab. I don't think, but if things suddenly change, because I think there is a different school of thought on that table. So no, don't be surprised if Libby is not RTM'd by Punjab. But of course, the auction dynamics, you guys have sat at the table. Suddenly, if you lose the player that you don't want, suddenly you can change your mind. But right now, going into the auction, I don't think this morning they were thinking of retaining Livy. So the other bit is about Stark. Yes. Oh no. Let's say Archer. Archer comes in the fast bowler 1 set. He'll be along with the other guys who are listed there. So he'll come pretty early after the batter set.
Yeah.
So I think
bowlers
set number.
one,
Just
we're
check.
looking at them coming in set
Fast
number
bowlers
6.
one.
I think.
Yeah. With a base price of 2 crores. Again, I from what quick survey I did with franchises, the idea is I think if he falls in around the 4 to 6 crore range, there will be buyers. Not sure if Archer will go for big money as such, is what the thought process was, for various reasons, from injury related to workload, whatever it is. Though he has to be clear that ECB made it clear that Archer is available full season for the next 3 years. So his availability is full. Everyone knows that he's a really good bowler now. But when he won he was the player of the tournament in 2020-21, I think, in the UAE, when he played for Rajasthan Royals. So he has the capability of being among the best, and etc. But not a high price player as of now. Right. Stark, yes, against Stark, I think will fall in the. I think there's a lot of attention. People are saying that if he falls in the 8 to 10 crore,
okay. Nagraj, I'm just gonna have to interrupt you. The auction has begun, so let's now talk about wins rather than ifs. Arshdeep Singh is the first player out of the for the auction for IPL 2025. So like he does with the ball, he's out early, and we can see initial bidding from the Chennai Super Kings. That's very interesting, as well as the Delhi Capitals. So the home team can sit back, or rather his own team can sit back, see how this plays out before they play an RTM. And what's interesting is we may get to see how the new RTM rule plays out at the very first go. So Delhi and Chennai having some fun here. Are they really sort of dreaming of the Arshdeep buy, or is this also in that territory where Punjab are going to have to RTM, so let's make them pay?
Dipping their feet in the water.
Good fix though.
I think it's to cut the purse.
Yes, Nagraj.
I think his DC will be playing around. I can't see the option, unfortunately, here. But I think it will be DC will be trying to cut the purse for Punjab. Pretty sure about that. They will kind of escalate the price. Let's see. And I feel Punjab will not come till the end, considering especially
DC will
if
cut
they
the
are
purse. But those are the wonderful terms on which Ricky Ponting left DC, is
it? No, it's more from the Pant point of view. Think on that.
Okay, the Pant point of view, right. DC and CSK are currently bidding, and Arshdeep has gone from 2 to 7.5 very quickly. Tom Moody, the first bit of action from the auction.
Yeah, well, I feel a little bit. Well, I don't feel that sorry for Arshdeep, because I don't think this is going to affect his price being the first one out. But as I explained earlier, with regards to it's not ideal being the first one out, but I think, Punjab are just sitting on their hands, because there's no question they're going to use the right to match. And yes, there'll be some of the obvious genuine interest from a number of franchises for Arshdeep and his services, because he's a great bookend bowler. He's very good in the power play. He can swing that new ball. His left arm, which a lot of teams like to have that ability to have a left armer to use, whether it be in that power play phase or the death, which he's also specialised in. So he'll be in high demand for all franchises. But as we've discussed, there's certain franchises that are a little bit hamstrung financially to be able to to go too far. So Punjab would just be patiently waiting and hoping that it doesn't creep beyond 18 crore, which is what they could have secured him for if they didn't put him back in.
Yeah. I mean, and just as we mentioned that, third franchise that has come in for Arshdeep are the Gujarat Titans. So we've gone from 2 to close to 10. That's a point that even Punjab would have figured. Would Arshdeep possibly go for beyond 18 or something between, say, 10 and 12 or 15? And it's already past 10 now. This is RCB. RCB have also started the bidding. So it's RCB and Gujarat Titans who are going for it.
Yeah.
And now with Arshdeep's bid touching around 11, this is where Punjab would be hoping that it doesn't
cross 14.
This is the end of it. Yeah, it shouldn't cross 14. Right? I think they would have had to pay 18. He would have been the only capped player. But yeah, RCB, Gujarat Titans, both in it. Lovely for Arshdeep Singh though. This is going to be a big payday for him and much overdue.
It's worth it.
Would you fairly call him the second best bowler in T20 cricket? Indian fast bowler after Bumrah?
Yeah, for sure. Because what he's done for India recently, he's played more games than Bumrah and got more wickets than Bumrah.
Rajasthan Royals enter. So we have a fifth franchise here, as I think Punjab are also watching the action and the heads have to move quite a bit now because it's between Gujarat Titans and the Rajasthan Royals. Arshdeep is up to 11.25. Let's take an educated guess here where this bid is likely to finish. Tom?
Well, we're playing an absolute sort of stab in the dark, aren't we? But, to me, it's looking like it's going to be short of 18 and Punjab will be doing cartwheels if that's the case.
The biggie here is, the closer it gets, it's not only that we're still 6 crore from 18, but even if it stops at 12 to 13, Punjab RTM, then the highest bidder gets to revise his bid. So the closer we get to even 14, 15, there's a chance that this could get more expensive than what Punjab could have retained him for, and whether the second RTM will come in there or not. Nagraj, from the teams that I have mentioned, and you are following the auction as I'm relaying it to you, any surprises at all over here? Rajasthan, I believe, currently hold the highest bid, and they're bidding with the Titans here.
Well, Arshdeep's skill sets, you guys have already mentioned what he is. He's shown maturity. His numbers in power play, his numbers at death are really good. He is the second best to Bumrah. He bowls Yorkers at death, which is like second best behind Harshal Patel. I've checked those numbers. So all this make him a this, and every team wants a left-arm fast bowler, and people with purse are coming in. As we was talking about DC earlier, they just jumped in for fun. They are out. GT wanted clearly a left-arm fast bowler. I was surprised by Rajasthan actually, considering the purse they have, but seems like they wanted to try. Maybe it comes in 12 range. What time? Which are the other teams left now?
We're now Nagraj at 14 because the Sunrisers have jumped in. So that's now 6 teams that have gone for Arshdeep. Delhi, Chennai, Gujarat, Bangalore, RR, and now SRH are in it, and they have a small purse. SRH is 45.
Yeah, they have a small purse.
They've retained their huge, their core players. And we're at 14 crore and still bidding. So let's go to
just one point. Yeah, just one point I'd like to add is that there's no reason why Punjab, if it does stall around this mark of 14, 15, that they wouldn't bid themselves and save the right to match. That may be something they might consider. They've still always got the right to match to fall as a last resort, but if it is around that 15 mark, well, why wouldn't you put a bid in and, it may well be the last bid?
That's a very good point.
Yeah,
what it also does is it leaves the RTM itself open should you want to use it at any point going forward. But you also might save a couple of crore, which could come in handy.
And I think, given the price they have, RR and SRH are going, knowing that he's going to get RTM'd and just want to push the price up.
And this is also the other interesting
Has Punter got a poker face?
Yes, Nagraj, please.
Has Punter got a poker face?
We haven't. The unfortunate thing here is, Nagraj, we are also looking at visuals of the auction and you're only seeing the teams that are bidding, not the teams that are affected in our ways. So we're waiting to see what the Punjab team looks like at this point. But a very good point made by Tom Moody. It's still an interesting alternate, another theory we're seeing now is RR and now SRH are happy to pay 16 for a marquee player, even though they only go into this auction with 45, having retained their core, Tom.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that, Raunak.
Yeah, I said SRH and RR with a fairly small purse, having retained a core, are willing to pay 15, 16 crore for a marquee player.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of gamesmanship in there as well. As we know that you're wanting every team, particularly in this sort of early phase of the auction, to pay true value for players so they exhaust their salary cap, because if that doesn't happen, you find yourself in a real conundrum down the line when you're both up against each other for another skill set player. And they have, extra powder because, they have got a couple of cheap buys early because they weren't challenged on those buys. So I think there's a bit of strategy at play, obviously, to make sure that if Punjab are the team that are going to right to match, they're playing.
Right.
They're
I'll
certainly
just give you
paying
some more
full
intel,
value.
Tom. So SRH had the highest bid at 1575. Punjab barely spent 2 seconds before confirming they will RTM. Now we are watching the new rule play out for the first time. It seems like the SRH table will get a mic and the owner will get to announce what the revised bid is. So this is a bit of drama. There's a stage that's going on here. Yeah, Daniel Vittori, the head coach, is there. Kavya Maran, the owner, and they are going to physically inform the rest of the room what their final bid is. Then Punjab get to RTM again. This is really interesting. So we're just going to wait. SRH's final bid is 18 crore. Right? SRH's final bid is 18 crore. Punjab have RTM'd. So there you have it. A bit of history from the auction's point of view, a new rule that we saw play out. I would have loved for them to bid 18.5, or 18.25.
See, that's I think the danger also of what Tom was saying. If Punjab had jumped in earlier, right? No, I'm saying that if the danger of what Tom was suggesting, that Punjab could dip in their feet and say that, get in there and say that, okay, why want to buy at 16 crores? That probably would have hurt this, could have been self-harming too, because the other team might have raised the bid by, let's say, even 0.5, and then Punjab would need to kind of go to 19 crores or maybe even 20 probably. I don't know, but I'm just kind of reading from outside. That could be the danger for.
Very good point. That could go both ways. For now, let's get a reaction. Arshdeep Singh RTM'd by Punjab Kings for 18 crore. Tom Moody.
It would have been so much easier just retaining him at 18. But yeah, look,
totally agree.
I can totally understand the strategy, and I agreed with the strategy with them just retaining the two uncapped players. They were rolling the dice, hoping that they could sneak him in at 15 or 14 or something lower than 18 and save a crore or two. It didn't work out that way, but the bottom line is that, Arshdeep Singh is really the pin-up boy of Punjab, and he's a valuable asset as a bowler, as we know.
Continues to be an Punjab player, Sriram, at 18 crore this time. Arshdeep Singh, your reaction?
Yeah, just he stole the words from my mouth, actually. Just would have been a lot easier just retaining him at 18. It would have been done, dusted over. You didn't have to spend so much time on him.
All right. There you have it then. Arshdeep, 18 crore, but it's nice to see how that all played out. Now, his bowling partner from the Punjab Kings is out next. Kagiso Rabada is player number 2, and we've got RCB and Gujarat Titans having a bit of a stab at him. Nice to see RCB active in the early parts of the auction for fast bowlers. Not got any yet. But yeah, Kagiso Rabada's bid has quickly gone from 2 to 5 crore. Given we had a bid from PBKS for 18, now let's try and think whether they're going to go for Rabada as well. Likely or unlikely?
I think if they get him before 10 or 12, they're likely that they'll RTM him.
I think that's what Nagraj said, 5 to 7, but already
6.
He's raced past 6 crore. And Mumbai Indians have gotten active for the first time today. So MI with a bid for Rabada.
Plays for MI Cape Town, so...
Yeah.
And these are some things that we need to consider in the auction. Who plays in the same franchise? They like that sort of continuity within their team.
Kagiso Rabada, Tom, just your thoughts on what he perhaps has to offer for a team over the next 3 years. Is it fair to say it's been a fairly hot and cold couple of years for Rabada in the IPL?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, but there's no question of the class of Rabada. He's an outstanding fast bowler in all formats of the game. So there's no surprise that, his price has raced up quite quickly. I think for me, it always felt that Rabada didn't feel settled at Punjab. We saw him left out of many, many teams, and we were discussing in the studio how could you leave Rabada out, such a, impactful bowler, with the new ball. You've got Rabada and Arshdeep Singh as quite a formidable new ball attack in the power play. but he never seemed to really fit in that setup. But there's plenty of setups, I'm sure, that they'd welcome the opportunity to have a bowler of that quality.
RCB and Gujarat Titans have taken the Kagiso Rabada bid to 10.25, in excess of 10. So I think Rabada is going to have a better payday than he had in the last few seasons. Any surprises here at all?
I'm surprised DC haven't yet gone. Maybe they still have him in sights because he did very well for DC.
Yeah, 10.75 the bid is with Gujarat. It looks like that's the final bid. And I wonder, Nagraj, if bidding so much for a overseas quick for Gujarat, whether in any way that tells us what they're likely to do even with Mohammad Shami in the next set.
But 2022 mega auction, GT was one of the teams that bid for KG. So they already, even then, back then, they were kind of bidding this against DC, and then PBKS won that bid because DC, remember, had KG prior to that. I think GT likes Nehra likes the kind of bowler Rabada is, and probably he thinks that he's confident that he can fit into the GT kind of strategy that he has in mind. He already, I think, the overseas slots that he had last time, Spencer Johnson, etc., didn't work out, and KG is someone who's not the best T20 bowler, but he's a bankable guy.
Absolutely, and he does get a nice little pay hike as well, 9.25 for the last 3 seasons at Punjab, 10.75 for Gujarat Titans. And Sriram, we saw very quickly Punjab shaking their head saying we're not going to be RTMing here and cutting our big balance purse even further after Arshdeep, which is fair. So Titans get Kagiso Rabada. Your reaction?
Yeah, I think new ball wickets are very important. That brings Rashid Khan into the game. So they missed Mohammad Shami last year. So they've done well to secure Rabada.
Yeah. Tom, quick reaction on Rabada as Shreyas Iyer is the next player out, but your thoughts on Kagiso Rabada at Gujarat Titans?
Yeah, look, I think it's a great buy. I think he'll bowl well on that surface there. And, he's going to, be an important leader of the pack. You've got Rashid Khan as well. So, they're already starting to build a good bowling attack.
All right, there you have it. Kagiso Rabada will play for the Gujarat Titans come next season. So that's something to look forward to for Shubman Gill and Rashid Khan and the rest of the Titans. Ashish Nehra at the table there was pretty happy with the result. Now, Shreyas Iyer. Let's get cracking with Shreyas Iyer, one of the marquee Indian players. He was supposed to be a high demand target, and his old franchise, the one with which he won the IPL last year, it's never happened, IPL winning captain making his way to the auction, but they are in business early. They're looking to buy Shreyas back, and they are currently fighting it out with Punjab Kings. So you have Punjab, who still have a sizable...
Remember the mock auction?
Yes, let's go, Nagraj.
Yesterday I was watching the mock auction on JioStar, and there was a number raised for... Who raised it? I think Sanjay Bangar raised it on behalf of KKR for 21 crores. Let's see if Shreyas does go for 21 crores to KKR when they have a purse of 51. I'm very keen to know.
21. All right. Tom did say a little while back when we were building up before the auction began that he actually thinks the Shreyas bid might be a modest one. It's moved to 6 crore very quickly between KKR and Punjab Kings, who we're no surprises here that Punjab are interested from the get-go. Tom?
Yeah, look, you're buying, to me, you're buying two elements here. You're buying a captain and a trophy-winning captain and a batter. To me, the captain is more appealing than the batter when it comes to Shreyas Iyer. In T20 cricket, we haven't really seen him sort of break any, land speed records with regards to the way he plays. So that's is certainly an opportunity for him to continue to grow as a T20 player. But certainly his captaincy, you can't question. He's got a trophy, he's successful, and he's got time as a captain in the IPL, which I think is also hugely valuable.
8.25 now, 8.5, 875. We do have Shreyas Iyer going through. Again, now this begs the question, 8-9 crore. Could there not have been a case, Nagraj, who's been talking to KKR quite a bit, why not just retain him? You're going up to 10 crore to try and buy him back. It's in all likelihood going to be an attempt in vain.
Stop allegations. Such allegations you're passing against me. I think the player wanted more money. The money that I don't think KKR would have afforded, because if you look at the KKR retention numbers, KKR is one team that has paid less, even if their purse is deducted more for the 5 players they've retained. 6 players they've retained. So I don't think the number that Shreyas had in mind, KKR could afford. I think if he was coming down on what his expectation was, clearly they would have had a double think, but rethink rather. But that's the reason. I think it is the money factor that kind of meant that Shreyas headed to the auction, and now you can see let's see where the number ends, which
Right,
I doubt KKR can afford.
Fair enough. Punjab took a bit of a breather, in which time Delhi Capitals came in to try and get their former captain back. So they're interested with the Punjab Kings now, as KKR are sitting back, because the bid has very quickly gone to 12. Remember, 12.25 is what Shreyas played for at KKR in the last 3 years. If we do have to expect that the financials didn't match, then we're already in territory that gives Shreyas a pay hike. In all that, I'm going to get Yash Jha, my dear colleague, to help me out, because it's going to get crazy. Isn't it, Yash? You're keeping track of who's bidding and who's bidding out. It looked like Punjab stepped out for a little while from that bid.
Yes, I was trying to switch out of Perth and switch into Jeddah. So give me a minute while I catch up. But already beyond his previous fee.
Absolutely. Take a minute, see how things play out. Keep a close eye on what's happening at the auction. 13.5 Sriram for Shreyas Iyer. Kings and Capitals interested. It's playing out on predictable lines.
Yeah, they need a captain, don't they? Both teams need a captain, and they're willing to pay that price, and they've got the purse for it.
Yeah, they need a captain. Where's he going to end up?
Could yet have some late entrance as well, right? Because we spoke of 4 or 5 teams with captains.
Yeah, but I think we're now entering territory where the purse might come in the way of that. Tom, we're looking at 1475. Where do you sense this bid will end? You did say you'll get a healthy bid, but at 15, Punjab as well as Delhi still in business. At what point do you sense this is getting a bit much now?
Yeah. Look, I don't think from Punjab's point of view, they'll be feeling that, because they're buying a captain. Simple as that. They've entered the contest. We've talked about the relationship that he's had with Ricky Ponting in the past. So clearly Ricky wants to rebuild that relationship again, and that's going to be really one of the main pillars to their auction today. So, it really depends, can Delhi Capitals remain in that sort of bid to push Punjab up to sort of that 18 mark? And I think at the end of the day, 18 crore is a lot of money, but if you're getting a captain that you've got trust in and faith in over the next cycle and beyond, and a top order batter, well, you're on a winner.
We're at 16.5 now. 16.5 Nagraj. Yeah, you can carry on. Just letting you know, we've gone to 16.75.
A quick one. There's no RTM. There's no RTM here. This is the first player that doesn't have, the original team doesn't have an RTM. So
correct,
this is
correct.
A pure
and
kind of a
I was going to actually come
here.
to that at looking at the 17 crore. In fact, they didn't even exhaust their entire purse.
Yeah.
They exhausted the number of players, but they didn't exhaust technically what they were going to pay, whether they could have still considered a Shreyas Iyer. But yeah, that's moot now. 17 crore and counting still. We're still going Punjab and Delhi. Nagraj, carry on.
I think Delhi are going, both teams are shown this, but I feel now this is going to impact the punt bid, probably. Clearly, or whoever loses wins, takes punt. So I feel now that Punjab are going to go all guns blazing for Shreyas and could cross 20.
Wow. This is 18 crore and counting for Shreyas Iyer. This was the top retention price for most of the franchises. There was some adjusted inflations over there for some players. You had the likes of Nicholas Pooran, Virat Kohli at 21. You also had Heinrich Klaassen at 25. But he's racing past Jasprit Bumrah now, was retained at 18. And Shreyas Iyer is currently being bid at 18.5. Delhi and Punjab both very keenly fighting this out.
Yeah, this is like that Mitch Stark GT versus KKR war. They both want them desperately. And whoever pulls the plug, we don't know at what time.
Does it add up that these are the two franchises that want Shreyas at any cost? You normally look at a lot of players like keeper batters, like Pant or an all-rounder Tom and say that's two players you're taking. The franchises say that a lot. Is Shreyas two players you're paying for over here? So you can understand perhaps as viewers that this price is going to 18, 20.
I think we need to highlight the fact how important captaincy is in T20 cricket. We've seen many good sides that have been poorly led finding themselves nowhere with regards to playing finals in the IPL or any other league around the world. And we've also seen teams that have done remarkable things. And the best example for that is CSK with a very astute captain in MS Dhoni pull off remarkable things that, that no one could believe was possible with the squad and personnel that he had at his fingertips. So I think this is a really good example of the priority being a captain, and a really good captain that is respected, that's got, clearly a good relationship with an incoming coach. So I think that's why we're seeing this, go to, the dizzy heights that it is.
Does it
Can I,
go on, Nagraj?
sorry, can I talk?
Yeah, Nagraj, carry on. But I'll just let you know we're at 21.
Yeah, quick one. I forgot to say.
Actually, we have a record here, don't we, for an Indian player at an auction. At 20, at 22, this is going to keep changing, right? So keep up with me. At 22, 25, Shreyas Iyer is now the most expensive Indian player at an auction, and we're still going. Nagraj, carry on.
Yeah, just the bit I totally missed earlier was that DC apparently had spoken to Shreyas, and the number that is speculated number was 25. So let's see if
this
it
is
goes
the
to
bit you
25
missed
now.
earlier. Like you had to wait till he touches 23 and point whatever and tell us that Shreyas and DC have spoken and he's going to go to 23 to 25. Nagraj, I'm not buying it. Nonsense. Yeah. Right.
I'll keep quiet.
No, come on.
Better
on.
Better late than never.
No, there's nothing much. But this is. I mean, the thing is, when you hear that, Sriram should tell you and Tom should tell you. When you hear such things, you're like, really. So you don't want to say something which is like sounds very not obvious. Like Arshdeep and all that, I was very confident and I knew that that's happening. With which Shreyas, I couldn't believe that it's going to cross 20 plus, but it's gone and it's going towards the number that he was looking for, 25. Wow.
Yeah, now are we entering territory where plans are slightly getting a bit upset for Punjab, even for Delhi don't seem to be relenting.
No.
24-25. They've already matched Arshdeep at 18, 24. So I think the chances of getting Pant or Butler now are reducing with every bid. But yeah, are Punjab still going to use their muscle now? Do you sense they'll go no matter
having
what?
gone that far, I think you might as well flex your muscle here. If they need that punter-ponting Shreyas Iyer combination.
Yeah.
24.5. Delhi is still keeping at it. If I can just go back to that
So which means
conversation.
Yeah, go on.
While there is the captaincy, as Tom points out, which is now important, when you look at a player who over a sizable amount of T20 cricket hasn't been an absolute trailblazing batter, strike rate under 130, does it not have a counter effect in terms of, is that a player you want to be paying more than 20 crore for?
I think the value he brings as a captain, and you still bat him in the top 3, he's experienced enough to make an impact. So he may, if you build a reasonable batting unit around him, he can still sort of get you the runs at a fair strike rate, which is going to impact the team. And they obviously feel that the captaincy is most important because he's done that, been there before, won a championship, and he's worked well at Delhi before and worked with punter well before. So
it has become the most expensive of all time.
All right, all-time territory now, record-breaking territory. Shreyas Iyer goes past Mitchell Starc, and at 25.5 and counting is now the most expensive player in the history of the IPL auction for any of us who thought it would go to
the
Pant.
most surprising part, sorry Raunak,
Sriram.
most surprising part is only 3 teams have gone for him.
Yes, Punjab, KKR,
and that's true with one of them backing out quite early.
Yeah, that was KKR, with a small
KKR,
purse.
yeah.
But Punjab and Delhi.
I think KKR was token. Yeah.
Delhi came into this with a salary available of 73.
Yeah.
Punjab with 110.5, so they were among the top 3 with Bangalore second. Bangalore have nicely stayed out of it. Just keep an eye out. Bangalore are ready to pick up what's left after this, and there is still a sizable piece of the marquee set left in the form of Rishabh Pant. 26 crore and counting. Staggering numbers. Tom Moody. Doesn't matter, do they?
It's starting to matter now, Raunak. but this is a really good example. I had a chat with Justin Langer, who's obviously coach for Lucknow, and he was sort of asking for any advice and any thoughts and what have you. And I said, well, the only bit of advice I can give you is all the plans that you have in place now that you've spent weeks, maybe months preparing for this particular moment will go out the window within the first 20 minutes of the auction. And this is the example why it goes out the window, because suddenly the unexpected just, happens, and that just throws the whole dynamic of, a team or two's plans out the window. And it's happening right in front of our noses.
So let's quickly just go to this. 73 for Delhi and 110.5 minus 18 for Punjab after
92.5.
So 92 versus 73 is in play. If it comes down to who's got the more money, it is still very much Punjab. But they are a lot slower now at raising their paddle than they were, say, 4 or 5 minutes back. And Delhi still seem to be absolutely clear. At 26.25, I believe the bid is with Punjab.
Yeah, the bid is with Punjab.
Is there a ceiling here? Would you have put a ceiling if you were Punjab for Shreyas?
I mean, they've crossed the ceiling as far as I'm concerned.
It's a simple thing. It doesn't matter. It could be 30.
Yeah.
It's not the Burj Khalifa.
Yeah, Tom, that's the question. Is it now about, now we don't pull out. We've gone this far, we just keep going. If you're Punjab.
Someone's got to.
No, this is where you need to put your ego in your pocket and just gather your thoughts, because you will have plan B and plan C. You can't have this derail your whole auction and 3-year cycle. And I think it's getting to that point for both these teams.
And I'd consider more for Punjab maybe, because Delhi still have 4 retained players, right? Punjab are a team who are presently on 3 players. You spend 30 and your budget is down to less than RCB's and you still only have 4 players.
Okay. And finally, after that cool calculated thought was perhaps discussed on the Delhi Capitals table, they have said no. Kiran Gandhi has said no, and therefore at 26.75 crore, a new IPL auction record, Shreyas Iyer, the most expensive player ever bought at an IPL auction, is going to the Punjab Kings, where he will be reunited with Ricky Ponting. 26.75 crore is the final number. Tom Moody, your thoughts. What does this tell us?
Oh, it tells us that Punjab came into this auction with pockets full of crores, and now they have emptied them very, very quickly within three players being auctioned off. Yes, we knew that they were going to go hard early because they were in the position to, but I don't think in any world they were expecting to pay 18 crore for Arshdeep or nearly 27 crore for Sriram Iyer. They've got their 2 players, but they've paid dearly for it.
Nagraj, the number. Your reaction?
Yes, the number is slightly like I said earlier that Punjab were hell-bent on. This is Project Ponting taking over, or Project Punjab under Ponting taking over. He, in the interview that I did with him, he said that the one player that he would really want is that captain, and clearly he had Shreyas in his mind, top of the list, whatever the chatter was. It is slightly higher than, I think they would have slotted in 25 themselves, knowing Delhi will come for that. So that is 26.75. They still have 83 crores, which is similar to 83 point whatever, if I'm not, my quick math isn't right or wrong. Same as RCB. So they've got the captain, they've got their premier fast bowler, they have 2 uncapped players. So now they're sitting a little bit pretty, slightly low purse, but still they can make. They have still those RTM cards in their hand. So now Punjab need to just hope that they don't kind of do any sort of those ego buys or etc. and kind of focus, because now it is about building. That Punjab along with RCB are the 2 franchises that need to look at building a complete squad. They revamped it, so now is the so that's the point I was trying to make.
All right, great. Sriram, I want you to just articulate your thoughts that you did earlier quite nicely about why this was such an important buy for Ricky Ponting at Punjab to get Shreyas Iyer presumably to be captain.
Yeah, I think that Project Punjab that Punter spoke about very early, and that I think Shreyas was a big part of that Project Punjab, and he knew he wanted a captain who he had on the same page with, and I think Shreyas fits in perfectly. They had to pay slightly extra, which they probably did not budget for, or they may not have expected, but they were prepared for it.
Yeah, and I think in some ways, this is a theory or a tactic that is now adding up. They could have been tempted, why don't we try one of our key players as well, one more key player, Arshdeep or someone else, and just come into the auction with a few more players sorted. But they went with a lot of money because they wanted to outbid anybody for perhaps their number one target.
Yeah.
Can we call Shreyas that? That is their number one target,
yes.
and they've got it. All right, there you go. In all that, Josh Butler. Yes, what have you been following on Josh Butler, who's very quickly gone from 2 to 10.25?
Josh Butler, so far there was interest from Rajasthan Royals. We've seen Punjab come in. They clearly want to get all the marquee players. They're not done.
What's the balance now for Punjab? We're looking at
Punjab are 90. They're down to 65. You're talking 65 crore?
Yeah, so 26.75 plus 18, so that's 44.75 minus 110.5, so
around 65.
Around 65 crores. So suddenly they're in that bracket of 5 or 6 teams, which is what Ricky Ponting, to his credit, said just on the eve of the auction. Now looking at the teams that are interested here, Punjab are still keen to bid. I thought they'd want to just sit back and breathe. That happens after a big buy sometimes, but no breathing space. Yes, Nagraj.
No, Butler was there. Apart from the marquee list, I think it is Butler is the last guy, if I'm not mistaken, they will go for. And I think, don't be surprised if they go till 10 crores. Apart from Pant, of course, 10. But now I don't think Pant, they can go for Pant.
We'll find out.
They will go for, I don't think.
They
will now do what Delhi are doing.
CSK's table is like right now. GT is a team, I think someone called it. I think Nagraj called it.
Yes.
That GT are a team that will be interested in Butler, and they very much are. They've already picked up Kagiso Rabada. So a couple of what we can consider the lower profile marquee one set players in the great Josh Butler and the outstanding Kagiso Rabada. GT seem to be very interested. Tom, it's adding up. Gujarat Titans' keen interest for a Josh Butler.
Well, again, there's no surprise that he's attracting the attention that he is, because he's a proven, IPL player, dynamic match winner. He adds, he may not be selected to captain the side, but he adds a lot of leadership with regards to what he can offer with his experience. Obviously, it doubles up as a keeper batter. So it's going to be very interesting to see how far, because I think there are going to be certain ceilings for players like Butler, purely because there are other, keeper batters, international keeper batters out there that you could get that may not have quite the polish that Butler's got, but certainly has got a lot to offer.
Tom,
Someone like
let me add a little more info for you. Sorry about that, Tom, but it looked like the auctioneer was set to call Butler at 13.5 to Gujarat Titans, and then entered the Lucknow Super Giants, I think for the first time at the auction today.
That's right.
To continue the bid, and now we're going to Josh Butler at 15.5. He was at Rajasthan at 10 crore for the last cycle, but Butler is at 15.5. So when you talk about ceilings now, and while I say the sentence, we're already touching 16 crore. So carry on, Tom.
Well, that is incredible price, isn't it? Like this, we're only 4 players in, and we're seeing some crazy money being thrown around. And again, this is the nature of the beast, isn't it? We're expected to see this unpredictability with an auction, but clearly that there's certain teams that look for the players, but they also look for the character, the personality, the experience. We know there's a lot of value in having experience around a squad. We saw that last year with Mumbai, with their overseas bench, didn't have a lot of experience to it. And I think that really sort of, came very evident as their season unravelled.
All right, Tom, you can confirm now, we can confirm now that 15.75 crore is the final bid, and Josh Butler will play for the Gujarat Titans, presumably open with Shubman Gill. That's pretty big. They've already picked up Rabada, and now Butler at 15.75. That's 5.75 more than he was playing at RR for the last cycle. Your reaction, Tom Moody?
Well, it's quite a tantalising thought to think that Gill and Butler are going to open the batting. Both will feed off each other, very, very nicely. One sort of an emerging superstar, and one that's been a, consistent, present superstar for a long period of time in IPL cricket, but also international cricket for England. So, again, a price that's a very high price that, is beyond what I was expecting for Josh Butler. But, what do I know? There's 10 teams in this auction room that are desperate for talent, and that's what drives prices.
And 120 crore, of course, is the purse this time. So you do have that little bit of inflation to adjust. Sriram, Butler at GT.
Yeah, I think they've clearly gone for experience with the Rabada. They've got very good youngsters. They've got Sai Sudarshan, they've got Shah Rukh Khan, they've got Rahul Tivatia. But they needed that experience in their batting now that they've let go of Miller. So they've really got Josh Butler there, and they've got an experienced bowler in Rabada. So they're going in the right direction.
Nagraj, you called it. GT, you said, would be interested in Butler. Their interest has been confirmed. They've picked him up.
I might as well sit at the auction table now. So I'm being cocky, sorry.
I would love for you as long as you still talk to us.
Yeah. No, I think it just fitted in with that kind of the squad or the thinking that Nehra and Vikram Solanki have created at GT. I just felt that this is a kind of player they wouldn't mind. They tried Kane Williamson, remember, 2 years back, but KW got, I think, had that the injury
He picked up a nasty
early in
one
the
even in the
season.
first game of the season.
Yeah, and now with Saha also gone, another guy, I think they would want someone like Butler to be there, a senior keeper batter kind of. So I think it's a good fit. Yeah. So, but imagine the money that's already spent. Yash, what is the number right now we are at?
We have crossed 70 crore. And for context, in 2022 mega auction, the 10 marquee players together went for about 67 crore.
This is 2022.
So this is what?
Yeah, the last mega auction, 10
so
marquee players went for 66 odd crore. Right now, 4 players into it, we've already crossed 70.
And do you add Mitchell
And
Stark?
this is the first side is not over.
Right, so let's go there, shall we? Mitchell Stark is at 9.75, player number 5, which means also that the last man out of the marquee set one will be Rishabh Pant.
And just to fill everyone in, so far it's Mumbai, Kolkata and Delhi who have been in the
That's
bid.
good. So we've got MI, KKR, Delhi Capitals.
Yes.
Delhi Capitals who went at the receiving end of some pretty high-profile, unsuccessful bidding so far. So yeah, Stark, the prospect of Stark and Bumrah bowling together.
Wow.
When MI raise their paddle, these are the kind of thoughts that we get excited with. But 10.25, Kolkata, his previous franchise also was interested. I think they've bailed out at 10.25. RCB, Stark's former franchise, has come in at 10.5. Sriram, where do you see this going?
RCB will go the distance, I feel. They'd want him desperately.
You can see there after the fast bowler, they were the losing bid for Rabada.
They were.
A little earlier.
They did bid for Arshdeep.
So,
yeah, and I think it might have actually played quite nicely to RCB that Pant has not come out.
yeah.
In 4 or 5 players. I know we're talking about Stark now, and it's a 10.75, but Tom, if you were RCB right now with the second highest purse, which is now I think the highest purse.
It is the highest.
Right? Now we have that. Now they're playing the rest of the auction with the advantage. They're in pole position, and they can get Stark here if they want him for whatever it is.
Yeah, I think it absolutely has played out perfectly for RCB. We know what their historical problems have been, and that is their ability to defend 120 balls. They haven't done it very successfully, and they haven't built squads to do it very successfully. They have always boasted, batting lineups that are the envy of the league. But at the end of the day, it's clear that you need your bowlers to be able to win trophies. And I think Stark would be a great addition, and they still will have the ability to go for Pant, which was something they would have had high on their agenda right from the get-go. So they may get the last 2 out of this first slot.
I want to say something here. If there's gamesmanship, the auctioneer, I think, was set to sell Stark to RCB at 11, because I'm listening to her real time in my ear. And she literally said, all done, going to RCB. And as she was about to say the words, Delhi Capitals raised their little paddle as they did over there. Well, that's a nice emoji. Yeah, so Delhi have inflated that price a little bit perhaps. And RCB pulled out, it seems. Stark goes to Delhi Capitals at 11.75. So a late surge to enter the bidding was not just gamesmanship. At 11.75, Mitchell Stark goes to the Delhi Capitals, and RCB pull out of the bid where they almost thought they had him at 11. They chose not to go even a little more, a crore more. Let's get a reaction. Sriram.
Yeah, I think RCB should have gone a little more. I think Stark would have been very important for RCB given how they stack up and how they've stacked up in the past. Yeah. So I think they could have gone a little more. And Delhi's got a bit of a steal, I feel. with Mitch Stark at 11.75 because KKR went till 10.75.
Right.
And then
RCB, you mean? Yes.
No, even
KKR
KKR
went to
went
10.25.
Yeah,
I think they
10.25.
went there. Yeah. And at 11.75, ooh, Tom, not a lot of Aussies would work at a 50% pay cut. I know you're not one of them, but Stark 11.75. Go on.
Oh dear, if only. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that RCB. I agree with Sri. I'm surprised that RCB didn't, go again because really the real issue with them is their bowling, and Stark's not a bad starting point to be able to rectify that. And to me, that's value. So I agree. I think DC have got a good steal there. Whether they were trying to, continue to pump the price up and they've been landed with the player and paying a price that wasn't really as part of their strategy, I still feel that they'll be pretty happy having him in their list.
All right. Nagraj, give me your quick reaction as the Pant bid is already opened and will be a different story by the time you're done with your answers. But give me your reaction on Stark.
I've never counted DC and Stark, but left arm fast. This I think maybe because last time I think that this might be their most expensive fast bowler ever at DC. Yash can confirm that probably, but clearly Stark talks for himself, and I want to see from Eden Gardens to Firozshah Kotla how it would be. Two high scoring grounds where the Stark kind of will have that kind of an impact. Let's see, but yeah, I guess the number that he's been bought at, that's not a surprise. That would have been the number between 10 and 12 crores. So that's at least not a surprise. But yeah, going to DC for me is a surprise.
Yeah. To answer him, I think the only bowlers they've spent more on are their two retentions from this cycle in Aksar and Kuldeep. Yeah. Although Aksar brackets as an all-rounder.
Yeah, of course. Very good point. Yeah, I can't really recall a high-priced fast bowler at Delhi Capitals. It's not happened, I think, for a while.
Out and out fast.
They had Robert and Cummins, I remember.
But that Cummins. Was early Cummins coming back from his injury. But what I must point out on Pant is that at the start of this, it's reaching 10, which is not surprising. RCB have entered this having a lead of at least 14 crore over every other franchise as far as purse remaining is concerned before Pant came out.
And the team that is challenging them in the early parts of the Pant bid is Lucknow Super Giants,
who are now second highest. Going into the Pant bid, they are on 69.
So you have RCB at
83 before the Pant bid.
Lucknow. So you have the top two balanced purses going at Rishabh Pant.
Yash, what is DC?
DC are now down to 61.25 after that first pick. So you've got three teams who are in the range of 60 crore left before Pant came into auction. That's Punjab at 65.75, DC at 61, and Lucknow at 69.
I think that's still augurs well for Pant's prospects for West Price here, because we thought if Punjab have punched most of their advantage out, we may go for less than expected. But between RCB, who've clearly shown caution with the Stark pull-out bid, that they are, I think in all likelihood, going to pay whatever it costs here. Yes, Sriram?
Yeah, I agree.
All of this? Okay. Yes, Nagraj, you want to say something?
No, I had just a question for the panel for Sriram and Tom, that if DC now have 60 or 65 crores, and if they think of, let's say it goes to 25 crores, is that a gamble, RTMing Pant?
I personally...
Yes, Tom, please.
I was going to say it would be definitely a gamble because it's a home he doesn't want to live in.
Yeah, now I want to keep an eye out in Delhi. As of now, we're not getting there, but RCB seem to have pulled out for the time being. I think they're just playing, right? They don't want to keep lifting their hand. Lucknow thought they had Pant at 1150 or 1170, I must say, because they didn't seem like there's activity at RCB. Just when the activity stopped, Sunrisers have come in here. Not a team with the most amount of money. But they're happy to go as much as 15. This is interesting from Sunrisers. They were ready to pay 16 odd for Arshdeep. In fact, they had the highest purse at 1575 for Arshdeep. They are ready to even pay 16 for Pant here.
They even took Arshdeep to 18, matching that RTM.
Yeah, they made the bid for Arshdeep at RTM. Yes, for Punjab to then match. Very true. And right now, Rishabh Pant is at 17.5. In fact, 18. So SRH are very happy to pay a lot of money even though they don't have it. Right. Tom, give me your thoughts on what
that is gaming.
Thinking here.
I think they're playing the game. I think they're, yes, if they get lucky and have to, pay, a price for punt that is going to really sort of make the rest of their auction challenging. But I think they're also making sure that, that punt goes at the value that he should be going for. You only have to look at that list of batters they've already got. You add punt to that, good luck bowling to that unit.
I have a feeling this will still go on for a bit. So I do want to ask Tom, does that play out a lot in mega auctions when you're obviously trying to keep track of where your opponents are? If you see early on in the auction that there's a team who are opening up a sizable gap and they have a lot of money left, will you actively start taking that gamble of just trying to take the price well above what you may have wanted to put out?
If the player still fits the balance of your side, if you're looking for, a player like Punt that can keep, that can bat, Sunrisers, I don't think are looking for that because they've got Clarkson already and they've paid a fortune for him at 23 crores. So they've got a keeper that can bat in the middle order, that's a power hitter, which is exactly what Punt is. So I think Sunrisers are just trying to keep the auction honest.
Okay, on this, some very interesting bidding here with some, almost you can sense, you can feel the tension in the auction room because at 20, Sunrisers came back in and still wanted punts. So they've gone to 20, but Lucknow are still in it at 20-25. No sign of RCB for the time being. No sign of RCB at the time being. Lucknow seem to be the most aggressive bidders, but Sunrisers are not backing down. They are willing to spend 20.5. If they are to win punts bid here, they'll have to build the rest of their squad with about 23-24 crores. Somewhere there and thereabouts. Yeah. And there will be 6 players, so they'll have to perhaps build a thin squad. The prospect of Pat Cummins leading Rishabh Pant going into the next auction is very much alive.
Lucknow are staying in.
All right, Sunrisers have said no, they're out. Yeah. At 20.75. 20.75 for Lucknow. No sign of RCB. I'm going to wait. I'm going to hold this for a second because I want confirmation. All right. So it is the final bid, 20.75, and Delhi are now being asked if they are going to RTM. This is Nagraj's moment. This is where we come down to. Where he said they were still entertaining thoughts of RTMing Rishabh.
Right now, I just asked the question.
Delhi have said yes. Delhi have said yes. They have.
Yeah.
For those of us who watched the great Nagraj Gollapudi over the years, that is the best, most you're going to get out of him as emotions go. Brilliant drama. Let him go into the auction. He said it's not about the money, replying to a media article from Sunil Gavaskar. He's now gone for 20.5 and 20. Delhi have confirmed it. Okay, guys, I'm just going to have to break everything here, stop everything here. A revised bid from Mr. Goenka at the Lucknow table has come in. 20.75 was the amount. Mr. Goenka and LSG have said 27 crore Rishabh Pant. And that has just bullied Delhi out of the equation. So no RTM. Pant plays for Lucknow Super Giants at 27 crore. Shreyas Iyer's record as the most expensive player bought at an auction lasts all of 20 minutes. And the final player coming out of marquee set number 1, Rishabh Pant, is now the most expensive player of the IPL auction. 27 crores in the new rule of the RTM. Lucknow have just shelved the cash and bullied everyone and brushed them aside. No RCB. Lots to consider. Let's get a reaction. Sridhar and Sriram.
Yeah, that's what surprises me. Let go of Stark. They've now let go of Punt. What's RCB doing? Who are they waiting for is a big question. And Lucknow, I think, have done very well. 69 crore. They have Nicholas Puran and Rishabh Pant batting together. That will be amazing for them. Oof. Big ground, but still.
Yeah. And we did wonder if they have an obvious captain choice. After all going, is Puran likely to be captain? But Pant now becomes a viable option.
Pant becomes a very big favourite. I think Mr. Goenka always likes an Indian captain. Yeah. And I think Justin Langer will work well with Rishabh Pant.
We also had Zair Khan is joined as part of the leadership group there. Tom Moody, your reaction. Rishabh Pant 27. Fascinating how that went from 20 to 27 with the revised RTM rule.
Yeah, I love this new rule. I love this new rule. It's absolutely blown Delhi out the water, hasn't it? Yeah, look, it's a tantalising thought to think of Punt and Nicholas Pooran, two of the most dynamic sort of left-handers in the game. And I agree with Sri. I think that, Lucknow needed a captain. They've bought a captain and they've bought a very, very good batter that is going to keep wicket for them.
Nagraj, 27 and going from 20 to 27.
Yeah, this new RTM rule is amazing. I think it's played its role. Many franchises don't like it, especially those who wanted to RTM a lot of players. Clearly, you can see why the numbers are like saying it for them. 6.25 more crores from the final bid price. Amazing. I guess, yes, Thomas said it all. Lucknow have found their captain, keeper batter, etc. And Rishabh Pant ends up. And remember this, that Mr. Goenka likes to have the top prize. This is the man who owns the most expensive franchise in IPL, and he likes to be always on the top. So I think it's also I think that number says it higher than 0.25 lakhs from Pant, from Shreyas. Yeah. So, yeah.
I'm just trying to think of, we'll just do a quick review. The auction's taken a break, thank God for that. And we can just revise Marquis set number 1. I'm just trying to think of how LSG have reached that revised bid. It didn't take long. It was very quick. Would they have had on their sheet that we will spend up to 27 to 30 even on Pant, and therefore it was easy for them to make such an accelerated bid?
Yeah, I just like what Nagraj said. He likes to have the highest bid, and Shreyas was 26.75. So he just said, I'll get 27 and see where it goes.
So this is also a little bit about embellishing and position and ego. I don't say it as a bad thing, but he likes that kind of.
Could it also
standing.
be, a conversation? We've had so much chatter about who teams are speaking to, what sort of figures might be there. That RTM figure was going to be a differentiator, right? That now you can pay a lot more, and it doesn't hinge on where the auction ends. It's an indication.
Fascinating. Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? Yep, Tom Moody likes the new rule. Nagraj as well, 27 crore. What does that leave Lucknow with, Yash?
42. Exactly 42 crore now. And they have...
So they've gone very quickly from second highest to bottom.
No, but they have their core.
Rajasthan are on 41.
Rajasthan on 41. They picked up... No, they were 41 going into the auction, were they?
They were 41 going into the auction.
All right, Nagraj, you were saying something, please.
No, I was just saying that 42 crores and they have 6 players now. So they have their core set. Now it's all about adding the bowlers or some... Yeah, now it's about building stock. Now it will be all kinds of budget buys probably.
And I think the panel agrees Pant to be captain in all likelihood.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, 100%.
All right.
Can I ask the question?
Yes.
6 players in, RCB, 83 crore. Whoever wants to take that answer. Have they just decided maybe our way of doing well in the IPL is by not taking players at all?
Oh, come on. That's harsh. That's harsh.
I'm only kidding. But they have entered the bid for 4 different players so far.
Yeah, I think firstly, I think it just confirms now the worst kept rumour in the auction, that is KL Rahul is the number 1 target over a Pant.
And Yuzvendra Chahal is my educator.
Yuzvendra Chahal that's a really good
Chahal,
point. I think they do not want to miss out on Chahal and Pant, and they perhaps have told themselves that they can get fast bowlers
and RTM Will Jacks
at prices cheaper. Who knows? Jofra Archer, 11.75. If they aren't going for Stark, there is Jofra Archer to come. There's 100 Nokia. There's a lot more. Mohammad Siraj.
Shami and Siraj in the next month.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, yes.
All right. Let's revise set number 1 now. The big stories. Arshdeep Singh came out first, went all the way up to 18 crore and was RTM'd. So that'll just be revised. Yeah. Kagiso Rabada, second at 10.75 crore. Gujarat Titans picked him up, as they did with Joss Butler a couple of bids later. Shreyas Iyer at 26.75 has been picked up by the Punjab Kings, and Rishabh Pant at 27 has been picked up as well. Sriram Zanari will be back with us in just a second. Right. And we will now just take thoughts on what has happened in Marquee set number 1. Tom Moody, just play it out for us, the big storylines for you.
I'm just trying to get over the shadow that just flew by a bit. Yeah, look, there's a couple of takeaways as far as I can sort of the standouts for me is that the Sirius Iyer price is quite stunning. and good luck to him. Just shows, how valuable leadership is, and that relationship around coach and captain is important. The other takeaway for me is Stark, the price that he went for and where he ended up, and RCB not continuing to try to secure someone like Stark, particularly given the dynamics of their home ground. And finally, Pant, that sort of out of the blue, right to match drama that we saw, and then, the big price sort of, coming over the top of Sriram just to make sure that, he is the highest paid player so far in the auction. I don't see anyone surpassing it, though.
All right, Nagraj, your biggest takeaways from this? All right, Nagraj, we'll come to that in a second. Yeah, I think it's fair to say over here that we've been, it's been an education of sorts of the new RTM rule, of the contrasting ways in it was used. And Sunrisers made a minor adjustment to their last bid, and they went up to 18, something Punjab Kings could have retained Arshdeep for, but they ended up using the RTM for him. And Rishabh Pant was just extraordinary. At 20.75, the bid was RTM'd by Delhi, and LSG had a chance to revise, and boy did they. 6+ crore, 6.25. So they went to 27 very quickly. That wraps up set number 1. We still don't have any business right now for RCB, for MI, Rajasthan as well. Yeah, just have a look at that. Yeah, so Punjab in business, as we thought they'd be, with the maximum balance purse. Arshdeep Singh as well as Shreyas Iyer, Kagiso Rabada and Jos Patel go to Gujarat. So they've quietly done some pretty solid overseas experienced player business. Delhi have picked up Mitchell Stark after being quite busy in their entire marquee set, but landing none of the other players, and Rishabh Pant at Lucknow, just storming through with the highest bid ever in IPL history at 27 crore. Marquee set number 2 is going to be upon us. So let's just have a look at the players to watch out for here. In marquee set number 2, Yuzvendra Chahal. He's going to be, I'm very curious to see what Chahal goes for. You've got KL Rahul, who surely, those two names are RCB's top targets. Liam Livingston, I'll get Tom Moody on this. Shami and Siraj are there too. Liam Livingston, David Miller. Tom, give me your thoughts on what kind of interest there would be in Liam Livingston. Very, very high, or would we be looking at a few low balls here? What do you think about Livingston, Miller, and some of the other names on that list?
Well, I think, firstly, Chahal, I think, RCB will be very keen to get him back because he's a proven performer at that venue. They're probably regretting the decision they made to let him go to begin with. Livingston, yes, he's shown that he's capable of being a real match winner in IPL cricket. He's been lukewarm for a period of time, but there's a lot of upside with someone like a Livingston because he came very quickly, and he also can lend you overs in the middle phase of the game. He's not going to be a frontline spinner, but if you've got a surface that does turn, that may sort of interest some franchises. Someone like CSK, for instance, might look at him as an interesting investment, knowing that they got more than likely going to play on turning surfaces at home. To have a power hitter that can also support the likes of Jeddah is not the worst option to consider.
All right, Nagraj, you're back with us as well now. Looking at marquee set number 2, tell me a little more about your predictions for that.
I guess Chahal is the key call. I wonder who's going to, and what is the number. I've always wondered why a wrist spinner outside of Rashid Khan has never kind of got double digit in terms of crores. Stand to be corrected, but I don't remember outside of Rashid anyone getting 10+ crores in an auction or elsewhere. So with RCB, if RCB bid for him, are there any other teams that are going to bid for him? If RR start that kind of, if RR want to go for it, his price is likely to go up. But I would think the highest wicket taker or in the IPL, and the way he has bowled in the last few seasons, especially he's also been bowling at death and has been bowling at a decent economy, also at taking, and he's a wicket taker as such. He's not a defensive bowler, he's a wicket taker, and that's so probably Chahal this time might, I would think, inch towards the 10 crore mark. Which are the teams? I wouldn't think Delhi will be going for that because they already have 2 spinners in them. LSG already have Bishnoi. Outside of RCB, GT won't again go. So it's Punjab. I think Punjab might look for Chahal if he comes in the 6 to 8. Punjab are the one team along with RCB, and then will SRH think about him? That's another team
I'm
that I
pretty sure
think.
they'll be high on that list. But let's move quickly to Maki set 2. Mohammad Shami, first player out, and he's been busy off late. Quite interesting his reaction to what I thought was a very fair comment from Sanjay Manjrekar. I think a number of us have opined on the same, that we might see a certain price drop for Mohammad Shami given the lack of cricket and the injury he's been unfortunately having to deal with. He is back playing cricket now, domestic cricket, and we see KKR and CSK Sriram interested for Mohammad Shami. What do you sense is a realistic appetite for Shami at this auction?
No, I think given the quality that he has and given the value that he brings, especially in power play, I think he'll still attract a big price. And because it's only 4 overs, his injury should not be a big concern now that he's back playing cricket. Hopefully gets through the Border Gavaskar and the Champions Trophy.
The readjustment, I guess, also is, and that is what's playing out in this auction, right? Already, you have 6 teams who have less than half their purse left. You have 6 teams who are now 55 crore or below, and even 2 of the others are just above 61. There's not a lot of money left to play with.
Now, Mohammad Shami, for whatever it's worth, certainly not going to be getting a pay cut. Very quickly, that bid has gone to 9.5 crore. He was at 625, including the last season, where unfortunately he was ruled out due to his ankle injury. But Mohammad Shami, no problem with the lack of cricket, because Mohammad Shami is a world-class bowler and he has shown his abilities with the new ball time and time again in the IPL. 9.5, and it looks like KKR as well as CSK are both interested. Lucknow, in fact, were also in it, and KKR currently have the bid at 975. Good money for Mohammad Shami, Tom. We're not seeing anyone really going low, anyone really sort of holding back at the early parts of the auction here.
I think the timing of his return to play has been important with regards to this auction. If he was still on that road to recovery, it might look slightly different. But I believe he bowled quite a lot of overs over the last week, and showing that the quality is still there and the class is still there. And the bottom line, it's a 4-over game for a fast bowler or a spinner, for that matter, in T20 cricket. So if you can, boss the power play with a quality new ball bowler, which Shami is, well, he's worth certainly the investment.
This was something quite interesting, just play out.
SRH are just continuing to do what they've been doing. They were almost ready to hand the RTM moment for GT.
Yeah.
The bid was with KKR. It felt like the auctioneer saying, okay, I'm just going to go to GT to ask for the RTM card. But then SRH had raised their paddle.
Yeah, I in fact thought that already there was an inquiry made to GT, and I saw Ashish Nehra kind of shaking his head saying no. So I'm wondering whether the auction for the rest of the room is also still alive, even when the team is considering the RTM. Maybe that is indeed one of the guidelines.
I think I can't be 100% sure, but I thought from what I heard, she picked it much later that SRH had a raised paddle at the back.
Okay, could be that. The auctioneer could have just missed that. All right. As of now, 10 crore for Sunrisers, it seems.
Yes.
RTM inquired by GT.
Sold.
And Mohammad Shami goes to the Sunrisers Hyderabad at 10 crore. So the SRH side have picked up their first signing after giving us quite the talking points with their retentions. But here is Mohammad Shami going to SRH to play under Pat Cummins, bowl alongside him. That is what we picked up. Let's get reactions. Sriram.
Yeah, terrific buy. I think 10 crores is well worth it, and I'm very confident that he'll be fit for the IPL. So I think, like Tom said, it's just a 4-over game, and he'll get through. He's got enough experience to get through that. So I think it's a terrific buy. Pat Cummins and him bowling in tandem is a phenomenal combination.
All right, Tom, over to you. 10 crore, Mohammad Shami, Sunrisers.
Yeah, look, again, the Sunrisers have had Bhuvaneshwar Kumar for a number of years playing that new ball role and being, most top order batters' nightmare with his, swing and guile and great skill. But they've, whether they continue to go for, someone like a Bhuvaneshwar Kumar and bring him back to add to that bowling unit, they don't. The pressure's not on them now to do that, given that they've got Shami, who's clearly going to take the new ball.
Nagraj?
Yeah, I don't have much to add, but I can see where Sunrisers might have thought about, because they might have also thought about Siraj, possibly because being from Hyderabad, but I don't think Siraj's numbers might be slightly higher than Shami, but Shami kind of provides them that opening ballast that he has. And he's actually, we talk about him as power play, but if you remember at GT in the last 2 seasons, when he played, he was doing really well at death too. So he's a very good option and another wicket taker. So that's why I guess an Indian fast bowler, they must have thought they like their experience. So Bhuvi might be a base price buy for all you know. Don't rule him out. And the other guy they might look for is Nagrajan also.
Yes, Sri.
Yeah, I'm surprised GT didn't use their RTM card on Shami.
Yeah,
Have they
that's
got
another
little
point.
more intel than the other teams? We really don't know, because Ashish Nehra and injuries go well hand in hand, and he knows more about injuries than every other franchise. So, and LSG didn't put a bid with Zahir Khan in there, so they probably know a little more about the injury than the other franchises. I'm just throwing it out there.
Or
Yes, Nagraj?
Yeah, I was just wondering, or the thought process could be that maybe there are quite a few young Indian fast bowlers also. So look for a long-term buy from Nehra's point of view, and look for someone. Maybe probably there's Avesh Khan still around. There's some other young uncapped Indian fast bowlers who have done, and the success of the likes of Harshit Rana will encourage franchises to spend less but buy some long-term players. So that could be also one thought process.
And the one thing in common to GT and LSG, both with about 42 crore left, and both who, I mean, Lucknow do have some of the pacers who are retained in Mohsin and Mayank Yadav.
Yep. All right. So on that, the next player out, Mohammad Shami goes to Hyderabad. Be fascinating to see him playing and bowling alongside Pat Cummins. Let's now move to the next player, David Miller, whose bid has run up to 7.5 from 1.5 being the base price. Lucknow are in it, so Lucknow are really getting some left-hand hitters here. They want to decorate that lineup with Nicholas Pooran and Rishabh Pant and even David Miller. And RCB, curiously, are interested here.
Yeah, Lucknow entered quite late. It was between Gujarat and RCB till about 5.5 crore. Delhi entered briefly. Now we've seen Lucknow entering.
Now the RTM will be asked again of Gujarat. Here we go.
Yes.
7.5 highest bid Lucknow. And Gujarat Titans are being asked if they'd like to match it. David Miller's been a phenomenal player for them, big part of their title-winning side in the inaugural edition that the Titans featured here. And he was, of course, at 3 crore for that cycle. So it's going to be a double payday for David Miller. And GT are spending some time on this. They were very quick to dismiss the RTM of Mohammad Shami. And they have done the same for Gujarat Titans, for David Miller.
Wow.
So, at 7.5, Miller joins Nicholas Pooran, Rishabh Pant at Lucknow Super Giants and a host of other Indian players.
Yes.
But those are the biggies. Wow, okay. Tom Moody, give me a reaction from both fronts on that. The fact that Lucknow's buying a lot of these left-hand power hitters here and lining them up. And GT almost looks like they're not looking for familiarity here, even if it comes at what we believe is a bargain. They're perhaps looking to just reset the squad.
Well, the coach is a left-hander, isn't he? So maybe there's a little bit of bias happening there. But I'm very surprised, because you would have thought one thing that LSG have already done has got, two very, very high-quality middle-order players in Pooran and Pant.
Yes.
So, yeah, so it really does surprise me. And it also surprised me that GT didn't write to match, because, he was pretty much, responsible for them. One of the, key figures responsible for them having such a successful first 2 seasons in the IPL. Third, not so decorated for GT. But, look, it very interesting batting order dynamic for LSG. Very strong left-handed, a team you can line up against now with, various bowling skill sets to be able to, try to counteract their power hitting.
I can almost certainly see here with this strategy, whether it's been thought of, and maybe if Pant has even had a word with Zahir Khan or the management there, that we might be seeing Rishabh Pant used in the role that the Indian team used him at, in the top 3, either at 3 or opening, and perhaps David Miller becomes that player because Nicholas Pooran and Rishabh Pant would be batting a bit higher.
Having been in that LSG camp, they always wanted that firepower in the middle order, lower middle order. Like, they wanted power. What they lacked last year was power between overs 12 and 20. and that's something they filled with, say, Miller and Pooran. Pooran could probably, his entry point would be the just after power play, and Rishabh Pant maybe bats at 3.
I think they're not going to be RTMing Quinton de Kock. Adding another left-hander over there, perhaps.
Yeah, with Miller coming, in fact, Sriram's point just reminds me of the
Left-hander
question
super
keep
giants.
raising during IPL 2024. Why do they keep sending Pooran at 5 or 6?
Yeah. And they've also struggled to get Stoinis' ideal role, even though he's been very impressive. I wonder if Stoinis becomes tempting for them. Yeah, I did pick that up, Nagraj. Left-handed super giants is what
Stop it.
I want to give you some time and try and do better on that. Okay.
No, but
David
Miller, he went unsold last time in 2022. He was like actually not a direct buy by GT, if you remember, and so that's why his the price was lower side, and I think he worked out well for them. But I think again they're looking. I think it's very clear now that they're looking for some other kind of a power hitter, younger power hitter.
Right. Let's
And
go
Lucknow,
to one of the most sought after players, I think, right now in this set. Yuzvendra Chahal's name has come and gone way up very quickly. He's already at 8.5, and geez, Lucknow are busy. They are very aggressively busy. They have Bishnoi. They're willing to pay 875 for Yuzvendra Chahal. Punjab Kings, who had some time to just settle on their massive money that they spent in the first marquee set, to both Shreyas Iyer as well as Arshdeep Singh, are also interested. So no RCB yet, but Chahal has gone to 950, so he's already got a significant pay hike from last year. Yeah, yes.
And you've had Punjab and Lucknow come in after an initial duel between CSK and GT.
Okay, so CSK and GT
were the ones interested till around the 4 or 5 crore mark.
Now it's Punjab Lucknow, but we haven't seen RCB in this.
Not yet.
Surely at some point.
They have to.
All right. Still haven't got anybody here. 1125, which is in many ways, Tom, I think it's really nice to see that Yuzvendra Chahal's going to have a considerable payday, because the last big auction, we're surprised at how little the interest was for him from a bidding point of view.
Yeah, look, richly deserved. He's a proven performer, and it's been puzzling in the past, that he hasn't sort of received the rewards, financial rewards for what he has achieved in the IPL. I'll be absolutely shocked if RCB don't enter the bid here and chase this up even further.
1250, and yet again, and even now it's Lucknow and Punjab. No sign of Lucknow have gone up to 12.75 for Chahal after having Bishnoi, after spending big money for Rishabh Pant. Right, who wants and taking up David Miller as well? What's happening?
I find this staggering because the different kind of bowlers, Chahal and Bishnoi, but to go up to this point just baffles me.
Yeah, 1375 now, well past double of what Chahal's last figure was.
Yeah, Super Giants paying this kind of money for two quality, perhaps the two most sought after Indian spinners. Kuldeep Yadav in that as well, but he's not available. But that's. I don't know.
They already have Bishnoi, and now you're adding Chahal.
Yeah.
And with it reaching 14, if Lucknow were to get this, they'll be left with 20 crore.
And they're also picking up all the left-handers who can counter them to play in the same team. Right, so they're going to really have their strategy filled up. Tom, make sense of this. 14 crore and counting, and still between the Super Giants and Punjab Kings.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised about the Super Giants going, given they've already got that skill set. I would have thought that they may have looked at someone like Washington Sundar as a foil for Bishnoi. Someone that could, obviously turns the ball away from the left-handers, can bowl in the power play. It follows their theme of having another left-hand batter in their top 7. But yeah, it is surprising, but it's a payday that Chahal's richly deserving.
14 crore is where Lucknow pulled out. The bid is with Punjab, and just as the auction is about to confirm, RCB have asked for a minute. They've not raised the paddle. She said she can't give a minute, as Malika Sagar. So this might be decided very quickly. What are they thinking here? 14 crore. Sriram, why are they hesitant?
I don't know. They've got so much money, sitting on so much money, they might as well go for him.
Yeah, you want them to be bidding for. If you're RCB, you want 100%. Them to be bidding
they
for
need that spinner in RCB. They need that spinner in the Chinnaswamy. They know he's done so well. There you go.
There you go. Yep. Perhaps just a little bit of drama. Nagraj had a thought. Let him complete it. Nagraj.
So what happened there? I'm not watching. You guys are watching. Tell me
what happened. Was that just as the bid was to be confirmed for Punjab, RCB asked for a minute, and they was given a little time. They didn't raise the paddle. They just said, "Can you give us some time?" And then after an internal discussion on the table, the paddle was raised. So now it's between 14.5 between Punjab and Bangalore, but in come the Sunrisers to add to Mohammad Shami. They have come in with 14.75. I think one strategy is clear. SRH have picked 4 or 5 players who they are willing to spend 15, 16 crore for, even if it means the rest of the team has to be picked differently. So we're at 15 crore now between Sunrisers and Punjab Kings for Yuzvendra Chahal. I'm just thrilled for Chahal, I must say that. I can't say that enough because I think he's really deserving of a big payday.
It's also 6 teams who have now bid for him. That number was only matched for Arshdeep so far at this auction.
Yes, we got CSK, GT, LSG, RCB,
Punjab.
SRH and Punjab Kings. Right, 16 and counting, 16 crore. Begs the question, perhaps maybe Rajasthan Royals couldn't retain Yuzvendra Chahal because they didn't have the money.
Can't. They don't have the RTM.
Nagraj, yeah.
No, I'm just saying they don't have the RTM, so they can't retain.
Yeah, but they decided to retain both Yuzvendra Chahal, both RR's RTMs were Dhruv Jurel, They decided to retain Dhruv Jurel. Hetmeyer was a late retention and not Chahal. Maybe Chahal just knew he's going to get a huge payday over here. Sunrisers at 16.75, Tom Moody, for Yuzvendra Chahal. What does that tell us a little bit about what their potential strategy is for these first 2 sets?
It's very interesting, isn't it, that they're punching very high numbers with limited resources. I do remember being at the auction table with Sunrisers when Chahal was picked up by RR, and I was, nearly on my hands and knees begging to please keep going for that bid, given that we, for whatever reasons, decided to let go of Rashid Khan, and I just said, well, we have to get the best spinner in India, and Chahal at that point was that person, but at around 6 crore was deemed as too high a price. But clearly that mood and that thought has changed quite dramatically.
What surprises me,
Hyderabad are staying in this bid, just pointing it out for all of you, 1775. Yeah. And I'm just thinking now, they clearly have a lot of their batting in order with their retentions. Abhishek, Travis Head, Reddy, Klaasen, right? You got Pat Cummins who's going to lead. You picked up Mohammad Shami. I think if there was an Achilles to Hyderabad last year, it was perhaps the spin bowling. We talked about Indian batting, which they don't have beyond Abhishek and Head, an experienced Indian batter, Abhishek and Reddy.
I think they just want to spend a lot of money on their first 11. Just not worry about backups. That's also a pattern that's just showing up.
Can I quickly add a point, or maybe you can just hear?
Yes, Nagraj, carry on.
Yeah, in Hyderabad, what is surprising to me is I've been checking while you guys are talking. His numbers, Chahal in Hyderabad, 7 matches he's played, 7 wickets with an economy of 9. So I'm not entirely sure whether the number really matches the performance at the ground, because he's going to play 7 matches at the ground. Remember that. So unlike his record at Chinnaswamy, which is well established, well known, even in Lucknow, he played just 1 match. In Mullapur, he's played 1 match. It's obviously the skill set they are after, but the number, it's incredible.
All right. At thing stands, Punjab Kings, 18 crore. RCB, no sign of them. He's not going back to RCB, Yuzvendra Chahal. Punjab Kings, Ricky Ponting, man in charge there, has been busy. He's picked up Shreyas Iyer, presumably his captain. He's retained Arshdeep Singh through the RTM, and he's now added Yuzvendra Chahal as well to the Punjab side. 18 crore. Big payday, nearly 3 times pay hike for Yuzvendra Chahal. Thrilled for him. And at 18 crore, let's get a reaction on where he's ended up as well. Tom Moody, Chahal at Punjab, 18 crore. Your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I think he's a great asset to any T20 side. He's proven performer in the IPL. I think he'll enjoy working under Ponting. So I think it's a great get for them. They need to build, obviously, a strong bowling unit to be able to support, to support their campaign, and again, a price that's higher than what we all expect, but that seems to be a bit of a trend so far in this auction. The early parts of this auction, all the teams are out of the blocks and they're flying.
Sunrisers, Lucknow all showed greater appetite, Sriram, for Yuzvendra Chahal than his former franchise RCB.
Yeah, that's what I'm surprised about. Like RCB, I thought would go a lot higher for him and not give him to anybody else. And I think what Punter has done really well is secure a good Indian core. Now it's just he's got to fill the overseas spots more or less. He's got a very, very good Indian core with their captain, their premier fast bowler and a premier spinner. He's got good leaders within that bowling attack. So I think Punter's doing well there.
And what's the Punjab balance burst now, Yash, at this
They've
point?
spent 18 each on Arshdeep and Chahal
so
at
that's
the 26.75.
62.75.
So you're now on 47.75.
And that's not a bad amount. You also have RTMs in place. So for Livingston, for Curran, for Bairstow, for Ellis perhaps, there is a strong case to perhaps play with
Harshal
RTMs
Patel.
too.
Harshal Patel.
Harshal Patel, of course, but yes, we talk about overseas. Right, and on that note, our next player in question is Mohammad Siraj, who's walked out. Well done to Chahal, he's going to be going to Punjab. And now let's talk Mohammad Siraj, shall we? Perhaps a late development, wasn't it, Nagraj, that we learned that he wasn't going to be one of the original retentions. And we thought it's because RCB may want a little extra money for the first couple of sets. Clearly not for that reason. But let's talk Mohammad Siraj at 10.25 very quickly, Nagraj. And RCB seem to have pulled out after some bidding. No, they're still in it. But right now it's Gujarat and Rajasthan for Siraj at 10.25. Carry on, Nagraj.
Yeah, I think RCB, I think probably the talks were obviously about money, and the retention price that Siraj would have wanted would have been, I would think, 14 crores, and which RCB was unwilling to. Maybe they must have had a rethink, and that's why they decided let us send you to the auction and we will decide on that, and we can see the number you're saying is already closing on 14 crores.
We're at 11.25
and the teams
now,
that you're
Nagraj, and counting.
Yeah, so clearly it is inching towards 14 crores. So they already picked how many? 3 players, right? RCB. So Siraj would have been the 5th pick, which would be 14 crores, if you remember, according to the retention slabs. So don't think RCB wanted that to pay him that much, and we don't know whether they will RTM him.
Patidar,
And Dayal and Yash Dayal. So they can RTM him. I think they can RTM him, but again, it will be the new RTM rule will come into play here. So this will be fun if RR
they actually look to buy Siraj and not sit back and let it all play out. Tom made that point, try and buy him back. And Nagraj made the counter that might inflate the price as well if a team comes in later. But at 12.25 going to Gujarat. Right, 12.25 the bid ends. And RCB are now being asked if they'd like to RTM, and RCB have said no. Not buying Chahal, not buying Stark, not RTMing Siraj. RCB therefore have given off Mohammad Siraj to go and play at Gujarat Titans 12.25. So Titans chose not to RTM Shami at 10 and have picked up Siraj at 12.25. Let's get reactions. Sriram.
Yeah, that tells me if Nehra's got any intel with the injury, they've got Rabada, which is a very good buy, and they've got now Siraj along with Rashid Khan, so that's building towards a very formidable bowling attack. They've got Josh Butler, and they've got a few very good youngsters. Shah Rukh Khan and
domestic finishers in Shah Rukh and Tewati.
Suddenly that team's already looking very strong. Tom Moody, reaction.
Gujarat Titans are doing an excellent job, and I just cannot understand what RCB's philosophy is here, because they're yet to get off the mark. They're a bit like Marnus Labuschagne in the first innings of the Test match. So it's puzzling to understand, because you need to spend money to get your quality. It's as simple as that. But they may have something up their sleeves that we're unaware of. But it is quite hard to get your head around the fact that, particularly the last two, Chahal and also Siraj, and in the first round, Stark, all had the opportunity to go for those players, and we'd be talking completely differently if that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, we thought that if it was a question of the money, Nagraj, like you pointed out when we were doing the reporting ahead of the auction, that if the money didn't match, that they might RTM him for a bit cheaper. That opportunity presented itself. 12.25, RTM him, and your balance purse still very much is the full quota,
We're
isn't
talking
it?
RCB, right?
RCB.
Yeah, it's still 83.
It's still
not moved.
83.
They're
And
still
that's miles ahead of anybody else right now.
Yeah, second most presently is 61.
So they've decided that they don't want Siraj. It wasn't necessarily even about the money.
I mean, the Siraj thing you can understand, but then the thing is they're losing out on a good Indian experienced fast bowlers. They're not kind of got anybody yet. You would think that they will get KL Rahul, considering they have the purse now. So they at least have. We hope that they get that, but otherwise they'll go empty-handed from the marquee set. So they might be looking in terms of overseas for Stark. I would think maybe they have set their eyes on somebody like Jofra, possibly. They feel that maybe if we might have, there are options to Stark, I can think, but to the Indian players, I can't believe that someone like Chahal, there is no second spinner who is as good as this, unless you're thinking again the likes of Ashwin, etc. But as a wrist spinner, on Chinnaswamy, I think you would be happy to have a good wrist spinner. Really, I mean, we don't know what unless they're again going for really uncapped category. We don't know. I'm in the dark as much as all of us on Span.
Overseas fast bowlers, that same fast bowler one set that will have Archer will also have Josh Hazelwood, who was part of their team.
Of the RCB.
I mean, if they're putting their eggs in that basket of Archer, Hazelwood, that's one way, I guess, where they've suddenly reprioritized and said we're going to get Archer, Hazelwood. But I can't help but think that at least Chahal, and the auction played out in a way, Sri, that was really good for RCB. A lot of the big money went away from Punjab, Lucknow, Delhi, and they had a chance here to secure Yuzvendra Chahal.
And they had a chance to secure both Stark and Chahal, for that matter, and they've let both go.
Yeah, they were.
Or is it that they want to use the RTM for their older players?
I mean, they could want to use RTMs, but then perhaps anyway we'll play out. Let's speculate more when it happens. I can tell you that RCB were very much interested for Liam Livingstone. Yeah. They were bidding for him. As of now, Chennai Super Kings are carrying the bid at 775. I believe Delhi are in it too.
Yes. RCB and Sunrisers to get us started on Livingston. Then Delhi entered. Now you have CSK. Interestingly, CSK before this in this auction have only entered at the start. I've only seen them raise the paddle till about 4 or 5 crore for any of the players that have come up so far. Yeah. But this is a player for whom they've entered at around the 7 crore mark.
I've seen in my notes, I've got CSK interested in Arshdeep earlier on, as well as Chahal in the early parts.
But yeah, only early. In the very early parts.
Yeah, I think we'll get an idea of the players that they are targeting once perhaps some of the old CSK boys come up. So we'll wait to see then. RCB have the Livingston bid at 825, and Punjab still have the option of an RTM here, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, so that's the other thing over here that we read. What's Punjab's balance bid now? Yeah,
47.75.
It's still healthy because that's a good team that's coming together now with Shreyas and Chahal and Arshdeep. Tom, Liam Livingstone at about 875. As I recall, his numbers for the last cycle were 11.5, and we're still looking. 875 seems to be the bid that will go to Punjab.
So he's the last bids with Punjab?
Well, the last bid was RCB at 875. So RCB have, and Punjab have said no. So the first player that RCB have bought in the auction with their big balance purse is Liam Livingstone at 8.75 crore. Go on, Tom Moody. Tell us what that smirk on your smile sounds like when words are added to it.
Well, I'm just happy they're off the mark. Yeah. Look, Livingston's he's a dynamic player. He's a match winner, but he's not going to be able to bowl any death overs or any power play overs. He may offer, a few overs in the middle of the innings, but certainly as a finisher, as a power hitter, someone that can bat in the back 10 and really damage you, particularly at that venue at Chinnaswamy, the way he hits the ball. They've got a great finisher. But to me, that's not really, should be the highest thing on the shopping list. A few of those things have passed already with regards to, building a formidable bowling attack. So I'm intrigued to see how they go about navigating that as this auction unfolds.
I mean, Will Jacks and Glenn Maxwell could have been RTM options to them when they did come up. But they've gone for Liam Livingstone here at 875.
Yeah,
RCB.
they were not happy with Maxwell, and they've got an English version of him.
Right.
Who's going to be hit and miss, according to me.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course there is Mo Bobat there who would have worked
Andy
with,
Flower.
and Andy Flower would have worked with Liam Livingstone in the past. Yeah.
And he's got some form. Livingston, he had a sensational series against West Indies. Even led England in the ODIs,
Yes.
had a century in their only win. So
Okay, so yeah, they're off the mark, but they don't have too many bowlers right now other than poor old Yash Dayal. I don't think Liam Livingstone will have any problem going to the Chinnaswamy. I think see him totally enjoying himself over there. And quickly after Livingstone, out walks KL Rahul. So we're getting the big boys coming out last. Pant in the first set, KL in the second, and RCB, with as expected, are in the bid straight away. KKR are also in the bid. We're still speculating on who their new captain will be, so they're interested in KL Rahul at the moment. Right, Nagraj, yeah, Livingston to RCB, and they are currently still in business with KL Rahul. Can't hear you, Nagraj. Put
Towards
your
it
little
now,
mic down.
hitting
Yeah, there you go. Now I can. Sorry. Yeah.
reverse down.
Now carry on. Perhaps my audio.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Carry on.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. No, I'm just saying that probably Andy and Mo Babat are trying to put batting, power hitting exercise. You can see if they retain one between Maxwell or both Maxwell and Jacks, and then you have Livingston. That's going to be some batting order. As I had heard, Punjab didn't want to go beyond a certain number for Livingston. They did show the interest, but it's clear that he was not part of their strategy now. Now Livingston is, in terms of numbers, he is among in the second half of an innings. I was just checking for last 3 IPLs. His strike rate of 191 is just 2 points behind Surya at 193. And the number 3rd on the list is Klaasen. So you can get these 3 names I mentioned are because you can see the value that he provides. So yeah, he's a really good buy. I think RCB will be definitely happy. And Chinnaswamy is a small ground.
I think we can level. Yeah, we can level with it with Sriram's point. If they were looking for a Maxwell replacement, they've now got him. And they've got him cheaper than what Maxwell was on at 11 for the last few years. KL Rahul's at 9.5 Sri in counting, which is also, I guess, nice to see. We will see him go for some money. Can we expect some insane money now with what's already taken place at the auction?
It'll be interesting. I wanted to see if DC come into the picture here.
KKR.
Who are the other franchises? Let's think. KKR. I think CSK might just play.
KKR.
Just throw in a little gap there. They like sort of experienced players. KL. If he's going to play on Turners, you never know over there. Let's see if they come in.
And all of a sudden, CSK are not too low down the order as far as remaining purses go. Going into the KL Rahul bid, you have RCB at 74.25. You have Delhi at 61.25. And next is CSK at 55.
Right.
KKR, who have been part of the bid till the 10 crore mark, they have 51 left.
Because they need a captain, remember that.
KKR, right?
I'm saying that KKR need a captain still, and we also, who else is there? DC.
I mean, we are running out of the obvious Indian options unless they get a Nitish Rana back, who has captained them in the past. So
But DC don't have a captain, right?
Delhi Capitals right now, yeah, we still are waiting, which is why perhaps you could.
And KKR don't have an.
Yeah, but you have to. Nagar, we have spoken that Aksar is someone who can be a potential.
Yeah, that's a backup, but you still look at whether KL fits there. Yeah.
Okay, DC have come in. There you go. Just as Nagraj was saying it, DC have come in at 11. So it's between DC and Knight Riders and KKR and RCB once again. Just want to keep that big lead. They spend too much on Livingston. Right, DC and KKR make sense though, Sriram. Both those teams looking for
they're looking for captains. I think DC are more desperate than KKR.
Yeah. What about? But I think if you look at DC right now, what's their top order looking like?
They have Purell.
They've got Jake Fraser-McGurk to come they can RTM.
They've got Purell and Stubbs. Those are the only batters in the squad. Because other than that, you have Aksar, Kuldeep and Stark now.
I mean, KKR and DC are
KLR to KKR.
Yeah, Nagraj.
Say that again.
Sorry.
KLR to KKR after left-handed super giants. These are all gems from Nagraj coming through. It's all to try and keep Tom Moody awake, as I know it's getting to the wee hours of the evening at Perth. KL, what's a fair assessment of his value, if I can put that question at this stage of the auction, even Tom, where some obscene money's already been spent?
Well, I think he offers a lot of value because what he will do, he'll bat at the top of the order. He'll give you consistency. You can just about bank 500 plus runs every season, He can keep wicket for you, and he also can captain, and he's got the ambition to captain. And I don't think he's a bad captain at all. So, if the hat fits, you pay the price. And at the moment, there's a couple of teams that, need that dynamic, and RCB are still in that category. You've got Delhi Capitals are in that category and KKR. So, it wouldn't surprise me to see RCB come back in after having an early dabble and going for their man.
CSK have entered the bidding a bit late, but 13.25 they are bidding currently with DC. So KL Rahul's price is nicely up to 14 crore now as things stand. Of course, we all know the circumstances after which KL Rahul and Lucknow parted ways. He was at 17 crore after he was picked up by the new franchise in what was a bit of a draft system that they were allowed to pick players who weren't retained by the franchises. So at 17 for Lucknow, now 14. Delhi have the bid at 14. CSK seem to be whipping no more than that. And now another great moment of drama as Mr. Goenka has asked whether he wants to retain KL Rahul at 14 crore and use the RTM. Says no, on expected lines. KL Rahul goes to the Delhi Capitals at 14 crore, not to RCB, which is something that we were speculating, which is something that the player himself has said he would love to. He is going to the Delhi Capitals, and it seems like a signing that the entire Delhi team seems pretty happy about. He is potentially a captaincy option there at the Kotla as well. Let's get reactions. Sriram?
Yeah, I think Delhi have snatched this. Like, I'm surprised RCB haven't pulled their weight here, given that they've got so much money. And the player being so open, wanting to go there. So, yeah, it's a good steal for Delhi as a captain.
They did miss out on Shreyas. We know how aggressively they bid for him. So you're sensing he is the front runner to be captain?
Yeah, over Akshar Patel, definitely.
Over Akshar Patel. Right, let's get reactions. Tom Moody, KL Rahul to Delhi Capitals.
Yeah, I think it's a great buy for Delhi Capitals. They've got a proven IPL performer. Again, someone to captain if Akshar Patel is not, on the captaincy radar. And again, they've bought at a discount, I think. You would have thought that KL Rahul would have gone for a minimum of 18 crore. They've got two players now in Mitchell Stark at what we think is also below par price value. I think he went for about 11.75. They've got off to a good start. They're starting to build a strong side.
Nagraj, was Delhi one of the destinations that you did rightly pick as KL Rahul's final franchise?
No, I had not heard that, but clearly if they lost both Shreyas and Pant, it was a no-brainer that they needed to go for a senior Indian player. Akshar on paper was a backup choice, I would imagine, and was told actually, but KLR fits there, and because experience, scores runs, it's a new coaching staff. Ingman Badani probably already kind of has certain kind of rapport with KL, you would think. So yeah, I think as Tom said, it's a steal in that 11 crore for a top India name. 11 crore is really good. I thought that he would go to KKR. It's surprising that they didn't kind of want to go for a slightly stronger bid.
And to have got it at virtually half the price that the other two have gone for.
Yeah, I think what's interesting here is RCB knew they had to fill in Dinesh Karthik's role, among others. And we thought the two best Indian keeper bats with that experience were Pant and KL. And you've lost Pant to an insane amount of bidding by LSG, even though you didn't really go the distance with that bid either. And once he's gone, you thought KL's there for the taking, especially with the excessive purse. But KL's clearly not part of their plans. Or was only for a very low amount. Can you make sense of that?
Yeah, I can't really, unless they're looking for somebody like Ishan Kishan who's coming in later on. That's probably one of the plans that RCB have got.
I mean, isn't it wise to always take what's first? You have pole position at this point in the auction. Take that, and Ishan's going to come in a little later. I think he's a fair while away. Ishan, isn't he? He's wicket-keeper set one.
Yeah,
that's 3 sets from now.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, I mean, clearly KL was not as high on the priority list.
Yeah, that's surprising, given the way it all played out before the auction. I just felt a bit surprised that RCB didn't go all the way.
They are a talking point at this point.
What if RCB goes for someone like Phil Salt, a keeper batter, they look at someone like that, and we already have spoken about Raunak, if you remember, that they might could end up being the captain. So they might not need somebody like KL as an India player, India captain. They already have Kohli who can do the job. Or if they buy Faf at a base price, let's say he might be an option too. But if Kohli is the captain and they buy back an overseas opener who's who kind of sets
Yeah,
the
I mean,
fireworks.
I'll get Tom in on this because I think one of the questions is again the balance of your overseas, and you've got Livingston now. I think Jax is a very tempting RTM. Will Jax, when at the time that he comes in, what they'll do with Faf du Plessis, we'll find out. But would it have still made sense to be a bit busier with the Indian experienced batters, especially that role that you have to fill of Dinesh Karthik, Tom, or have they kind of just targeted Ishan Kishan as the ideal replacement there? Not quite sure if that's like for like.
Well, that has to be their safety net, is Ishan Kishan. They obviously thought long and hard around the various keeping options, particularly in this first two rounds, and Pant and KL Rahul were the two standout, options that we naturally thought would go towards RCB. But the backup safety net is Ishan Kishan, left-hander at the top of the order. They've got a lot of right-handers already, RCB, so he provides that left-handedness. Obviously can keep. There's a lot of upside with regards to, he's still young. He's got a big future in front of him. And, at that venue, the way that Ishan Kishan plays, he's going to be playing at a higher strike rate than KL Rahul naturally. And he may well just nicely dovetail with Virat Kohli at the top of the order. So that may well be their strategy, thinking, well, if those two options, the first two options, just get beyond what we think is value, we will then always fall towards the Ishan Kishan route.
Right. I think there's going to be a lot that's going to be analysed with the way RCB go about their auction. For now, let's do a quick wrap-up of the first two marquee sets. The auction's taking a break. Let's just remind you of the big stories. Pant, the highest player, going at 27 crore. This is marquee set number 2 first. KL Rahul goes to Delhi at 14 crore. Strong contender to lead there. Mohammad Shami to Hyderabad. And it was GT who decided not to RTM him when the bid was 10 crore. But they did end up getting Siraj to replace Shami at the Gujarat Titans at 12.25. Yuzvendra Chahal goes to Punjab. Really big payday for him at 18 crore. David Miller to Lucknow to play alongside Nicholas Pooran, Rishabh Pant, and Liam Livingston is RCB's first signing of the auction at 8.75. If we remind you of what happened in auction set number 1, insane stuff, really enjoyable from a studio point of view to just give us talking points. Pant at 27 crore it was a power play move by Mr. Goenka at 20 to 27 to just blow Delhi out of it with the new RTM rule. The new RTM rule was seen first up when Arshdeep was secured by his old franchise for 18 crore. Rabada and Butler, as Gujarat makes some very smart buys in the opening marquee set, both picked up by the Titans. Shreyas Iyer to Punjab. Ricky Ponting will reunite with the man that he worked with at Delhi. Big money there, 26.75, a record to be broken by Pant a little while later. And Mitchell Stark with a small pay cut at 11.75, also going to Delhi. So you'll have Stark and KL Rahul in that team alongside Akshar Patel, Kuldeep Yadav. That turns out to be quite a nice little core that they're building as well, Delhi Capitals. Quick recap from just your biggest takeaways of the first two sets. Sriram?
Quite a few surprises, but again, a few smart picks as well. Like, for example, Punjab, they've got a good Indian core. That's a big takeaway for them coming out of the marquee set. And similarly, I think...
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Punjab, you're right. Looking at those players there, Shashank, Prabhsimran are solid with a lot of prospect promise, and Arshdeep, Shreyas and Chahal with them. Yeah.
And GT have got the experience to back up the youngsters that they've got already, and with Rashid Khan's magic.
Yep. Tom Moody, your biggest takeaways, and let's start, maybe you'll start with Gujarat. I think you were the first to say they are making some very smart buys here.
Yeah, I think they've got off to a great start. I think if any out of it, most of the teams, I think they've probably got their nose in front with regards to their picks and who they've got. They've clearly gone for experience, but they've got a formidable new ball attack now with Rabada and Siraj. They've obviously got the genius of Rashid Khan in the middle there, and they've got Butler, who's Mr. Reliable and Mr. Steady. So yeah, there's they're nearly halfway there, aren't they? They not need to turn up on day 2. Gujarat the way they're going.
Nagraj, big takeaways for you.
By Punjab sticking to a strategy and by making some smart buys and not kind of goofing up, there was a danger that they might end up overspending on people. It was clear that even if they have overspent on Shreyas, they've gone with their original decision to have a player that the coach and the coaching staff can work with, and they believe in that. So yeah, and that was for me a big takeaway.
Just if I could add something.
Yes, Tom, please.
Yeah, just on that Punjab selection, if you look at if we could get their squad up to date up on the screen, if you look at that team, the one concern for me is where is the real quality and impact in their batting? That's the concern for me. Suresh Iyer is a fine player, but in T20 cricket, his strike rate's around about that 130 mark. And obviously the 2 retained uncapped players are yet to really prove themselves as consistent, bankers when it comes to IPL cricket. So to me, they've still got a lot of work to do to build a batting lineup. Yes, they've ticked the bowling with Arshdeep and Chahal, but they've still got some work to do.
All right. Well, we're going to take a bit of a break now. Any final thoughts as we do the math? Yes, just remind us of balanced purses. Who's going in with an advantage? RCB certainly are.
Yeah, RCB definitely. They have 74.25 crore left. You look at the lowest now, you've got GT, who have got a fair amount of players there on 30.25. You've got Lucknow on 34.5, Sunrisers on 35, quite a few teams in the 40s, Rajasthan 41. They haven't moved in this auction, at least not bought anyone. Yeah. DC 47.25, Punjab 47.75, Chennai 55, and RCB well clear of everyone at 74.25. I'll just point out that RCB's highest bid made so far is 11.5 crores on Mitchell Stark. I'm just wondering whether a team which has been so heavily criticized for heavyweight buys and big price buys is now looking to moneyball its way.
Oh my!
The auction.
Yeah, even your folder didn't believe that. Halfway through that point, but I think RCB is going to be a big talking point here going forward. Now, do just get yourself acquainted with the new squad. There's a brilliant live blog on ESPNcricinfo. There is also updated squads real time, so make sure you check all that. We're just going to take a very short breather here on auction day coverage 2025, powered by Maruti Suzuki Arena here on ESPNcricinfo, and with Sriram, Tom, Moody, Yash, Nagraj, we will be back when the auction picks up. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Plenty more to discuss. We'll see you in a bit.
Presenting the dazzling new desire, the best and beyond.
Good evening, welcome back. This is Auction Day Live, powered by Maruti Suzuki Arena right here on ESPNcricinfo, where we are just coming to terms with some extraordinary bidding in the opening two sets, the marquee sets of the IPL auction 2025, the much-awaited big auction, where we finally have some results, and we're going to recap those as well as build up now to the next phase of the auction, where we expect 3 sets back-to-back batters, all-rounders, wicket-keepers, and there are plenty of high-profile players here as well. And this break has given a number of the franchises perhaps an inkling of what some of their opposition numbers are doing with their balanced purses, which has taken a real beating. Lots and lots and lots of money spent, and we will recap it. This is the big story of the day so far. In a most dramatic fashion, Rishabh Pant stormed his way into becoming the IPL's most expensive player ever at an auction. 27 crore after the final bid was 20.75 by Delhi, who RTM'd him from Lucknow, and then Lucknow with the new RTM rule just bulldozed everyone out of the equation. Shreyas Iyer held that record for a while, 26.75, as Punjab and Delhi bid fearlessly for them as well, for him as well, and Arshdeep Singh started things off. 18 crore RTM'd by Punjab, who've been busy. They've also picked up Yuzvendra Chahal at the same price, so some pretty strong, solid Indian bowling options to go with Shreyas Iyer, who will presumably be captain. Gujarat Titans have quietly done some very sharp business with some experienced pros in Jos Buttler and Kagiso Rabada, and we also know that KL Rahul will go to Delhi Capitals. So we've got Tom Moody still with us, joining us from Perth. We've got Sridhar and Sriram in studio, as well as Aditya Iyer, my fellow Chatterati. And you missed something, Adi, in the first session. In addition to all that, we saw Nagraj's reaction when Delhi decided to RTM, and he was just like, this is what he's...
I immediately messaged him. I know that.
Okay, you've just joined us and you've closely followed the auction while we were alive in the first two sets. Give me your biggest sort of takeaways in terms of franchise tactics so far, having sat at the auction table in the past.
I think probably the team which has done very bold business, I would say, whether sharp or not, it's very bold business is Punjab, considering they've... I remember we were discussing also how by the end of the first lot, Punjab could be down by about 40 crores, which is what has happened. I think 18 plus whatever number, 26. Yeah. So plus Delhi...
remaining purse now 47.75, so they've spent a bulk of that 110.5 in the first couple of marquee sets.
Which is sharp again. Delhi, they must have planned for Pant, but getting Rahul at 14 was a steal. Stark is very, very good business.
Pant is a very unique one. To want to RTM him at 20 and not retain him, and I guess it comes down to whatever discussions were had with him. As it turns out, Sriram, you're an interesting point of a big swap that's happened as captaincy.
They've just swapped captains Lucknow and Delhi. So Rao's come here and Pant's gone there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Between the two, though, who do you sense would both franchises be happy with the results of what's happened? Because Delhi did seem like they were ready to spend 21 almost for Pant to come back.
But I think Delhi would have desperately liked Shreyas Iyer more, because Rahul is still unknown commodity as far as the owners go. Shreyas Iyer has been there before, so they know what to expect of Shreyas Iyer, but it's a bit of a compromise, but it's a good compromise. And LSG, I thought, is a steal. And when we talk of Rishabh Pant being the highest paid player, I think Shreyas still deserves it, because he was the one who went up to that with 2 times without the RTM rule. And then Mr. Goenka had to put his foot down and say, I'll go beyond that. But actually, Pant's price was only 20.75 if we were to take that.
That's a very good point. You know, these are the dynamics that now come in with the new RTM rule. As it turns out, though, going into the next set of buys, or the next set of the auctions, RCB have a healthy lead in terms of balance purse remaining, 74.25. They were interested in Arshdeep Singh, in Kagiso Rabada, in Mitchell Stark, and got none of them eventually. They also were interested in the likes of David Miller and Mohammad Siraj, their former player. KL Rahul, they started the bidding there. They didn't get any of those 6 players that I mentioned. They did get Liam Livingston. So they have not yet picked up any bowlers, and they have also not filled in what we thought was a like-for-like for Dinesh Karthik in one of Pant or KL Rahul. There was a case for them to do so. Tom Moody is with us as well, and I'm delighted to welcome Matt Roller, who will also give us his juicy take on what his buddy Freddie Wild is doing at the RCB table. Before I go to Matt, let me just get Tom's quick thoughts as the auction is about to resume. and we look ahead to batters in the next set. We're going to get the likes of Conway, Jake Fraser-McGurk, a player we're all going to watch out for very closely, Tom. But yeah, your quick summary and looking ahead to the next set. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I've been firstly surprised at some of the numbers that, some of the players have got. Yes, Punjab did come into it with, a considerable purse, but I think they have, I think they've probably overspent. When you look at the three Indian players they've got, yes, they're certainly going to add a nice spine to their team, but at a huge cost. I think Gujarat have done some smart business, some smart buying. But it's yet to be seen exactly what RCB's strategy is. Yes, they've got a healthy purse, but have they got the quality remaining in the auction to be able to really make something of a good side? And we know there's plenty of decent cricketers still left in this auction, but it seems it's like they've got a little bit gun shy. They've gone along the ride with a few of their preferred choices in the first two rounds, but they haven't been prepared to go all the way. And it was a little bit similar to what it was for them, I think, 3 years ago, if we remember.
Okay, now Matt joining us from the UK. Good time as well, Matt, because Harry Brook has kicked off auction proceedings after the break. As of now, we have Chennai Super Kings and Punjab Kings both interested in Brook. Will be making a comeback, of course, in the IPL. After what was a headline-grabbing opening season, a more humbling bid than at Delhi. But yeah, you can carry on Brook. What do we expect from Harry Brook at this auction? And yes, please feel free to weigh in on your big takeaways from the first two sets.
Well, yeah, it'll be interesting to see just how much Brook ends up going for. He obviously, Delhi have the right to match for him if they want to. He pulled out of last season on compassionate leave. From what I hear, from what I gather, they were pretty understanding of that, and I wouldn't completely rule out the idea that they use the RTM if the price is right. But yeah, as you say, obviously his first taste of the IPL back in 23, he was a huge signing. I think 13.25 crore at Sunrisers, and it didn't go particularly well for him. He had that great 100 at Eden Gardens, and then I think only reached 20 in one other innings beyond that. But yeah, obviously some interest here with the bid going up.
Tell me about RCB, Matt, as we watch the Brook bid at about 4.5 now, and I'll come back to that. But you can, without naming anyone you're in contact with on that RCB table, perhaps give us an inkling on what they're doing here without having done much acquiring, except for Liam Livingston, of course, who they picked up at a little over 8 crore.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens in terms of the wicket-keeping situation in particular, won't it? I would imagine that Ishan Kishan must be someone on the short list looking at sort of what the gaps are in their squad. You think they've not got any left-handed batters at the moment. They've got this sort of outline of a batting lineup with Virat at the top, Patidar in the middle, and Livingston most likely probably a carded at number 5 or 6, you'd think. So you'd think you need a left-hander in there somewhere. They need a wicket-keeper to fill the gap. So Kishan looks like an obvious target. I suppose you could say someone like Quinton de Kock might be in a similar type of role. Maybe Phil Salt as a right-handed option. But yeah, I think it's probably not quite panned out as people expected from RCB so far. I certainly was expecting them to have a bit more of a dart at Rishabh Pant than they ended up doing.
Okay, join the club, as I'm sure a lot of the RCB fans would be saying as well. Now, let's try and analyse what's happening with Brook here. At 5.5, Punjab and Chennai. Tom, you did say that in spite of the big money business they've done with Shreyas, they are missing firepower, and Punjab continue to be interested in Harry Brook. Is he possibly going to add to that point? And what is Chennai's interest here in Harry Brook? Why do you see them quite keenly bidding on him?
Well, I think first and foremost, I think he is, a sensational young emerging player. More than emerging, he has emerged. So I wouldn't look too much into, his first season at Sunrisers. He was batting out of position. Brook to me is your perfect sort of number 4. And that to me is a perfect fit for Punjab. You've got a young, potentially a generational type player that you could lock in not only for this 3-year window, but for a long term. So under the guidance of Ricky Ponting, I think Brook would welcome the opportunity to really flourish, under his guidance.
Okay, let's bring it back to the studio. It's one thing about Harry Brook's growing stock on the international level. Fine player that he is. We also always bring up hasn't yet fired in the IPL. We saw that one innings Matt speaks of, but he did struggle in his limited time for Sunrisers.
I think his game against spin has improved largely in the last couple of years. So, like Matt pointed out, apart from that 100 in 23, nothing else.
And that 100, of course, was when he was promoted to open.
Yeah.
And we spoke about the 4 Sunrisers that was under Brian Lara. I think that
and
that
I don't
did a
think
disservice.
and I don't think wherever he goes, he's going to get a chance to open also. So that's another.
To me, Punjab going for Harry Brook means that somebody in the top 6 have to bowl. They had Liam Livingstone bowling a bit. And Prabh Simran doesn't bowl, Shreyas Iyer doesn't bowl, Shashank Singh doesn't bowl. If they go for Jitesh Sharma, he won't bowl. So I'm surprised that they definitely need someone who can bowl in the top 6, and Harry Brook doesn't offer that.
Yeah, that is interesting. As it turns out,
he's gone back to Delhi.
As it turns out, Harry Brook has actually gone back to the Delhi Capitals at 625, and I don't think that's an RTM.
No, I'm not sure.
It's an outright buy. So at 6.25, I think Harry Brook was at 4 crore in the last cycle. Did pull out last year as he was mourning a family bereavement. But at 6.25, Brook is back at Delhi Capitals. There's already KL Rahul, as we know over there. There's Akshar Patel, Abhishek Porel. That's the batting that's shaping. Kristen Stubbs. So Stubbs and Brook. Let's get a reaction on that. Brook to Delhi, Tom Moody.
I think that's a very good price and a very good get by Delhi Capitals. Clearly the relationship is still strong there. They totally understood his position last year. As we know, he didn't play last year, and I think he'll fit in nicely. You've got a nice combination of left, right hand batters in that top order now. So Delhi Capitals are starting to build quite a formidable squad.
All right, Matt, give me your reaction. Harry Brook to Delhi Capitals.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's an interesting move, isn't it? It's obviously the team that he was signed for last year and didn't end up happening. But I think from what I understand, Brook is absolutely desperate to prove himself in India. He missed that whole Test tour as well. He's not really had the opportunity other than that season with Sunrisers to play there. He's not played against India much in international cricket as well. So I think particularly the other thing that will be going on in the background for him is it'll be, a first opportunity in some cases or near enough to face some of India's bowlers ahead of that 5 Test series over here in June, July next summer. I think there'll be a couple of things. It'll be interesting. We've obviously seen it in the past at Delhi with players not bowling to one another or facing one another in the nets due to international commitments. I wonder if we'll see a similar sort of situation emerge there.
Okay, there you have it. Delhi and Harry Brook. Now we also have our first unsold player. Let's bring it back to the studio now. Sriram, Devdutt Padikkal, currently almost part of a historic lineup that would have won a test match at Perth if things go according to plan for India tomorrow, but unsold at the auction at a base price of 2 crore.
Yeah, I think he's a proper opening batsman in T20s, and nobody's used him apart from RCB in that opening slot. So a bit unfair to him. I mean, he struggled last year with LSG. I was a part of it, and he was shunted up and down the order. He couldn't make an impact. RR used him at 4. He didn't make an impact. But I still believe he's a good opening batsman in T20 cricket. And he may come back later on and somebody might pick him up.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he's also perhaps a little guilty of a slightly higher base price even to start with. He might get picked up tomorrow.
No, I think he probably has to blame Ishan Kishan for this. So I think teams are holding back for Ishan Kishan. So that's the reason. So.
All right, we'll find out. As of now, even Venki Iyer is someone who's coming in a bit later, who's had returns in the IPL of late, which is not something, unfortunately, Padikkal can boast of. Aiden Markram has come and gone in that, and he's actually gone at base price. 2 crore to LSG. Right, that's an interesting one. So they've got a right-hander for the sake of variety. Let's get a reaction there. Markram, no interest from his former franchise, the Sunrisers, which he has led. But Tom, Markram to LSG.
Oh, I think he's a good cricketer, Markram. He's had a bit of a lean period of recent times with South Africa. He was, in a way, sidelined at Sunrisers last season purely because of the tidal wave of Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma at the top of the order and the shift of game style that they had, and he was sort of left without a role. But to me, he's a very useful cricketer because he, clearly can bowl as well off spin, which will be an added asset to LSG. And the fact that he does that with the new ball for South Africa as well gives them, plenty of versatility. Again, a reliable cricketer, all-round skills, leadership skills as well, and a good person around the dressing room.
All right. So Markram at 2 crore, he was at 2.6, so it wasn't a big amount that he was at when he was at Sunrisers. And on that note, Devon Conway is popped up in the auction, and no surprise that the table in yellow has been active. And it's Punjab and Chennai currently fighting it out for Devon Conway. Right, Markram 2 crore and Conway being bid at by those two teams. Matt?
I thought Markram, just what Tom said there about leadership, spot on. I thought was T20 World Cup. I thought he was so impressive as South Africa's captain. Even in the final, I thought he was so proactive in the field. Made some really good bowling changes, and I think even if he's not necessarily, we obviously don't know exactly what balance they're going to go with their overseas, but even if he doesn't start, by all accounts, he's exactly the sort of guy who would take that really well and be good around a squad. And you need to consider that sort of character side of things, I suppose, as well with overseas players.
All right, I'm just going to have a quick look at CSK's purse remaining, which at 55 is where it stands now. Markram should Devon Conway. We know how much they love familiarity, and that's the core group they retained. Of course, Gaikwad and Conway fought such a good opening pair for CSK over the years. He missed last season due to injury. There might have been some concern around his own form, which couldn't be a better time to show that you're good and informed in the recent test series.
They've got the
India.
RTM as well if they want to.
They do have the RTM. So this is interesting that they're choosing to bid actively.
No, maybe they're reserving it for a Chahar or a Tikshana. So.
Chahar, Tikshana. So how many RTMs would they have had? So you have Gaikwad, Dubey, Jadeja, Patirana all capped. MS, of course, is uncapped. Yeah. So I think you've only got one.
One.
So they're trying to buy Conway off and then perhaps look at the RTM.
For
Tikshana, Tushar Deshpande, perhaps.
He's uncapped.
No, he's capped.
Oh,
he played in Zimbabwe, so there is that. Right. At 5.25 and counting, Tom, Conway was only 1 crore when they picked him up. So it's a pretty big payday for him. But you almost seem like CSK will just go for this, right? At whatever cost.
Yeah, looking at their history and the way they go about it, they like that familiarity, as you mentioned. And he's a proven performer for them at the top of the order. He and Gaikwad are a nice combination, left-right hand combination, two high-quality players. Makes a lot of sense. He gives them the versatility, from a keeping perspective as well. So, it wouldn't surprise me if CSK sort of pushed the boat out here.
And there is a sell. So CSK have picked up their first player of this auction, and that is a familiar face in the form of Devon Conway. 6.25 crore, and CSK seemed in little doubt that they were going to bid. They chose not to use the RTM route for this. It was them and Punjab predominantly. Nobody else went for Conway, but they've got him at 6.25. Tom?
Yeah, great buy. Again, as we've touched on, it's very much a blueprint that CSK have had, and it's very hard to question, their strategy over the last decade or so. They seem to get it right. And there is a lot to be said for that familiarity. You're coming back into a dressing room after a mega auction. You're looking around that dressing room. Yes, you have a handful of new players, but what's more important is you look around, you think there's familiar faces, there's proven performers in that yellow jersey. So, they'll be a happy camp with that signing.
Sriram just set to resume that fine opening pair with Gaikwad at the top.
Devon Conway to me is not the same player that he was when he played for CSK last time, because he had an injury, a hand injury. He's come back after layoff. His strike rates at the MLC haven't been great. So that was one of the reservations in the whole franchise circuit that was going around, that Conway is not in relevance with the T20 modern T20 game, but CSK don't mind all that. All they want is familiarity.
CSK fans, I'm sure, will be happy with it. There'll be no problem. I'm not looking at you because you're a CSK fan.
I expect them to go for one more overseas opener who probably...
Would they go for Rachin again?
Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
Is he that explosive opener? I'm not very sure, but there are plenty of names out there.
I think Sriram makes that point that CSK don't really get affected by the power hitter as such, especially if they know. I mean, they were interested in the KL Rahul.
Yeah.
They like certain types of players. In fact, they're currently leading the bid for the next player, which is Rahul Tripathi. So again, we're looking at a player who's, been around a while.
Yeah, which I would like to point out. So when 2022, when Rahul Tripathi went for big money at about 8 or 9 crores.
Yes, to Sunrisers, wasn't it?
Yeah, so CSK went until 8.25.
So they've always had their eyes on him.
They've always had their eyes on him. So they will expect them to So he fits that Raidu Rahane mold. So Tom referred to how Markham had to pay the price of Abhishek and Head going big. So Tripathi pretty much paid the same price because they had someone always working at 3, 1 and 2 was always taken. So that's why he couldn't get in last year.
Yeah, he also found himself out of the team, came back towards the end.
Yeah.
And CSK like these kind of players at number 3. He fits that bill for number 3. They've always had a Rahane there before this. So he sort of fits the bill for CSK if he comes in at 3.
KKR are also interested though.
Very predictable.
Yeah. Why is it predictable?
So these two teams fought it out before SRH came in 22. So these are the two teams which are fighting out for him. So because if you remember, Tripathi had a very, very good 20 and 21 with KKR.
All right, going very quickly now. At 3.4 crores. 3.4 crores, Tom, to CSK. The bid is confirmed. All yours.
Oh, it's confirmed, is it? Done.
Yes, 3.4 crores to CSK sold. Tripathi in yellow.
Okay, well, that's really interesting. That's a great buy from CSK. I thought he'd go for a little bit more than that. And I think he, for mine, is one of the most underrated Indian players. He is selfless the way he bats. He's unpredictable the way he bats. And he can within a heartbeat, sort of take the game away from you. And players like that are rare. And, yes, he has his... he has his habits he's a fidgety type character. But, to me, he's a match winner. I actually thought that maybe even Mumbai might have a look at him because he would have been quite a challenge batting, for half of his games at Wankhede Stadium. I would have thought he would have been a real threat.
All right. And, of course, at 34 this year, Tripathi, he's just that ripe young age for CSK for the next 3 years. So there's Rahul Tripathi for you. He's going to play in yellow. Big news coming through, along with Devdutt Padikkal previously in the set, David Warner has gone unsold. And perhaps in slightly poetic fashion, the next name coming up is Jake Fraser-McGurk. But Warner unsold. He might get picked up tomorrow in the accelerated rounds. But Tom, reaction, and I'll go to Matt as well, on Warner going unsold.
Yeah, look, I'm not surprised. I don't think we'll see him unsold by the end of the auction. I think, again, because a lot of teams have exhausted a lot of their resources early, they just want to sit back and look and see how they're building a squad. To me, it tells me that 10 teams don't see him in the starting 11. If that was the case, he would have gone in this first round, but they clearly have got their opening slot, either sorted here and now, or they can see it being sorted within the next round or two. And Warner would be part of that plan, but maybe not the priority part.
Yeah, Matt, I mean, when we do these all-time IPL teams, often Warner's in it, as is Chris Gale. Remember Gale towards the end, similar fashion, went missing and got picked up, belatedly came with a real point to prove when he played for Punjab towards the end of his IPL career. Who knows if that's the way Warner goes, but is it any surprise at all that one of the IPL's all-time greats is no longer a first choice for any of the 10 teams, like Tom says?
Well, you're spot on there. He's absolutely one of the IPL's all-time greats. I think he's averages 40 and strikes at 140 over 180 odd games in IPL, which is pretty stunning career record. I suppose the reality of it is that he's 38 now and retired from international cricket. And yeah, it is, as you say, fitting that Jake Fraser-McGurk's the next name out the hat. Warner's pretty much anointed Fraser-McGurk as his successor, both last year in the IPL with Delhi Capitals, but also with Australia at the top of their T20 batting order in particular. And yeah, as we see those numbers go up and up for Fraser-McGurk, it feels like one door shutting and another opening, doesn't it?
Yeah, you put it kindly when you say he's anointed Fraser-McGurk as his successor. I think Fraser-McGurk has usurped that throne simply by the way he's gone about his impact in the IPL. No surprises that Delhi Capitals are interested in him. And now we come back to power for Punjab. They are two in the bid now. They want Jake Fraser-McGurk in there. So it's between Punjab and Lucknow, I see right now. Delhi had come in initially. I think they might come back. But let's just have a look at balance purses for the two teams bidding for Fraser-McGurk now. Punjab at the moment are at 47.75. Lucknow are 32.5. So Punjab continue to hold the advantage. Fraser-McGurk for Punjab.
I'm getting a feeling LSG are just putting the price up so that the price of Ticock goes down.
The price of Dickok. So LSG you think will be keen on
Yeah,
Dickok
I think they're keeping money aside for Dickok. So as in, they want to bring Dickok's price down. So this could be a tactic.
Jesus, Dickok, Pant, Puran, all in the same team. Left
is right.
Knowing JL, I don't think he's going for Dickok.
Right.
Yeah, but again, this is a marriage, perfect marriage. Jake Fraser-McGurk and Ricky Ponting. Ricky Ponting definitely wants his men there, whom he trusts and who have his ear sort of.
Big news now. 5.5 with Punjab. Delhi Capitals activate the RTM. So 5.5. They took no hesitation. 5.5 crore Delhi Capitals have activated. Now Punjab will have the chance to make a final bid. I don't think anybody will be able to match Mr. Goenka for the rest of the day or tomorrow. No one's going to go from 5.5 to
28.
28. But yeah, Punjab have a chance now. And you would sense Delhi have a number that they were willing to go for JFM for quite a significant amount. What do you sense that number is? What's a good bid? Sriram, quickly, what's a good bid to put in now if you want Jake Fraser-McGurk? 9.
If they had retained him, they would have paid 11. So
11. Okay, Tom, what do you sense? If you want Fraser-McGurk and knowing what he could be worth?
I'd say 10.
10, all right. Matt?
Might even go a little higher than that, maybe 12, 13.
9 crore is what Neswadia has said to the rest of the room. I love it. Everyone's got a mic now. This is turning the auction into theatre. And Mr. Gandhi has absolutely no doubts that he is going to retain Jake Fraser-McGurk. So Delhi Capitals are going to continue with the services of Jake Fraser-McGurk at 9 crore. Punjab made a bid at 9. Delhi very quickly RTM. So the young Jake Fraser-McGurk, who had such an impact last season for the Delhi Capitals, will resume his affairs there. Let's get reactions. Stop Moody, JFM to Delhi.
Well, it was nearly inevitable, wasn't it? Because he had such an impact and he was very much part of the turning of their season last year. They had a disastrous start to the last season until he came into the side and suddenly blitzed it at the top of the order. They've seen a glimpse of what this young talent can do, and they're only dreaming what the next 5 to 10 years is going to look like for him.
He's potentially going to open the batting Sriram with KL Rahul.
KL Rahul, yeah, complement each other.
That would be awesome. I think KL would love it.
Yeah.
Give me your reaction, Fraser-McGurk. Good value at 9?
It was probably preempted. We knew that he was what he's done for Delhi in the last day. He plays for Dubai Capitals as well in the IL league, so there's no brainer.
Matt, 9 crore.
I'm surprised that Ponting didn't go higher, actually, given the association that the two of them have, given how much of a fan Ponting clearly is of Fraser-McGurk. But you look at those three Delhi batters, young overseas batters, Brook, Fraser-McGurk and Tristan Stubbs. That is a hugely exciting core of overseas players, all aged, 25 or under. And yeah, that could be a core of their side for the entire auction cycle.
That is a good point you make. You've got 3 specialist batters there.
Stubbs can double up. Stark is the only overseas bowler.
Have they already got their 4 set?
Overseas?
Yeah, I mean, just let's have a look at the Delhi team in a second. Harshal Patel's next in. I think his bid's going to go on for a while.
Yeah.
But as far as Delhi Capitals go, you're going to have in their overseas lot, Stark, Stubbs and Fraser-McGurk and Harry Brooks. So they've already got half their overseas contingent full. Ideally, we tend to say we'd like a 2-2 balance, don't we?
they'll still go for Nokia as one of the options.
I mean, Brook can always be a reserve player there, perhaps, if you're looking at an injury to Stubbs or something like that.
Or depending on where you're playing.
Okay, that's interesting, Thomas. We just named all the overseas players they have picked up here. Just give me your thoughts.
Yeah, it's interesting they've gone with, such strong batting. There's no question of the talent they've got, but, I'm a big believer that it's really, your bowling unit, a strong bowling unit is going to win you trophies. Your batting unit will win you a few matches and put on a great show. But, to me, Delhi, particularly given that, their home venue, it's high scoring venue, you need someone to be able to support Kuldeep and Stark and Patel for that matter, Axar Patel. So, they've got some work to do and it's going to have to be coming from the domestic side against the international side because they've run out of those slots in the playing 11.
Yeah, now with that acquisition, their remaining purse is 32 crores. So they're into the 30s. There are other teams there, Gujarat, Lucknow Super Giants as well. Sunrisers are at 35 after they spent 10 on Shami. And now the next player out is Harshal Patel, purple cap holder last season, high in demand usually, big auction payday on a number of occasions, and his bid has quickly gone to 6 from 2 now. Sunrisers and Gujarat Titans are in it. Titans have been praised by the panel so far for some pretty smart buying, and Sunrisers from pretty brave, bold strategy. Even though they came into the auction with just 45 crore left, they were willing to spend 15s and 20s for Pant, I think also for Yuzvendra Chahal. So here they are now competing with Titans for Harshal Patel.
So we were just having a chat before it all started. So Harshal Patel, there are some grounds which naturally suit him. Right. It either needs to be big or the pitches need to be slow. Hyderabad, Gujarat, LSG, Mohali was one which they, Mullanpur was one where they had him last year. So
is Hyderabad a slow pitch anymore?
It depends. So. It depends. So and this has been, so I was just looking at it. So 22 SRH went until 10.5 and they went after him in 23 also. So LSG went until 11.5 for him.
So SRH have secured the bid, and now I think again RTM will come into play. Punjab, what are you going to do with Harshal Patel? Your purple cap holder, are you going to activate the RTM is the question. 675, I think Sunrisers would be very happy at 675. And at the moment, if I got a glimpse of my old colleague Gaurav Sundaram, who I think got extremely excited when Punjab were presumed to say no, we're not RTMing, but they've said no, we're going to just take a minute. Okay. So they've asked the auctioneer for time. Ponting is in discussions with Neswade and Preeti Zinta, the owner. 675. Sriram, is this a straightforward RTM for Punjab?
Given the history from last year, I think no.
Why?
I heard some...
Oh, come on, Sriram, spill the beans. Without naming anybody.
I thought he came out with a bit of a bitter taste.
Okay.
But so that's probably the discussion going on in the table.
But they have activated, and I think that is also a bit of gamesmanship here, where they might push Sunrisers for another bid, and whether take that or no, right? That's very interesting. And Tom, give me your reaction, what just unfolded. On performance, there's every case for you to say 675. I'll take Harshal, who was at a significant amount last year, wasn't he? 11? 12?
11 plus.
11 plus? Yeah. Tom, are Sunrisers currently contemplating their bid?
Yeah, I'd be very keen to write to match if I was Ricky Ponting in that Punjab table, purely because it forces Sunrisers to, accelerate their bid to a point where they then make a decision on whether they go or not. So again, there's that strategy behind, the game that's right in front of us.
Now, 8 crore is the revised bid from Sunrisers, and that is where Punjab pull out. So it might just have been to nick another 125 of the Hyderabad balance purse. But Harshal Patel goes to Hyderabad, and that is the second Indian seamer they've picked up after Mohammad Shami today. So 8 crore, Harshal Patel, Sunrisers, Hyderabad. Tom Moody, reaction?
I think it's a good buy. Again, looking at the ground in Hyderabad, someone that can bowl that off-pace delivery into the surface with those big square boundaries. He's a highly skilled bowler. Again, he's a wicket taker at that sort of the back end. Takes a bit of pressure off Pat Cummins and his role having to bowl those death overs, which, he's bowled them pretty well, but he's not sort of renowned as an absolute expert as a death bowler. So I think they're starting to build, a very strong squad.
Matt?
Yeah, that seam attack is already taking shape, isn't it? With Shami will probably take the new ball, Cummins can bowl top and tail, and Harshaw at the death as well. And then obviously Nitish Kumar already can bowl a few overs as well, if needs be. So, I think Sunrisers will be pretty pleased with their business so far.
18 crore for Shami and Harshal, for a team that came in with one of the lesser purses, they wouldn't mind that.
Personally, I would have still waited for Natarajan because he did so well for them. Yeah, and probably it was a cat and mouse game. They raised it to 8 hoping that they will RTM, and then they got him. So they're now stuck with Harshal, if I might say so. But personally, I would have liked them to go for Natarajan because he's done so well for them over the years, and I think he gives you a left arm option as well.
I wonder if anyone wants to react to that, Tom. The risk of waiting for a couple of players that you'd really want. Bhuvneshwar Kumar, Natarajan, who've been familiar territory. Natarajan, he's currently got an injury
he's
now.
He's injured currently.
But he certainly would be high
It's
value.
a ball injury. It's not like he's...
Yeah, absolutely. And he had a good season for them. But tell me how that would play out when you know there's Natarajan coming. And he's coming soon. He's in fast bowler set 1, which will just follow 2 sets from now. It's a risk, isn't it, with Natarajan?
It is a risk. I wasn't aware that he has been carrying an injury, but he has been a terrific servant to that franchise, and there's familiarity there. He's from South India, where the owners are from, so they very much know his background, his story. They've been part of that journey, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if they look to bid on him when he comes there, because again, having that depth of quality in your bowling ranks, particularly from an Indian perspective, is an important thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're having Harshal Patel in the all-rounders category here, which is popped up here in the next set following the batters. But there's a fast bowler set coming up which has Khalil Ahmed, Trent Bolt, Hazelwood, Avesh Khan, Prasidh Krishna, Nagraj and Anrik Noke and Jofra Archer as a late addition. So that could be a wild set coming up. And I think in the all-rounders section, with due respect to Harshal Patel, I think he's squeezed himself in here. And the next player that's come out in this set is Rachin Ravindra. Also interesting that he's in the all-rounders section. But he's gone to, as of now, the RTM has been activated for Rachin at 3.2 crore.
Yeah, there's no surprises with Punjab because he was with Ricky in the Washington team in the MLC. Rachin Ravindra, he did well for him. And I know Ricky likes him a lot.
Okay, so CSK have used their one and only RTM for Rachin Ravindra at 4 crore. They were willing to buy back Devon Conway outright at 6 and a bit, I think it was.
625.
625. But they've used the RTM for Rachin Ravindra, which means they cannot now use the RTM for either Mahesh Tikshana
Or a
Deepak
Deepak
Chahar,
or
Tushar Deshpande, or any of the other players they had last year.
Mustafizur Rahman.
Mustafizur, right? Let's get reactions on that. Sriram, surprise?
No,
perhaps?
not a surprise. CSK wanted him. I think it will be either or Devon Conway or Rachin Ravindra. So and there's a very big New Zealand connect with CSK with Fleming there. So I'm not surprised. Maybe surprised they used the RTM, but they've had to use that RTM.
I think they would have got tempted by the price, which is 4 crores for Ravi. I'm guessing they would have budgeted about 7 to 8 or probably double, but definitely double or 4. So the price must have tempted them.
Okay, Ashwin is out, which is great news because this could be a fun one to break down. But I fancy it'll go on for a while and CSK continue to be busy. But let's get reactions on Rachin Ravindran from Tom and Matt as well. Tom?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest with you, that Chennai have gone for this, and we know that they like that familiarity, and he's been part of their story of recent times. But given they secured Conway, where does he fit into that side? Where does he fit into the balance of that side? I would have probably reserved that RTM for one of the Indians that they've got coming up because. They're going to be sort of, I thought, more highly sought after than Rachin Ravindra.
All right, let's try and just make sense of the application of the RTM, Matt, and let's try and break this down between us. Went for Conway, bid almost unilaterally for him, and took him at 6.25. Had you pulled out of that, you were the last team bidding there along with Punjab. There was a chance that you would have got him for the lower RTM, had maybe more money. In this case, Rachin Ravindran is someone you activate the RTM for after bidding with Punjab again. So let's try and break down what they've tried to do here.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and I think especially having played the Conway bid the way they did, I'm relatively surprised that they've done what they just have on Ravindra. Maybe it was a sort of a question of pulling out and assuming that Punjab would not go particularly high in terms of their bid. I suppose 4 crore is not a lot, and if you look at the combined spend on Conway and Ravindra is just over 10. That's that probably covers off one overseas spot in the 11 between them. I don't know which of them will necessarily start, but you'd imagine there probably won't be room for both. I am a little surprised. I thought they would probably potentially go for someone like Tikshana or Deepak Chahar. So yeah, it is a little bit of a surprise, but I suppose this is the thing with this particular RTM mechanism this year. Is that it is a new thing and people are learning on the job and sort of working out how to use it best and whether or not they can bluff other owners and other directors of cricket.
Okay, let's speak about a man who I believe has also been announced director in some parts of the CSK coaching setup or academy setup. R. Ashwin is being fiercely bid for by his former franchise, the Chennai Super Kings. Seems like an age since Ashwin played for CSK, but he's there, and RR, his franchise from last year, are also in the bid. It's quickly up to 7.25. Are they, Sriram?
Yeah, I think only these two will be the only one. LSG showed interest early on. They've pulled out. So I think it's going to be how badly does RR want him back, and or how much will CSK go to him?
He's gone to 8 right now. I'm just quickly looking at his returns for the last cycle. R. Ashwin was 5 crore
And,
for RR.
and 725 in 2018 when Punjab got him. And RR put the last bid in 2018.
So RR, of course, he's somewhere he's been at for the last few years. They've already lost Yuzvendra Chahal. Perhaps, and most of their retentions were batters.
Yeah.
And Chahal, Ashwin were a big part of their success. I think how they combined together played a big part.
Yeah, I also know about Washington Sundar being a big long-term target that they've looked at for CSK. They like him, local boy like Ashwin, younger as well. I wonder if 9 crore and Ashwin coming in early in this all-rounder set. Washington Sundar isn't due for a while now. But Tom, give me your thoughts on the bid to Ashwin, which has now crossed 9 crore.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. We know that Ashwin is at the twilight of his career. Yes, he's still a very fine bowler. There's no question of that. And he can contribute with the bat. We did question over the last few years how Rajasthan used him as a batter at times, as a pinch hitter when they had the artillery they had as an alternative option. But yeah, look, I think this is a pretty high risk one to be going too high. And I think it's got to that level where it is probably a little bit too high, particularly when you've got someone like a Washington Sundar who, again, doesn't have the experience yet, but there's a huge amount of upside to what he can offer, and also he can bat. Ashwin's not getting any quicker in the field, and that's an important aspect when you're looking at an all-round package when you're buying someone at a high price.
And just as that bid touched 975, which will be Ashwin, who's an IPL stalwart by his own right, been around from the very beginning, wasn't he? Or almost the very beginning?
Almost the very beginning.
Yeah. And is now going to go for his highest ever bid, and he's going back home. Ashwin goes to CSK at 9.75, back in yellow, and back home at the Chepauk will be Ravichandran Ashwin. Sriram.
Two players wearing the bips in Perth are bowling together. Jadeja and Ashwin.
Absolutely. Yeah, Jaddu and Ashwin to bowl together, that's a big story.
Yeah, it's a big phenomenon. I think Chepauk wicket suits them both. Yeah. And MS always loves his finger spinners. He's never historically gone for a wrist spinner. So I think...
You mean that uncapped player, MS Dhoni?
yeah, the uncapped MS Young.
But I guess Ruturaj Gaikwad is also part of that same school of thought now, and would have bought into the value of Ashwin even at, 38 this year or next year, 38. So he'll be playing till his 40s. No problem for CSK as long as he's fit.
But yeah, they've got other roles for him in CSK as well. So yeah, obviously they were compelled to go for him a little bit more than they would have wanted to. But I think Jadeja and Ashwin in tandem at Chepauk is a very big strength.
My only problem with that thought is neither are great wicket takers.
Yes.
Neither is Ashwin nor is Jadeja. So Ashwin, one of the reasons for his success, if you notice, he didn't have a great deal of success at Punjab or at Delhi, because he didn't have a genuine wicket taker at the other end. So large part of his success at RR was Chahal. So who's going to be the Chahal for Ashwin in CSK? We'll have to wait and watch.
I mean, it's not like CSK commit themselves to playing players because of what they bought him for, or even for that matter on reputation.
Yeah.
But I think we're now seeing, Tom, that there might be a change in their makeup where they've gone with Atikshana regularly. They've now got in Ashwin. They perhaps will change the makeup of their overseas as well here. So CSK perhaps something different from them. At the same time, your thoughts on Ashwin coming back at nearly 10 crore to his home state?
I think this was as part a strategic buy. I think it was an emotional buy as well. I think that clearly there's sentiment there. This is home. He's played a role there in previous IPLs, and he's clearly got a role beyond what's happening on the field long term. So I can see that they're obviously spending the money now to lay the foundation for the future.
Matt, Ashwin and Jadeja together at the Chepauk.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. I mean, Chepauk has obviously changed a little bit in characteristics as a ground in the past few years, in that it's been pretty high scoring since its extensive renovation. Ashwin didn't have a great season, I don't think, last year. I think he took 9 wickets in 15 games, went about 8.5 runs per over. So yeah, it will be interesting to clock how he goes this year, particularly, as you say, without that attacking wrist spinner at the other end. I wonder if there's a world in which they, do still invest in the squad option where they can have someone like maybe a Zampa or a Noor Ahmed or someone like that who they at least give themselves the option of having a 3-spinner strategy where you have 2 frontline finger spinners and an attacking wrist spinner.
Yep, there you have it. I think it's a fun headline from a content point of view again. Due at the Chepauk has been a concern. They will have to find the appropriate role, but you almost see Ashwin certainly being a starting member of this team. There's no doubt here.
Without doubt.
They have bought big players in the past and not worried about not playing them. Ashwin just...
They can tailor the wickets they want to.
Nice word. All right, Ashwin it is then. Venki Iyer, in the blink of an eye, and a quick conversation about Ashwin, has gone from 2 to 15.5 crores. That's just how money flows in the IPL. 15.75. Kolkata Knight Riders, franchise he's had great success for, are in it. And RCB. That's what they wanted the money for. They want Venki Iyer there. Right, let's make sense of this. Matt, why don't you start? You know the boys at that table. I'm sorry, Matt.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it?
To you, it's at 17. 17 crores.
They need some left-handers, as we've discussed, but I suppose the question is what would be the role for Venki Iyer? What position would he bat? He did have a great year last year for KKR in their title success, but yeah, numbers are going through the roof, aren't they?
1825 KKR Venki Iyer, who didn't retain him. Perhaps it was a price point conversation. Who knows? RCB are still not relenting. 1875. They bailed out of Stark, of Arshdeep, of Chahal, but Venki Iyer is part of the plan, Tom Moody.
Yeah, I think Matt's hit the nail on the head. I think it's the left-handed, situation. We've been critical in the past of RCB sort of all stacking up with right-handers and being vulnerable to be, lined up against with left arm spin and leg spin. But adding that left-hander at the top of the order will be important for them. But again, you're not relying on his overs at their home venue.
You certainly aren't, but he's gone past 20 now. Wow, this is a great surprise. Very happy for Venki Iyer. Fine player.
He's gone more than almost equal Rishabh Pant in his...
20.75. Yeah.
And
it's very difficult to understand. I mean, if they had if they believed in Venkatesh Iyer so much, they might have as well retained him ahead of Arasu.
It could have been Venki Iyer at a price point. It could simply have been he wanted more money, which we can't rule out over here.
And they didn't go for the title-winning captain for that long.
Yeah, they didn't.
They put a token bid in.
Yeah, I mean, and one would think that Phil Salt is still something they need, a player they need.
100%, who's provided them all the success with Narayan at the top.
21.75 KKR Venki Iyer. Wow, this is 22 crore at Bangalore, and neither team is relenting. Let's just have a look at balance purses here, because I need to see that one more time. KKR are currently at... let me change
51.
that. 51. Right, they're at 51 and RCB are at 74. So they have the edge here. Jeez, they would have had a point, an upper ceiling for this. I mean, Venki Iyer is a player. There's no doubt he adds value.
More than Virat Kohli.
22.75.
Was 21. To RCB.
Yeah, so that's another one for you. Kohli's not going to be the highest player that RCB paid for. It's going to be Venki Iyer, right, Tom? Staggering numbers. 23 for Venki Iyer. Still going on.
It's just puzzling, isn't it? And it's very hard to read the play without really knowing the backstory. But KKR, why, if they're going to, be bidding this far for him, why would they let him go to begin with? Why wouldn't they just retain him and settle on some sort of, compromise from a salary perspective?
I mean, could it be possibly that nobody, even Venki Iyer, wouldn't have thought of this? Expected. But that for Tom's point is valid. KKR ideally then it would make, if someone else went for him, it's different. But his own team who could have negotiated with him or ensured that he is retained at this value. They
didn't retain anyone beyond 15. The highest was Rinku Singh at 13.
Yeah. Matt, help me out here because I'm running short of an explanation for this one.
Well, the only thing I was going to say was that I think Venki Mysore is on the record as having said if he could have retained far more players than the 6 that you were allowed to, I think he would have liked to. I think they would ideally have retained 10 to 12 probably of that title winning squad from last year, if not even more. So it might simply be a case of trying to prioritise other options. Obviously the dynamics with the uncapped players meant that they could get Harshit Rana and Ramandeep Singh back for not a lot of cash, but yeah, this bid is going absolutely stratospheric, isn't it, to the moon.
All right. We found the upper ceiling to the stratosphere. 23.75. Venkatesh Iyer goes back to the Kolkata Knight Riders, and here I was thinking that RCB, who were bidding, had so much of an advantage in terms of purse, so they'd get him, but they've pulled out again. So they still have a huge purse advantage. But Venki Iyer with a huge pay hike. Last year, Adi, what was he on at KKR?
8. He was retained at 8.
8 crore was the retention. That's nearly a 300% jump. So here he goes to 24 crore almost, 23.75. Reactions, Tom Moody.
I'm shocked. I am absolutely shocked. One, the point I've already made, the fact that, this deal could have been done before the auction if they were that desperate to get a player of this calibre. I think he's a good player. Is he worth 23.75? Well, he's got 3 years to prove it. And, somehow I think he's going to struggle to have the impact that money suggests. So he's going to be under a lot of pressure with regards to expectation to live up to that salary tag.
Sriram.
Yeah, I think the ego came in the way he wanted. I was surprised that they went that long.
By ego, you mean the franchise here, KKR?
Yeah, just didn't want to let him go. They wanted him badly, and they wanted him at any cost. But that could have been done prior to the auction. And surprised that RCB, having gone that far and having so much of purse, didn't go all the way.
No, I think that this is probably a conversation for later, but I'm very interested to understand who they're going to name as captain.
KKR, you mean?
I mean, they can't go and buy a captain who's probably more expensive than this. Or you look at the lots after this, there are no captains. So it has to be one amongst these.
Yeah, I mean, we'll
Who's
come
it
to
going
that.
to be?
Yeah, but I guess right now, it's unless they think he's...
No, I think it'll be Nitish Rana.
I mean, we've heard even Rinku could be rewarded with captaincy. We've heard some chit-chat on that too, but that's for later. Match, 23.75, and Marcus Stoinis' bid is ongoing, so we'll come to that. But 23.75 Venki Iyer.
Yeah, it's huge money, isn't it? And pretty unexpected as well in terms of him going to that level. I think most people would have imagined double figures, but I think getting into the 20s was probably not on most people's agenda. I suppose that KKR have always been huge fans of Venki Iyer. You think back to the last mega auction cycle, they obviously retained him ahead of Shubman Gill when Gill joined Gujarat Titans for the first time. So there is the history there of them clearly rating him. But I'm surprised that they got pushed that hard by RCB. But I suppose RCB are in that position where they have the big stack and they can force other teams into doing things that they maybe weren't expecting to by throwing that cash around.
Well, the way things are going, they're going to go home with that big stack as well because they're not spending it, not yet at least. And by the time that they start spending this big purse, most other teams will be exhausted. So they'll pretty much pick up whoever they want in, say, the mid to late sets. For quite a bit, for quite a reasonable buy. While Stoinis' bid goes to 8 crore, Tom, let's talk about perhaps the timing of a player coming out at this stage. Because I think Ashwin, Venki Iyer being in an all-rounder set is interesting. I don't think Venki Iyer is any more a genuine all-round option. We've established that he also has hardly bowled in the last couple of seasons with the impact player.
Yeah, but the impact player role is bowling is null and void.
And he also has, I think, a history of a back injury.
No, he had a dodgy knee in 23.
Right.
So which is why I think first 7 matches or something is just impacts up. Come bat, go out, come bat, go out. I think he started bowling recently. So, but again, he is probably more of an all-rounder than an Ashwin or a Harshad.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's here and ahead of perhaps a set of batters and other left-hand options competing with him. Tom, timing perhaps playing into Venki Iyer's eventual price?
Yeah, I think sometimes it can play a role that, whether you fall in that all-rounder category or a pure batter. To me, he's more of a batter, than an all-rounder. And Ashwin is, more of a spinner than being in an all-rounder category as well. So it can distort sort of people's strategies going into the auction or as the auction unfolds. And the other thing is the timing of when they come out in that particular slot can have a bearing as well. So there is a lot of things that go to chance. It's either your night when it comes to those things, and Venki Iyer's had the night of his life.
Okay, if you're watching us on our YouTube live, feel free to join the conversation, guys, as well. Help us out here. Give me your thoughts on what you think of what's happening as the auction unfolds. We'll try and bring that and throw it to the panel as well. Marcus Stoinis has gone at 11 crore and RCB are once again interested. Will they close the deal this time?
Hopefully. They have to. They've got Liam Livingston already, so that gives them 2 overseas middle order options or Stoinis open probably.
I'm sure the RCB fan is thinking now, why are you not going for more bowlers, more death bowlers at the Chinnaswamy? What would you like to tell those fans, Sriram?
Yeah, the fast bowler set is yet to come. That's probably one thing, and they've, I think, made a bit of an error in missing out on Mitch Stark.
Do LSG have an RTM here though?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so Punjab have secured the highest bid at 11 crore, and we're entering RTM territory. Tom, just give me your thoughts here on Lucknow's interest to perhaps wanting to retain Marcus Stoinis. What a good season for them last year.
He did have a good season, but he was promoted up the order at 3 and really had his impact there. Where now they've got Pant and they've got Puran. You know, it's very unlikely that the role that LSG would use Stoinis would be at the top of the order, be more sort of down the back of the order. So I don't see them right to matching Stoinis.
They also have picked up David Miller, and that's a right call you made, Tom, because these LSG have not opted for the RTM. So Stoinis goes to Punjab. It was Ricky Ponting who was very keen on that, it seems. But yeah, Stoinis to Punjab. Your thoughts, Tom?
Yeah, again, look, I think that's not. I think he's played there before, hasn't he? Too. He's been Punjab before. So again, we were talking about the fact that Punjab have got to start to build some sort of batting depth. Stoinis gives them a lot of experience. Someone that can bowl overs, not an absolute banker for 4 overs, but certainly can contribute some overs. Experienced finisher, power hitter. So he adds quite nicely to what they've already gathered.
Okay, Matt, Marcus Stoinis, 11 crore.
Yeah, he's played under Ponting before at Delhi Capitals, so not surprised there was some interest there. Be really interested to see what role he's used in, because he could be a finisher. We've seen him have that role, but I think personally he's best probably at the top of the order. Wouldn't be surprised if Ponting has a sort of similar view on that, where he tries him as the power guy at the top. He's also their first overseas signing. They had a core of Indian players so far. So yeah, interesting to see how that fits in with other buyers. I imagine they'll be in the market for a couple of overseas quicks as well.
Quick reaction from the panel in studio as well, Adi.
So I personally think he might, Marcus Stoinis, if you look at all of his T20 career, his most successful days have come at the top of the order. That's probably the question for the panel. Are we looking at Prabh Simran and Stoinis opening together, which is actually be a very good combination?
Okay, I'm just going to try and pick up the updated Punjab squad in a minute for us, but I actually thought Stoinis that's decent value for a player who's got a lot of IPL experience, who actually had a good season last year.
Again, it's got a big Ricky Ponting stamp on it. If maybe Langer has had his way, he would have RTM'd Stoinis, but it wasn't to be. But it was a big Ricky Ponting call, and I'm sure Ricky will use him up the order. And he's got a bowler in the top 6.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the point you were making. You wanted someone who can review an option, who give you roll a few overs. Mitchell Marsh up next after Stoinis. Very interesting, Mitch Marsh. Wonderful player that he is. IPL returns have been underwhelming, it's fair to say. And Sunrisers are in, as LSG. LSG said no for the RTM for Stoinis, but they perhaps think they'll get Marsh for cheaper. And Daniel Vittori seems to just be assembling the Australian World Cup winning side one by one. So there you have it. He's not a New Zealander anymore, I'll give you that. Tom, Mitch Marsh. Let's weigh in what Mitch Marsh's value is in the IPL, and a team like Sunrisers going for him, who already have Head, Cummins and Heinrich Klaassen.
I think they see this buy as a backup player, not a first 11 player. I think they've got their overseas locked away that are going to start for them. But he is very good in a dressing room, great around the team, and he'll be a superb backup player at the right price. The only concern, or two concerns, one is his injury history, which isn't good, and it hasn't been for some time, and his form in India in the IPL. He's had a few tastes of the IPL over the journey, and hasn't really caught fire. We know what he's capable of doing, but that's one thing. It's delivering it on a consistent basis is what these franchises are looking for.
Okay, as it turns out, just a small bid by Sunrisers. At 3.4, the bid is with Lucknow, and Delhi Capitals have the option to try and RTM Mitch Marsh, who missed a large chunk of last season. There have been injuries, he's also been unavailable. Delhi have said no, so 3.4 crore, Mitch Marsh going to Lucknow, who have been very busy. I think it's fair to say the busiest team in the first 3 or 4 hours of auction day coverage so far. So Mitch Marsh at 3.4 crore is going to the Lucknow Super Giants. Matt, give me a reaction.
Yeah, they've already got 4 overseas batters now in their squad, don't they? Between Pooran, David Miller, Aidan Markram and Marsh as well. So you'd imagine that might be them covered off in terms of overseas batters, and they might now pivot to looking to fill up some bowling spots. I suppose more generally, Marsh is probably someone who's suffered a bit because of the impact player rule, and obviously his bowling fitness really hasn't been there over the last 6 months. I know he has proved it on the first day of the ongoing test down in Perth, but he's not played a great role with the ball last season for Delhi, and you'd be relatively surprised if he was going to be a sort of first choice pick initially at the start of the season for LSG, I would think.
It seems like they've gone for a more economical option to Marcus Stoinis, who they had last year in Mitch Marsh, Tom?
Yeah, look, I think it's a good buy. I think at that price, he adds a lot of value. Again, as Matt said, I don't think he's going to be in the starting 11, but you've got someone's got a lot of experience, a World Cup winning player. You just got to make sure that he comes fit and stays fit when his opportunity comes. He can bat in a number of roles in that side, whether it be at the top of the order, opening, or right through down to number 5 or 6. Contribute with the ball. The actual bowling component's not as critical with the impact player rule, as we know. But he's a good acquisition. And as I said, he adds value to a squad, just the personality and the natural leader that he is.
Yeah, I think leadership's a big part of that too. You have now, I think they missed leadership outside of KL Rahul for a number of years. But there you've got Nicholas Pooran, who has international captaincy experience, Mitchell Marsh. Pant is still, I'm guessing, a front runner. But Mitch Marsh is a value buy for Lucknow.
Yeah, I think they've got a cheaper version of Marcus Stoinis, someone who can bat, float in the top 3 or top 4, and then bowl a few overs.
Okay, Adi, anything?
And he becomes I think he's another one of those options who could open the batting. So if you end up if you fail to land up a QDK or some other overseas opener who's one of your targets, he's actually a pretty decent.
I think Lucknow don't have an overseas pair at the moment, not predetermined, because KL and Quinton are out of it. So you might have even a Marsh and a Pant. Who knows? If you want to go that route, Markram's there, but might be a squad player. Yeah. Let's try and take some questions. While Glenn Maxwell, the poster boy of IPL auctions, is out, and I can tell you that Sunrisers and Punjab are interested. Punjab and Maxwell, what a reunion that would be. And Vittori is just picking out anybody from that World Cup squad now. So we'll come to that in a minute. But let's take some questions. I think quite a few reactions on crazy numbers for Venki Iyer. People still not getting over it. What does the panel think? Is that turning out to be the biggest shock of the auction so far? Sriram?
Yes, 100%. Biggest shock of the auction. RCB were bidding for him till he went over Kohli, and then KKR got him after not retaining any other player beyond 13 crores to pay that humongous amount. Surprises me, yes.
All right. Anybody else? Tom, do you sense this has been the biggest surprise, at least in the first few years, or the biggest shock, Venki Iyer's price point?
I think both the Iyers, to be honest with you, are the shocks so far. I know they're not brothers, but it's certainly that name's the flavour of the night, because they've both had massive paydays, and you don't want to deny any player, having that payday, but it just seems when you strip it down and look at exactly what you're getting for that price, it's quite hard to justify both those levels that both those players sort of ended up with.
We've got an Iyer in the studio. So how's your
Iyer flying higher?
What's that?
Iyer flying higher.
Iyer flying higher. Okay. I'm half an Iyer actually.
Okay then.
But none of us are getting any of that. I'm not getting half the money.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah. Okay. As things go on, Glenn Maxwell. Let's focus Maxwell here. Punjab, Sunrisers initially for a small amount, and CSK. I'm loving this. CSK putting in a bid for Glenn Maxwell.
I'm not at all surprised.
Okay, why?
So CSK, again, they've been looking. So if you've noticed, they've not had that middle order finisher outside of a Dhoni or a Jadeja for a while now. And last time Maxwell was the auctions, they pushed very, very hard for him. RCB, if I'm not wrong, got him at 14, 25 or something. And the team which stopped at 14 was CSK.
Okay, that's good intel. That CSK have had their sights on him.
They've always had their sights on him, and I think he'll be a very, very natural fit at CSK.
And maybe to perhaps replace Moeen Ali's value in that squad.
Yeah, that number 4 is a slot that they paid really high. Ben Stokes, they went up to 16. Last year, Daryl Mitchell, they went up to 16. So that's a slot that they've really gone high for. And Maxwell will be a good fit there because there's very less interference. He can just do his own thing. And even if he fails 5-6 innings, there's not going to be any pressure thrown at him. So he'll probably flourish in Chepauk. Him and Dubey batting together is a good.
Yeah, you don't need to sell it to me. It's sounding good already. It's sounding quite formidable. Tom, he's often had big paydays. This might be the auction where Maxwell is a reasonable buy, bargain buy.
Well, bargain buy. Yeah, look, I don't think he's going to get massive numbers because, you know, he's no spring chicken anymore, Glenn Maxwell, and he has had some injuries over the last 12 months or so. But I tend to agree. I think he's a good fit at Chennai. He could play in that middle order. Offers spin, which Dhoni always likes. You know, those all-rounders in his.
Tom, let me cut you there. Sorry, Tom, because it's not going to happen. The dreams lasted pretty short. 4.2 crore Punjab picked it. CSK bailed out. They weren't willing to pay more than 4.2 for Maxwell. It was with Punjab, and it went back to RCB for an RTM, and RCB said no at 4.2. So Maxwell is back at Punjab at 4.2 crore, where he's had a very interesting up and down, almost roller coaster ride of a stint, where he was phenomenal in that 2014 edition in the UAE. His returns were not as good in India. But Maxwell at 4.2 crore, back at Punjab under Ricky Ponting. Your thoughts, Tom Moody?
Yeah, I think that's a good get for Punjab, and I say that because of who's coaching there now. And I think Ricky, out of any of the coaches that are currently involved in the IPL, can manage Maxwell both on and off the field, and that's the most important thing. We know that he's got a streak of brilliance in him, and he can turn games on his head. And you know, he's a valuable asset, but you've got to have the right environment for Maxwell to thrive. So Ricky Ponting will be, you know, desperately keen to make sure that environment is set and the likes of Maxwell can just flourish.
Yeah, that's another swap. Livingston to RCB and Maxwell to PBKS.
Yeah.
So it's a little swap there. And I think Maxwell will flourish under Ponting. He loves Ponting. Ponting, as Tom said, he can manage him very well. And I think he'll flourish. And he's got two bowlers in the top 6 now, with Stoinis and Maxwell.
Yeah. So when we started after the second marquee lot, we were discussing how there were no bowlers in the top 6. Now they've suddenly got 8 overs in the top 6. Probably not 8, at least 6.
Yeah.
Which is a very, very healthy sign for Punjab. Yeah.
Maxi, Punjab, again.
Well, it seems like Glenn Maxwell's book must not have been published in India, because he had a very public sort of criticism of the final year of his previous stint at Punjab. He obviously was up and down there over the period of time, but I'm pretty surprised in the context of that he's gone back to Punjab Kings. I suppose it is a new look franchise with, you know, Ponting coming in and clearly relaunching a project there. But yeah, it's certainly an interesting one given the history between player and franchise.
I think that's a very good point you make, and if you wanted to just remind the viewers who might have missed it, I think it was more about his relationship with Virender Sehwag at the time at Punjab, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they had a bit of a stush back and forth, it's fair to say, by the end of that year. So, yeah, be an interesting one to keep an eye on for sure. But yeah, I think Maxwell will be desperate to prove a point in the IPL, having had such a poor season with RCB last year. He's obviously 36 and heading towards the end of his career, probably closer to the end than the start. But yeah, I think he'll be determined to come up with the goods.
Right, and that is where another few sets, very eventful sets, I think, have resulted in a break at the auction. Let's just recap some of the big stories of the day, especially from this round of auction of bidding. Venki Iyer going at an extraordinary amount of 23.75 crore to Kolkata Knight Riders is easily the big story from these last 3 sets. You also have Harshal Patel picked up by the Sunrisers for 8 crore. Jake Fraser-McGurk RTM by Delhi for 9. David Warner going unsold. Devin Conway back at CSK. So there is a lot that we can unpack from this lot. Let's just get the big takeaways from this. R. Ashwin also to CSK at 9.75, the highest bid he's ever gone for, and we've just discussed. Glenn Maxwell. Sriram, what are the big sort of takeaways for you, big surprises?
Yeah, I think Venki Iyer is the big surprise. They got the player that they wanted, but they've paid a huge price for it, and he's got to live up to that price tag. If you're being paid twice the amount of Narayan and Russell, who are all-rounders who give you 4 overs and contribute with the bat, for someone who's going to bat in the top 3 and not bowl as many overs at all, it's a huge ask.
Smart business from this, do you sense? The best bit of business from this lot?
Yeah, I think Rahul Tripathi to CSK 3.4 was a very, very good pick. Jake Fraser-McGurk, good return, good RTM from Delhi at 9. And Maxwell to Punjab, considering the prices that he's gone before, it's a steal at 4.2.
Adi?
I think Tripathi is a very, very sharp piece of business. Stoinis, I'm not sure whether I will call it a bargain, but 11 is a very, very good money for someone.
Like Marcus Stoinis, yeah.
Yeah, and Maxwell 4.2 is a steal. So I wouldn't say it's definitely not expensive. It's expensive, but definitely smart as Punjab. So I can see some Punjab finally shaping up after 17 long years.
Oh, okay.
But probably ever since Tom left in 2010.
All right, that's remembered quickly. Yeah. All right, Tom, let's go to you from that set.
Yeah, look, obviously Venki Iyer is the real surprise out of all that. You know, particularly when you look at Particle that was unsold. I'm not, saying that they're similar in performance in IPL history, but they're not too far apart as batters, in my view. One's gone unsold, the other one went for 23.75. So that to me just is mind blowing. I thought Harry Brook was a good pickup for Delhi Capitals. He's a very fine player. To get him at just over 6 crore is a good buy. And Tripathi, I agree with that. I'm a Tripathi fan. I think that when you look at top order players, you look at who are the ones that are actually going to make match-winning performances? And Tripathi, to me, is that type of player that can jump out of the blocks very quickly and change a game very quickly. He can get a 50 off 20 balls. He does it in an unusual way. He's very hard to bowl to because he's unorthodox the way he goes about it, and he's a selfless player, which I like as well.
All right, Matt.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking through and I'm quite interested to see Mumbai Indians and Rajasthan have both been extremely quiet. Neither of them have signed a player yet beyond their retentions. I suppose in some ways that wasn't a surprise because they came into this auction with pretty small purses compared to most teams. But all of a sudden, they've watched quite a lot of money fly around already. And Mumbai now have the second biggest purse remaining behind RCB and Rajasthan third. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them start investing, particularly in sort of overseas fast bowlers. I think Mumbai will almost certainly have some kind of figurehead in mind as who's going to partner Jasprit Bumrah in their seam attack. And probably similar for Rajasthan, they have got a core of batters already sorted. And then I think we can probably expect to see them invest quite heavily when the bowlers start coming up.
Yep, all right. And I think the fast bowlers are the next set. So that is going to be a fascinating story as it comes up. I'm also seeing some questions coming through on our live YouTube feed, mainly around RCB. What were RCB thinking about Iyer? Well, they didn't get him, so it's moot now what they were thinking. RCB perhaps waiting for Alzari to pop up again. Come on, be nice. Be nice, all of you. And there's one on DK saying DK is taking his finishing job at the auction table as well. A bit seriously. Okay, that's very clever. But I'm sure they have something solid in plan, and we'll find out what that is once the fast bowlers come our way. It's time for a short break. Once again, on Auction Day Live, powered by Maruti Suzuki Arena. Tom Moody, Matt Roller, Sridhar and Sriram, Adi. You can take a bit of a breather yourselves, but we will be back when that fast bowler set comes in, which won't be long from now. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you again very soon.
Presenting the dazzling new Desire, the best and beyond. Presenting the dazzling new Desire, the best and beyond.
We hope you're enjoying your Sunday evening, and we're enjoying breaking down the IPL auction as it unfolds live in Saudi Arabia. This is Auction Day Live, powered by Maruti Suzuki Arena, right here on ESPNcricinfo. We are back after a quick break because the keepers are already being bid on, and Quinton de Kock has kicked things off in the wicketkeeper set, which is the fifth set of the first day of this auction. It started with Sunrisers and Mumbai Indians, his former franchise, interested. KKR came in, and 3.6 crore, they hold the bid. Sridhar and Sriram and Aditya are with me. We'll get thoughts from Tom, Moody and the rest of the team here at Auction Day in a bit. Quinton de Kock to KKR. I think this is reflective of the price they've paid for Venki Iyer, that Phil Salt may now not be a realistic option. Sri?
Yeah, they've got already a left-hander at the top in Narayan. They need a wicket-keeper opener, which they've traditionally had, but another left-hander.
Yeah, that's confirmed now. So 3.6 crore. Adi, let's make sense of this. KKR going for Quinton de Kock at 3.6.
I think they probably realized, like you pointed out, they can't get Salt. Salt is definitely going to go about 8 or over. So the only concern is if you're batting Rinku at 5, your 4 out of 5 are left-handers. So how are you going to manage it? And if you're getting Nitish Rana, that's a top 6.
I mean, honestly, right now with a remaining purse of 27, they've put themselves in a bit of a corner, I think, KKR. They do not have as many resources, and that's what the Venki Iyer bid has done. They've put a lot of faith in him. So the other side of this is Mumbai Indians, who, like Matt Roller pointed out in our last, when we were last live, was that they haven't bid for anyone, and they did go for de Kock, who's won titles with them, and Matt's with us, right? So let's try and break that down. Quinton de Kock, they went initially just fiddled around at around 3 crore or so, but then let him go to KKR at 3.6, Matt.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to be on the hunt for Ishan Kishan when he comes up. Obviously, with his association with the franchise, I actually think that's a pretty good signing from KKR. Maybe, obviously the left-handedness not ideal, but given the fact that de Kock's still only 31, he's probably not had his best last couple of seasons in the IPL. But for 3.6 crore, I think he's a pretty good player, and especially when you consider the increased salary cap this year, I think that's a pretty bargain buy by the standards of a top overseas player who has played a lot of international cricket with great success.
Yeah, and a lot of IPL cricket as well. And Matt, stay with me on this. Johnny Bairstow's gone unsold, and very quickly Phil Salt after him is being bid at quite aggressively by RCB and MI. We'll come to Salt in a second, but your reaction on Bairstow going unsold?
Yeah, slightly surprising, I suppose. Again, similar to Brook in 23, Bairstow in 24 had a great 100 for Punjab, but then not a huge amount else alongside, and was in and out of the team. He's obviously his form has fallen away big time in international cricket, and it looks at this stage like his England career might be done. He's not in the side in any format at the moment. Wouldn't be surprised if he comes back in the accelerated point maybe tomorrow. But yeah, I'm also not at all surprised to see some bids coming in for Salt, given the season he had last year.
All right, Tom, 3 stories, 3 wicket keepers. De Kock goes to KKR after SRH and MI just fished for a little while at a small amount, 3.6 crore. De Kock to KKR, who are still in business with Phil Salt now. They try and get him back, and they're bidding with RCB. We've got this huge purse, and in between that, Bairstow going unsold.
Yeah, I think Quinton de Kock's a good pickup. That's a pretty cheap price for a seasoned IPL player that's proven that he can get the job done. Bairstow, a little bit surprised that he's gone, because it's one of those things that you see these players like a Bairstow go unsold in the first round, and when they come back in the accelerated round, a bit like what happened to Riley Rousseau a couple of years ago, suddenly they have a massive payday. I think Riley Rousseau ended up with about 8 crore or something.
That's right, yes.
To go to Punjab. So, it's not all lost for Johnny Bairstow. Phil Salt, again, proven performer. He's doing it on the international stage. Scores hundreds as well, which is, pretty impactful. So there's no surprise to see there's competition for his name to be on their squad list.
All right, RCB in pole position for Phil Salt, which perhaps now tells us why they weren't going all out for either a Pant or a KL. They're looking to replace the wicketkeeper with someone who will presumably partner a Virat Kohli at the top. At 7.8 7.5 to KKR, but RCB, it looks unlikely they'll bid out with the kind of purse they have. But we've said that before today.
KKR are not relenting. They want their championship winning squad back.
Yeah, I mean, but that makes it interesting. They've got Dickok and Salt to perhaps cover for what they had in the form of Gurbaz and Salt last time. And they did miss out on the services of Gurbaz. It didn't stop them from Salt. It didn't stop them from winning the title. But at 8 crore now, RCB going for Salt.
They are really going to hurt their bowling options if they end up landing him. Because they do have a Harshit Rana and a Varun, but they'll still need an overseas fast bowler. You cannot rely on Russell to give you 4 overs for 14 games.
That's a really good point, because I think right now what do we have as balance purse for KKR?
We have 23.65.
That's after Quinton de Kock.
No.
Before. Yeah, after Quinton de Kock.
After Quinton de Kock.
So 23.65. They're already touching at 8.75 here, and I think the bid is with them, which means they would have. I'll just confirm if it's RCB or KKR. There's a 9 crore bid. Okay, it said RCB, but they almost got him for 8.75, which means KKR could have had around 13 crore, 14 crore to have the rest of their squad. And you rightly point out bowling.
They wouldn't have had an overseas. You need at least 2 crores or 3 crores to buy a decent overseas fast bowler. You can't, and you need backups also. Plus, you need money for Nitish Rana Predli, who is also in their plan. So it will really hurt them. But they have come back at 9.25. So I'm not really sure what is the thought process they have.
This is amazing because they're not hesitating. 9.75, Tom, KKR. They're willing to go with a balanced purse now of just 12 or 13 crore potentially, and a lot of work still to do.
And they're relying on Russell and Narayan to be bowling 4 overs each. You know, Narayan's proven to do it, historically, without any injury or any sort of form issues, where Russell can be a bit hit and miss with his certainly his injury history. We all know they're dynamic players, but they do need a bowling attack. As simple as that. I thought that, given that they got Quinton de Kock, I thought that, they probably thought, well, we got this unexpectedly cheaper than what we thought. We've locked away our overseas wicketkeeper batter. Let's just let it go. Unfortunately, Phil Salt was brilliant for us, but, we've got something cheaper.
They are willing to even go to 10.25. I don't know why RCB are thinking so much. They have the money, but they stopped pause for a long time, then went at 10, and KKR just struck back. It's at 10.5 now. Any idea if it's with RCB or KKR, boys?
It's with KKR.
It's with KKR at 10.5. So, Matt, Phil Salt's going to have a big payday, I think deservedly. Came in as a backup player on base price last year. And it seems like he's set to play either for KKR or RCB at in excess of 10 crore.
Sorry, it's with RCB.
Yeah, it looks that way, and it's been a life-changing couple of months in some ways for Phil Salt, because obviously he's a renowned international player now, but when you consider that he was on a replacement player salary last year, and he, I think, went for base price the year before that with Delhi Capitals, to suddenly in the past couple of months have signed his first England Central contract and now be, this is earning him £1 million plus by the looks of things. It's going to be a hell of a couple of months for him.
11 crore and counting. So he's right up there now, is Phil Salt. Let's try and analyze RCB here as well, who let go of some bowlers. They will have a bowling set coming up next. But the connection with Mo Bobat, Andy Flower, they seem to add to the English composition of their squad, Matt, with Livingston and now presumably Salt.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? I suppose that would probably be 4 of their top 6 covered, you'd say, if they end up with Salt. You'd have Kohli and Salt, Patidar in the middle, Livingston as a finisher option. The thing that really is sort of crying out at the moment for them is for some left-handed batters. And I wouldn't be surprised if they still go in to some extent quite aggressively for Ishan Kishan just as a batter. Salt obviously as a keeping option as well, but I think it'll be interesting to see how they piece it all together, because Kohli and Salt looks like a pretty dynamic opening partnership on paper if that's the way that it ends up with this bid.
All right, and on that note, it's gone on for a while but finally RCB land Phil Salt after a fierce bidding war with KKR, who were willing to go up to 11.25, which means they would have been left with a balance purse of just over 12 crore for the rest of the auction. That's moot now. RCB have got him. They've paid big money. It's their most expensive signing, only their second after Livingston. Let's get a reaction. Phil Salt presumably will open the batting with Virat Kohli. Tom Moody.
Oh, look, there's no question of his qualities and his, how dynamic he can be in that power play, which is a nice foil for Virat Kohli. But I'm a little bit sort of surprised given two things. One, Ishan Kishan, I think, was probably a better target for them as a local player, and it gives them flexibility with their overseas with regards to building a bowling attack. And the second part to that is Will Jacks, who had a good start for him last year and showed that he is an impactful player at the top of the order, is now really off the agenda unless they pick him as a reserve player because they've got that top order sorted out.
Matt, reaction?
Yeah, I think it's just reward really for Salt for the improvement that he's made in the past couple of years. I think even probably thinking back to when he first came to the IPL, he was very much a leg side dominant player. He was a guy that was very much there for a good time, not a long time, whereas he's now become over the past couple of years a player who can make match winning hundreds. We've seen him hit 3 T20 international hundreds for England already in what's been a relatively short career for them. And yeah, obviously he had a brilliant IPL with KKR last year. So, been rewarded with a really handsome payday and probably shows his stock in English cricket that there's not much difference now. Only 4 crore or something like that between his salary and Joss Butler's salary, given the respect and sort of status that Butler has within English cricket. It'll be interesting to see just how, just the sort of the reaction, I suppose, to how small that gap is.
Yep, 11.5 crore then. And Salt's understudy last year, as it turned out, Remanullah Gurbaz, has been picked up at base price by KKR right after that. So they missed out on Phil Salt, but they've got De Kock and Gurbaz, 2 overseas keepers at that 5.5 crore. Would that be decent enough consolation for KKR?
Yeah, they were just fighting a losing battle with Phil Salt. It was just that their desperation to try and put together a similar sort of squad. I think they were underestimating what Mitch Stark played, the role that Mitch Stark played in their title-winning campaign, and also Shreyas Iyer's role in their title-winning campaign. I think they've tried to go for whoever has performed for them. But I think the role that Starks played in important games and with the leadership that Shreyas Iyer provided, they seem to have sort of undervalued and underestimated that.
I mean, we can't help but go back to Venkaya every time KKR have a failing bid and try and analyze what that's done for their chances. They've lost Phil Salt. And I think we would have all understood Salt as a right-hander, as someone who had that big impact with Narayan. Had they gone 12-13 for him, RCB already looked like they were really thinking hard, even with the purse advantage. But here they are now losing Phil Salt, and the Venki Iyer buy will keep coming under the scanner.
I think we raised the point a while back, so it's not just, I think Tom mentioned it, not just about Russell and Narayan bowling 8 overs anymore. Even Venkatesh Iyer has to start bowling regularly. He has to you need to get 2 overs out of him, because they have 9 people, 21-65 left. Which means you need a minimum squad of 18, which they've done in the past. A couple of years, they went into the IPL with just 18-19 players. Even if you were to keep aside 5 crores for Nitish Rana, I'm still struggling to understand how they'll be able to put together a squad of 18-19.
Yeah, I mean, they still have 21.65, and thank God for that, Tom, because otherwise, had they been successful in the Salt bid, I mean, they would have still picked up a decent number of players, almost 9 or 10, but they only had 10 crore or so more. Yeah. As Ishan Kishan's bid has gone quickly from 2 to 5 with Punjab and Mumbai in business. We'll come to that. Delhi are interested too. Yeah, but just try and break down the KKR philosophy here, Tom, for a title-winning side to find themselves where they are right now at this stage of the auction, which is still relatively early.
Yeah, I think Sri really hit the nail on the head. I think they've underestimated the value of their captain, their trophy-winning captain. And, obviously, the overspend on Venki Iyer is just beyond imagination. When you look at having to build the rest of your squad, yes, it's important to have some key pillars in your squad, but it's also important to have quality of depth. So the last thing they need is to have suddenly some injuries around some of those key pillars, and, they don't have, a lot in the cupboard to come in and have an impact going into the tournament. So, yeah, again, you just wonder whether they'd like to rewind the tape and sort of have those discussions around retention with a couple of their players again.
Okay. Now, Ishan Kishan, another player that generates a lot of interest, a lot of conversation, and it's 7 crore now. It looks like Delhi and Punjab, which are interesting teams to go for Ishan Kishan. Mumbai, I can understand. They went for him. They've had him before, and they initially showed interest. They pulled out. It's Delhi and Punjab. Delhi, who've already got KL Rahul, Jake Fraser-McGurk,
Abhishek Porel, Harry Brook, Trusty and Stubbs.
And Punjab, who have secured Prabsimran as a retained player. Stoinis is there. Shreyas. Maxwell.
Shashank Singh.
Right, but as a top order, we know Kishan, one of the things about Kishan is he has to be an opener for maximum impact. And an Indian opening keeper bat is sought after. These are the two teams though, Punjab and Delhi.
See, right now the only teams without at least one opener. I'm not talking about both openers. RR need an opener. Mumbai need an opener. And Lucknow need two openers.
RR have Samson and Jaiswal if they are, and I doubt Samson's moving after he's getting hundreds for India opening the batting. That's a good point.
Possibly. Then Lucknow need two openers.
I think RR have to put in their bowling because their retention is all about their batting core.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's talk Ishan Kishan here. Where you see him ending at 825. That's already good bidding for him.
Lucknow need two openers and they need an Indian batter, not another left-hander. I know your look.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, but Lucknow also have got a lot of batting already. They could have the case of Pant perhaps opening. I don't know if they've already kind of thought that through yet. But let's talk Kishan here. Tom, where do we see Kishan and how sort of his value is at the IPL after what's been, again, pretty underwhelming couple of seasons for him personally?
Yeah, it has been, but he was in Mumbai themselves had a mixed season. I think he was caught up in all of that as well. So there's no question of his ability. I sort of thought he was going to be, set for RCB, to be honest with you, particularly what happened early on with the loss of, I thought Pant was going to end up at RCB, but that didn't eventuate because they weren't prepared to push the boat out. But to me, look, he's a dynamic player, and again, he's still young. He's still got a lot of upside. He's had a few issues off the field, which I believe have settled a bit now, and he's only going to get more and more mature as a player, both on and off the field. So, he's a good buy, and he'd be certainly a good buy for, a lot of teams that are looking to fill that gap. And as it's pointed out, Lucknow don't need another left-hander.
Yeah, that point that Tom made, it's funny how the auction plays out, Matt, isn't it? That we thought Kishan might be the priority because Pant wasn't, then Rahul wasn't, and now Salt came in, so Kishan suddenly is moved down on that list. So RCB are not showing any interest in him, and yet he's touching almost 10 crore now when Delhi and Punjab seem to be fighting for him.
Yeah, and I suppose especially given the expenditure on Salt, who maybe was slightly more expensive than RCB would have expected. I still think Mumbai have got to be a chance here. I think they have one RTM available to them. He's been there 7 seasons. They clearly have liked him.
That won't be for a cap player, Matt. That'll only be for an
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there still a world where they come back in? I don't know, just given the association between him and the franchise over that period of time, the possibility of him opening the batting with Rohit Sharma, I don't know.
Of course, I must point out here that if Ishan Kishan doesn't play for India for the next 2 or 3 years, he will become an uncapped player at some point, but that's for another day. Right, 10.25 and 10.50. Punjab seem keen on Kishan. Let's see how he fits into their plans.
They
here.
might bench their retained player in Prabsimran Singh and get Kishan to open. Left hand, right hand combination with Marcus Stoinis.
Or we're looking at maybe Kishan, Prab, Stoinis 3. He likes batting 3.
Where does Iyer go?
Iyer 4. Iyer shouldn't be batting any lower than 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. There's the impact player thing also, where Prab likes to come in as an impact player and may or may not be there for the rest of it. And if you get Ishan, they don't have a keeper there, do they?
Yeah,
Prabsimran is the one, but Prab has also not been the first choice keeper bat, just the batter.
No, what you just suggested could still work out, but the guy who could actually end up paying the price could be Shashank.
Shashank?
Oof. You see, you open with Prabsimran and Ishan Kishan. You place Reyes at 3. Stoinis comes in at 4, Maxwell at 5. Then obviously one person has to pay the price. It could unfortunately be Shashank. I really wish it is not Shashank, but
it's 11 crore with Punjab right now, Tom. And when we spoke of the big business they got, or at least headline-making business, you still say there are concerns perhaps around the power. Is the Stoinis and Kishan potentially make that squad seem stronger?
It certainly does. I quite like the idea of Ishan Kishan and Prabsimran at the top of the order with Stoinis 3, Iyer 4, Maxwell 5. That's, starting to shape up quite nicely. Gives them a left-hander at the top of the order as well. So it makes a lot of sense. I can see why people are going for it.
Okay, sorry. Seems like I didn't see a Hyderabad train coming my way. And at 11, when Punjab thought they had locked the business up, in comes Sunrisers Hyderabad at 11:25. Travis Head, Abhishek Sharma, Ishan Kishan 3. Essentially, Ishan Kishan goes to SRH at 11:25.
Another left-handed team.
I thought SRH would come in, but I would like to point it out when Mumbai got him at 15:25, they lost him at 15.
Tom was part on that table then, so I know. But we didn't see this coming. We were talking about how he fits in quite nicely at Punjab. 11.25 for... They don't have an Indian keeper. They have Klaasen. They don't have an Indian wicket keeper. But Tom, 11.25, Sunrisers Ishan Kishan, just completely out of the blue.
Yeah, well, it's floored me. I didn't see that coming. Did not see that coming. Yeah, we tried to get him 4 years ago and failed. Yeah, look, I think we pushed Mumbai Indians back then right up to 15.5 crore, I think it was, way beyond their budget. But yeah, look, again, a dynamic player. Sunrisers, again, are going to be playing a few shots at the top of the order, aren't they?
I mean, you're not going to dare touch Abhishek Sharma and Travis Head at the top.
Yeah, he bats at 3.
Yeah. There's also a left-hander to follow them, therefore.
Has to.
Nitish Reddy at 4, Klaasen at 5. They've got their top 5 to get 250.
Matt, anything?
Yeah, interesting one, isn't it? I feel like there's going to be some off spinners queuing up to bowl at Abhishek Head and Kishan as a top 3, isn't there? But yeah, slightly curious one, and also unusual to see a team enter the bidding so late and immediately win it. Everyone else sort of suddenly settle down. But yeah, Sunrisers sort of seem to have the outline of their squad pretty much. You can start to piece it together, as the guys were saying there in the studio. They've got the sort of the first 8 players probably already sorted, and then it's a case of probably looking to invest in I guess a wrist spinner. Potentially looks like something that they might be missing right now.
I think one thing I can try and, if I have to make any sense of this, is that this would be the last of the prominent Indian wicketkeeper options.
Yeah.
And after this, we'll have a set of uncapped wicket keepers, which may or may not happen today. And then we go to a bunch of, dare I say, another tier of keepers where you got KS Bharat, Alex Carey, and those lot. But you don't really have a lot of capped Indian keepers. And Sunrisers have not had an Indian keeper. They have at Klaasen, who's as solid as they come. I'm trying to think of whether Kishan. I didn't see it coming because they had a set opening pair.
I'm sure they're not going for him as a keeper, but they're going for him more as a firepower hitter. They've got, and teams are no longer looking at a right-left thing. They just want the skill, the power, and the hitting ability. That's what it seems like, obviously.
And there's also, I guess, one criticism of the Sunrisers squad that just failed to overcome KKR, finished second, was experienced Indian batters. I think Tripathi was the most experienced Indian batter. Mayank Agarwal fizzed out, and Washington Sundar never made the side. So are they perhaps looking at, there aren't a lot of experienced Indian batters who fit their template of what they want to play. But I still find it an interesting one. I didn't see it coming.
I didn't see it coming either. And they came in at the last minute.
And they won it. That's pretty mic drop, but depends on what kind of returns you have. Right, there you have it. And the player after is actually Jitesh Sharma, who's come in. And Jitesh, I thought, there could have been a good case for them to have gone for a Jitesh Sharma perhaps as a middle order player. I think Punjab will still have an RTM here at the end of all this.
They do have.
Because his bid is up to 6.5, 675. Let's talk Jitesh Sharma.
I would not be surprised if RCB come in now.
RCB?
They are coming in.
It does make sense. It does make sense for them. Finish, keep, do whatever you want.
Yeah, you have Salt at the top, you have Jitesh in the middle. You can go either way. But there will be some business here for Punjab. RCB have him at 7. Tom? Yeah.
I think also Mumbai. I think Mumbai might sort of come in at some stage here. Mumbai needs.
Tom, sold to RCB at 7. Now it goes to an RTM here. This is interesting territory. So let's have a quick look. They would have thought of Jitesh Sharma. I'm sure it would have been right up on that RTM list. And let's figure out now. Could be where having up to 4 RTMs. They've already used one with Arshdeep. I don't think they've used any other RTM so far,
Not
right?
yet.
So they do have the option. And they're really thinking about this for a while, which is also interesting. They haven't really picked up a keeper, have they, outside of Prab?
No, they've not.
They've not.
They've got their top 5 sorted, really. So they're looking for Jitesh at 6.
No, so
Let's talk about balance purse at this stage as well. Adi, could you help me out with that? What's Punjab's balance
Punjab
purse?
right now have
32.55.
32.55. Yeah.
So at 7, that's not the worst buy at 7 crore.
No, Raunak, like you pointed out, there are some keepers coming out. So one of them, Ricky knows.
Okay, so let's Adi, but they've confirmed an RTM for Jitesh. So RCB need to put in a bid. Tom, what's that bid?
Well, they've got plenty of money. I'm going to say 9.
Okay, 62.75 is the balance purse. Matt, what's the bid for Jitesh from RCB?
I think they should go up. They should go up to 10 or 11. I think he's a like for DK as a finisher and keeping option. So I think he's a good option for them. And you know, he's a relatively experienced player now. He's had a few seasons in the IPL.
They're watching you, Matt. They're hearing you. Freddie's got you on his AirPods. 11 crore confirmed by the RCB management. 11. So that's a big jump. 5 crore more. Punjab say no. Jitesh Sharma goes to the Royal Challengers Bengaluru. Jitesh Sharma goes to Royal Challengers Bengaluru for 11 crores. So they picked up Phil Salt at the top. Jitesh Sharma in the middle. Dinesh Karthik is on that table as that bid was
That's
confirmed.
a big shoes to fill.
Sriram.
Big shoes to fill. One of RCB's criticisms was lack of experience when it comes to the finishing role, and Jitesh has big shoes to fill, because the reason why they went for Dinesh Karthik was you don't want to be top heavy. You wanted a finisher who has the experience, who can handle the pressure, who can handle the chase at Chinnaswamy. Usually the asking rate goes above 10, 11 in the last 5. You need a very calm head. And Jitesh, I know, has that, but does he have the experience is my question.
I mean, you have Liam Livingston there with him, and you've got a pretty good looking batting lineup. Again, unsurprisingly for RCB, their batting is coming together quite nicely in the auction.
Still don't have bowlers.
We'll wait one more set before I cast any more, because the fast bowlers are coming up now. But let's get reactions. Matt, I'm sure you like it. Like for DK, they would have thought this through, and they like Jitesh Sharma there.
Yeah, we actually had a really interesting interview with Jitesh a couple of weeks ago on the site, where he was saying, you know, sort of explaining why he felt he had a poor IPL in 2024, saying he probably got a bit ahead of himself and was starting to think about T20 World Cup and that sort of thing. He's at that curious spot where he's 31 years old, but he's not played that many games in the IPL. It's an interesting one, but I think him and Livingston as the finishing options, they've obviously played together before at Punjab. It looks pretty good on paper to me, but the one thing that's really missing still in that batting lineup, left-handers.
I think that'll be a huge pay hike. 20 lakhs, Jitesh Sharma for the last 3 years. 11 crore now, making his way to the Chinnaswamy. Tom Moody?
Look, there's no question he's a quality player. He'll enjoy batting, certainly at Chinnaswamy. And I think he'll also enjoy batting alongside Livingston, because you'd imagine they'll be pretty much coming in one after the other. Again, I'll just echo what Matt says, and I'm a big believer in this, in that you've got to have that balance of left-right-handers, because otherwise you can, particularly if conditions are favourable for spin, you can leave yourself totally exposed.
There you have it. We've also lost a left-hander in two left-handers in Dinesh Karthik and Glenn Maxwell. So they're going to have to make that up somehow. But for now, Jitesh Sharma goes to RCB. So it's nice. There's Sharma and Livingston, not desired by Punjab, because weren't perhaps ticking the boxes of that role. Now going to do in pairs and doing the same job for another franchise.
I know even we were calling for, we were actually doubting about RCB were doing, but I think the last 3 buys have been very smart buys.
By last 3 you mean there's
Salt, sorry,
Jitesh and...
I don't know whether Livingston falls in the last 3.
That's their only 3 so far.
Okay, so I think the 3 buys have been pretty sharp.
Okay.
See, if RCB have had a finishers problem, you take out DK, you've not had, they've batted everybody at number 6, including your Karun Nair and Mayank Agarwal have batted at number 6.
Yeah.
It's a 17-year problem, so I'm glad to see they're addressing it.
Okay, that's interesting. I think there are a couple of other things that have 17-year problems there in terms of the bowling. But we are going to wait for the fast bowlers to come up here. And Josh Hazlewood, a former RCB quick, is actually up there, and his price is rocketed to 975. RCB and KK are interested. So RCB are going to play some ball here. Now they've got the money. They've got, even though they've paid 11 for one keeper in Jitesh and 11.5 for another in Salt. They still have a decent amount of money, which I think right now is at...
It's 51.75.
51.75, which would still, I think, be the most remaining. Mumbai, though, at 45 also will have some say. So let's talk Josh Hazelwood, shall we? Tom Moody. Let's just also think about, perhaps our franchise is in any way concerned about workload availability for the likes of Hazelwood, given how much he's going to play in Test cricket for Australia, the Champions Trophy next year, just before the IPL as well.
Yeah, that's the first thing that comes to mind with the Australian quick bowlers is the Test cricket they've potentially got next season, or next summer, I should say, or next year, even better. I think they've got something like 7 Test matches and maybe the World Test Championship. So there's a huge amount of workload. You'd imagine that the likes of Hazelwood's going to be right front and centre of that. Yes, he's a proven T20 bowler. He's developed that skill, terrifically well over recent years. He's been at RCB before, so he's familiar with that ground, and I think he bowls pretty well there. He bowls that hard length that gets that steep bounce, so he can't be easily hit straight back over his head. So I can see why they're going hard for him.
Right, Tom. Why don't you restart that point with some finality now? RCB, 12.5 crore Josh Hazelwood outbidding first KKR, then the Mumbai Indians. Tom.
Well, I think that's a good buy. That they need quality, experienced pace bowlers. We've been harping on not only today but over the last few years about RCB and their lack of bowling depth and quality. Hazelwood I think was on their list last year, but pulled out. Am I right in saying that?
Yes, I think you are right. Josh Hazelwood, they'll let him go. He was on big money at 775. I think there was also concerns around availability, and that was inquired with Hazelwood. But he did play the season before that, and he was a big money signing for them at the time.
Yeah, so, I can see there's some continuity there. He's a quality bowler, proven bowler in the IPL, so a good get. And, when you look at some of the prices, some of the other players have gone for 12, just 12.5, it's not a bad get.
They pulled out at about 11 for Mitch Starc, or 10, I think it was, Matt. And they've gone for Josh Hazelwood at 12.5.
Yeah, I suppose maybe with Yash Dayal already in there, maybe they wanted the right armour, might have been part of the thinking on that. They obviously have that more recent relationship with Hazelwood as well. He had a very good 22 season for them. 23 was sort of workload management issues and injuries, and then 24 I think he pulled out mainly because of paternity leave. If I remember rightly, I think before the auction he said he was only going to be partly available, which was why he didn't end up with a deal. But I suppose that's 3 of RCB's starting overseas players probably locked in between Salt, Livingston and Hazelwood. Wouldn't be surprised if they went for another overseas quick as another option there.
Good reactions on Hazelwood.
Yeah, RCB love Hazelwood because they've had him in the past. And he's been very good in the group. Like what he's brought to the table in terms of leading the bowling attack, they've really liked it. My only question is that I think the IPL was moved out of Chinnaswamy when he was part of the RCB. He's never bowled at Chinnaswamy. So that's something, whether they've considered or not, I'm not sure. But it was in Dubai, it was in Mumbai. So he's done really well for them in those places, but he's still not bowled. He's untested commodity at Chinnaswamy, and Mitch Starc has done really well over there.
Yeah, I think there was a time, the 2023 season.
It's all played in Maharashtra.
He came in halfway through, and he actually did not play a lot in Bangalore, because that was the election year, where they had 6 or 7 games in the first half. And then they had most of their away games, and he only played the one game in fact, he didn't. He only played 3 games.
Sorry, you're referring to the 21 when he was
No, I'm looking at
CSK.
23. Josh Hazelwood in 2023 didn't play. He came in a little late, or he had an injury. Played 3 games, didn't really have much. So Sriram's absolutely right here. In 2022, when they were playing the IPL by and large in Mumbai, or entirely in Mumbai, that's when he had a big season. 23 played 3 games, did not play the Chinnaswamy. 2024 didn't play for them. So that's a point that Sriram is absolutely spot on with. Hasn't played at Chinnaswamy. And Mitchell Starc, they did pull out.
Yeah, and he's got so much success at Chinnaswamy.
Yeah.
So it's all about RCB. I know their philosophy because they were all about winning at home, finding ways to win at home. and they've gone for a character that they know very well, but untested commodity at home.
Yeah. I mean, just remember the bowlers they did pull out for. Chahal, they didn't go beyond 17. And as far as Mitch Stark goes, pulled out early on. So there you go. Josh Hazlewood will find himself at RCB. Moving on. Prasidh Krishna has already rocketed up to 9 crore while we were breaking that down. 875 to be precise, while we were breaking down Hazlewood. And the teams interested, Gujarat Titans and his former franchise Rajasthan Royals. Now, poor old Prasidh did miss 2 IPLs because of injury. Big money player he was at 10. Nice to see that there's still a lot of faith that teams have in Prasidh. Sriram?
Yeah, I think Indian quick, and he's going to generate that interest because Shami is gone and Siraj is gone. So, yeah, he comes probably next in line. There are going to be some more quicks coming up. Bhuvneshwar Kumar.
Yeah, Avish Khan too, some big ones.
Yeah, they're coming. But, yeah, while he's up there, grab him.
Yeah, I mean, 9 though. His injury track record, something that would have worked against him because it's pretty quickly, it doesn't matter.
But I think he's been playing regularly of late. But on his day, I think he's right up there amongst the 5 best Indian fast bowlers. He's got that very good back of a length delivery. He's got a 140 plus. He's got a very, very good Yorker, can bowl top and tail. So I think it's probably slightly underrated because a lot of teams don't tend to look at him, but he's worth every penny.
Prasidh Krishna at 9.5 seems to be the bid with Gujarat Titans. Rajasthan pulled out till 9.25. So Prasidh at 9.5 for GT. And you can't help but think every time GT end up at the top of a bid, we're all going, that's a nice bid. And is that staying with Prasidh Krishna for you, Tom?
Yeah, look, I also echo what's been said. I think, he's a good asset to have. Yes, there's a concern around his fitness, but you'd hope that you could manage that moving forward. Again, Gujarat seem to be reasonably smart and ruthless throughout this process, and if they pick him up, I think it'll be a good get for them.
They have indeed, Tom. So let's just put that bowling attack together now. Prasidh Krishna at 9.5 crore. They've picked up Mohammad Siraj earlier today to go with Rashid Khan, who they already have. The batters we know, there's Butler, there's Shubman Gill, Sai Sudarshan. But Prasidh Krishna, as Gujarat look to strengthen their squad, what are your thoughts on that latest signing? 9.5 crore to GT. Tom?
I think they're starting to develop a very nicely balanced squad that's got bowlers that have the ability to have an impact with the new ball in that power play phase. They've obviously can build the team around someone like a Rashid Khan, and they boast the batting. So, they've gone for some experience and they've got some quality amongst their picks today. So, and I don't think they've overpaid for any of them.
Okay, Sriram?
Yeah, I think 3 quicks they have are all probably all-face bowlers. Like, they don't have like a really dead specialist or a new ball specialist. They've got 3 experienced bowlers who can bowl in all faces. Yeah. So that's a plus.
Adi, happy with that?
So I think they probably hit the panic button a bit for Siraj and went to 12.25 because. Really? Okay. But if not, but Siraj is still a good bowler. I think their 3 pacers are extremely reliable. So.
Okay. I mean, I can't help but think that this is just turning out to be a more and more impressive squad. Matt, we can put it up in a minute to just see what it looks like. It's seriously looking like players that have experience, that have ability, and if they can stay fit, well, it looks like a good team.
Yeah, it looks like a really good bowling attack already, doesn't it? I mean, what's that, 33 crore, I think, between the 3 quicks in Siraj, Rabada and Prasidh. Then you've obviously got Rashid Khan there, and wouldn't be at all surprised if they went back in for Nur Ahmed as well, given his success over the past couple of years. So if you manage to get all 5 of those together, then that is 20 seriously top quality overs. You can be a really bowling heavy side and then rely on, regular IPL run scorers like Shubman Gill and Josh Butler, and obviously Sai Sudarshan has had a good season and is that sort of classical type. So you might just see GT as this sort of classic bowling heavy side, take loads of wickets or get a pass score if they're batting first and be able to defend it. Not too dissimilar actually to Moods' old setup with Sunrisers back in the day.
And they still have 20.75 crore to go. But yeah, Tom, can you see the connection that Matt speaks of? A real focus on good, solid bowling, Indian fast bowling as well to build from?
I can definitely see that. And to me, it's a very sound strategy, particularly given the way that the game is starting to track with, higher scores being made collectively. You've got the pressure of the impact player So that's only pressure on your bowling unit. And if you've got experience, you've got quality, you've got variety, it allows you to navigate those challenges. So, to me, that would have been pretty high on the agenda going into this auction. If I was involved with the team, it would have been, right, I need a robust, a quality bowling attack. Yes, the batting, I can certainly acquire the right personnel, but to me, it's harder to get a strong bowling attack than it is a batting unit.
Right, and on that note, Avesh Khan, next up, 575. And I wonder the order is going to be key over here. Prasidh comes before Avesh. If it was Avesh before Prasidh, because I thought Avesh might be a bigger, more in-demand player than Prasidh Krishna.
Yeah, I think Avesh bowls a heavy ball, and people have tended to use more 140 plus bowlers in the middle overs if they have a strong Indian middle order to just bowl heavy balls right up through the chest, bowl that hard length. So Avesh and Prasidh fit that bill in that respect.
Yeah, we got Lucknow interested, Rajasthan Royals interested at 7.25, and Avesh was also an expensive player. It was an interesting trade actually that was made from Lucknow and Rajasthan. These two teams involved right now.
Very beneficial to Rajasthan. Very, very beneficial.
They sold and got Devdutt.
Yeah, the swap was Padikkal for Avesh. But again, it's both those teams that are actually interested in Avesh Khan. Mumbai remain quite quiet with a decent purse now, with 45. Rajasthan actually now have a good purse, so that's the way the pendulum will swing. The 41 crore that Rajasthan came into the auction with, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, both Mumbai and RR still haven't picked up anybody. Something you remarked when we started this segment.
Yeah, Mumbai seem to be sitting tight. Are they waiting for Trent Bolt? Are they waiting for Jofra Archer? A couple of players they've had associations with in the past. Wouldn't be surprised if we see them go big on someone pretty soon. I don't think they'll want to sit on their hands for too much longer because, as we've said, there's only so much point having that money and taking it back with you at the end of 2 days.
I'm surprised Mumbai let go of Ishan Kishan
at that 11 crore mark.
It was a very, very attractive price.
Really?
You could have put your top six together. You could have got your gang back. Not that you don't have the gang now. But
Okay, and we do know, of course, that he gets along well with the captain there, Hardik Pandya.
Yeah, just talking about Avesh, but I'm surprised Mumbai are not coming in. So they are a very big fan of Avesh Khan.
Yeah, I mean, we only can assume that there are other bowlers that are on their mind, and we're going to see Khalil Ahmed come in shortly, Natarajan, Anrik Norke, Jofra Archer. They're still to come, and Trent Bolt. So they're still to come. Right. We have a sale in Avesh Khan, and it's two Lucknow super giants. So back goes Avesh Khan to the team that traded him just a season and a bit back. Had they retained him, they had the chance of actually retaining him out of the big auction. They've now bought him back for a little more than he was traded, for a little less, in fact, than he was sold for. 10 crore at this last stint, nearly the same amount, but Avesh Khan back to LSG. Tom?
Yeah, I like Avesh Khan. I think he provides a lot. He's got some good ball speed. Again, he can bowl Yorkers, so he can go bowl at the back end of the innings. And there's nothing like having a quality Indian pace bowler on your books. Just provides you flexibility and depth to your bowling attack.
Sriram, tell us a bit more about Lucknow with all the experience
Yeah,
you have
I
of that
think I
management.
still feel they're stacking up their Indian bowling too much. They need overseas bowlers, and they've gone all Indian, and that's been their sort of fall or downfall in the previous years. The strategy of not going for an experienced overseas bowler who can sort of lead their bowling attack. Avesh Khan, yes, no disrespect to him, but he's not the kind of bowler who can lead your bowling attack from the front and handle that pressure when it comes to defending totals.
That's a very interesting point you make, because yes, there's Mayank Yadav at 11 crore retained, Avesh Khan, Mohsin Khan also retained as an uncapped, and you've got Bishnoi. So that's again a good looking bowling lineup, but there's no
X factor.
Yeah. So they were slightly, the exact bowling attack was slightly, it looked better because you had a Stoinis who could give you a couple of overs. They don't have Stoinis also. They don't have for that matter, they don't have I
think that overseas Mark Wood and Naveen made that team look a lot stronger. But I wonder if you agree with that, Tom. I mean, Mayank Yadav has got X factor, but Sriram's point is a senior Indian bowler, kind of a stalwart who can lead that lineup. Is that at all a concern with the names I mentioned on their bowling?
Yeah, it is a good point, but I think you'll find that Lucknow will go for an overseas, experience quick to be able to complement what, clearly seems to be a bit of an issue. So, yeah, look, you can't have it all, can you? You know, they've got some serious, clout with their batting. Yes, they've got some good bowling options, but yes, they're missing that sort of leader of the pack, someone that can show those sort of younger, less experienced players, the way forward.
Okay, on that note, Anrich Nortje's bid has come and gone quickly at 6.5 crore. He is going to the Kolkata Knight Riders. Lucknow were interested in him, so there is the interest in the overseas fast bowlers. Matt, Nortje to KKR at 6.5, who's had a tough recent sort of run in the IPL with injuries and whatnot, but I don't think he's got a central contract either with South Africa anymore. But 6.5 crore Nortje to KKR.
Yeah, it looks like a risk worth taking at that price, I'd say. Obviously, form and fitness have come and gone for Nortje, but he's only 31. As you said, he had a really tough season last year with Delhi. I think he went at 12 or 13 and over. But yeah, you wouldn't be surprised to see him potentially be one of their overseas starters if you think Narayan and Russell are pretty much nailed on. Then probably either De Kock or Gurbaz as the first choice keeper, and then Nortje looks, I think, a pretty good option. So yeah, maybe he'll sort of have a similar type of role, or be looking for a similar type of impact to what Mitch Starc did towards the end of last season, at least.
Yeah, that's the point you made, Sri. Very pertinent one. The value of Starc. Is Nortje up there or right up there to fill in those shoes?
Not in my mind. Like, I've got to be honest. No disrespect, Nortje, a very good bowler, but what Mitch Starc did to them in big games and how he sort of stood up, Nortje's got big shoes to fill.
Tom?
No, have 1/4 of the price, but still a role to play.
Yeah. Tom? All right, we'll come to Tom Moody in a second. And in the blink of an eye, Jofra Archer out, and up goes Akash Ambani's paddle at the auction table. We've seen that sight before. This time it's going up and down. 8.25 crore already. And LSG with Zair Khan, who must have sat on the MI table when they picked him up a few years ago, is now on the Lucknow table, advising Mr. Goenka to keep going. So 8.5 crore and counting for Jofra Archer. Matt, go on with the story now. Late dramatic addition. And here he is now at 8.5 crore between MI and LSG.
It's been a really interesting week for Jofra Archer and for English cricket generally, really, because you had the situation where he was on the long list initially, then not on the short list, and then was added late after what sounded like some pretty long, complicated discussions between his representatives, the ECB, the BCCI, trying to work out the exact details of these new regulations about sort of how much boards can influence players in terms of pulling out, what sort of time it is, how pulling out of an auction or not registering for an auction affects your future availability. And the result is that Jofra is going to go for what looks like quite a lot of money because, he's decided that he wants to be in. There's been a lot of debate in English cricket because of the fact that he's now been back on the park about whether or not he can get into a physical state where he can be considered for test selection for the first time in 3 or 4 years next year when England play India and then Australia. And obviously, if he is in India in April or May, then he's not going to be playing for Sussex in the county championship and building up his workload that way. But it looks like he's in for a pretty healthy payday here with the bid way up beyond 10 crore already.
Yep, 11 and counting, and his former franchise, RR, have also come into it. Matt, for viewers who haven't followed Archer's recent graph, is he bowling as well as he did in his peak? Is he back to that fitness and that pace?
Well, he was probably England's best bowler at the T20 World Cup, I thought, in the Caribbean in June. I think he was their joint highest wicket taker in that tournament. Pace probably not quite as blistering as he once was, but he's still, regularly touching 90 miles an hour, still has a sharp bouncer and a good Yorker. Clearly, there's been an element of toll from the fact that he's missed so much cricket with back and elbow issues. But yeah, I think if he is fully fit, and that's a big if, and if he's available to play, he's going to clearly be one of the best fast bowlers available to teams in this auction. And yeah, I'm not hugely surprised that the numbers are already going up.
Yes, we are looking at 12 crores, and it's a bit of a bloodbath between the two teams he's played for and the two teams that now I think have, at this stage of the auction, the maximum remaining purse. Mumbai at 45, Rajasthan at 41. Archer is 12 and counting, Sriram.
Yeah, again, Mumbai have placed their faith in him. Like, he deserted them last time. but they've gone up to 12, which means they obviously know something that we don't. And Rajasthan Royals need a bowling attack. They've got their batting stacked up, but they definitely need a bowling attack, and they've got all the money.
Adi?
I think it's a very steep price for someone who cannot guarantee you 14 games. It's, I'm guessing both of them are taking a very, very calculated risk. Knowing RR and their connections with English cricket, they must have definitely had multiple conversations with him. So there must have been some kind of guarantee over fitness and everything else. So if it works out, nothing like it. Archer on his given on his day is worth this investment, but only if he can give you 14 games.
Yeah, play that out, Tom, in perspective. Would have been a hard one, isn't it? And it looks like the only two teams that are in the bid so late are the ones that know what he can do when he's firing. But is it a risk with everything that Archer's been through? And we feel for him. But 12.5 crore, RR and Mumbai tussle it out as we speak.
It is a risk. It also tells you that Jofra Archer's not looking to play any Test cricket anytime soon. So he's going to purely sort of focus on white ball cricket for England and take his chances in the IPL. I'm surprised, not surprised. I'm a little bit. I'm waiting for RCB to whether they're going to enter this. What's their purse? What have they got left?
RCB's purse is 39.25. They could have come in here, but it's been decided. RR have won the final bid. Jofra Archer returns to the Rajasthan Royals at 12.5 crore. Let's get reactions. Tom?
Well, I'm surprised that RCB haven't come in at some stage. They're needing this sort of unique specialist bowler that can navigate a very difficult ground to bowl on, and he's a bowler that can do it if fit. He's shown that he's been through a difficult journey over the last couple of years with regards to his fitness. You've got to trust that he's made a successful comeback from that, and it's only going to be up onwards and upwards for him. But they obviously don't want to take that risk against him.
Sriram,
yeah, obviously Rahul sees him as a leader of the bowling attack. So if they get 14 games out of him, definitely worth the pick.
Okay, Adi?
I think. Again, subject to fitness, like if Tom says, if he's going to not play much test matches, I think it's definitely worth it.
I think
considering you've lost Prasidh, and I don't know whether they'll
potentially
be
Bolt as well. Yeah,
sorry, the Jaipur wicket doesn't have great amount of bounce for Jofra Archer. He would probably suited a Wankhede more than the Savai Mansingh, but obviously
at his best, though, you would say he's the kind of bowler who would do the job at regardless of conditions. But
he's got the airspeed. But having watched him off late, I mean, you asked that question, very pertinent question. Is he the same bowler that was bowling to Steve Smith in the Ashes in 2019, which I'm not very sure of.
Matt, I think you're back with us now. Thomas, I think, pretty, if you were to read between Tom's lines, which is always fun, he said that he's not going to play any Test cricket anytime soon. And 12.5 for RR, he goes.
Yeah, well, it's certainly not going to help the cause if he's not going to be bowling red ball cricket. If he's not going to be bowling in first class cricket in the build up to a Test summer. But yeah, I think from an English point of view, there's clearly been that tug of war going on over the past week. England have managed to avoid Mark Wood going into the auction, who's obviously probably a more key member at the moment of their Test match track and is currently injured. But they've seeded Archer, and you wouldn't be surprised, given the fact that England have brought through a few quicks now in Brian Carse and Gus Atkinson over the past sort of 6 to 12 months. You wouldn't be surprised if Archer is not seen in a Test shirt anytime particularly soon.
Okay, and on that note, MI and RR, who were the two teams that haven't bought anybody, that's changed now. RR have bought their first player. They waited for a while. It's been about 5 hours since the auction began today, but RR have picked up Jofra Archer at 12.5. MI, in perhaps interesting fashion, are being quite restrained and not going over the top for a lot of players. They pulled out of Ishan Kishan, pulled out of Jofra Archer, guys that they have gone all out for in the past in some ways. As we move on, the left-arm seamers come out. Nagrajan's being bid on now. In between that, Khalil Ahmed has joined CSK for 4.8 crore after Delhi decided not to use their RTM on him, and LSG were competing with with CSK for Khalil. So Khalil to CSK at 4.8. Let's get reactions. Sriram.
Yeah, I think they've always had a left-arm new ball bowler, and Khalil fits the bill there. And he's a good pick at the price that they've got him. Experienced IPL bowler, experienced in the sense he's played a few seasons now, and he'll be a good starter for CSK.
Adi?
I was really thinking that Mumbai would come in for Khalil, considering their interest in the past. So if that's not the case, I think for Chennai, absolutely no doubt. He's someone who's got a very, very good action. He's definitely work for Chennai.
Okay, Tom. Khalil Ahmed, CSK.
Yeah, I think he's a good bowler. You only have to look at his numbers and his strike rate. You know, he takes wickets, which is key. I was a little bit surprised where he's ended up, because to me, Khalil can swing the ball both ways. You'd probably want him at a venue where the ball swings around. So I actually thought that Mumbai might go at him purely because of his ability to take wickets, which is, you know, so important at the Wankhede Stadium, and we know the ball swings around there.
Matt?
I suppose relatively young signing for CSK. I think he's only 26, but has played a lot of IPL cricket already, hasn't he? 50 plus games, I think, 7 seasons. So, seems to make sense as a left arm option.
All right, so there you have it. So Khalil will go to CSK now. And interestingly, T. Natarajan, player that we all have a lot of time for. Natarajan, he's been such a wonderful story. And I think Sriram made the point earlier when they had Harshal Patel picked up, that perhaps that puts them out of contention in terms of balance purse for Natarajan, who's very quickly gone to 575. SRH were first interested, RCB with them. SRH have seemed to have pulled out, and it's now Delhi and RCB fighting for Natarajan. Sriram?
Yeah, I think definitely he's a great pick, and wherever he's going to end up, even at Delhi, even though they've got Mitch Stark, he's a sort of proven death bowler at a difficult ground like Hyderabad. I think again the success of SRH was predominantly due to the tough overs that he's bowled. Pat Cummins always threw the ball to him in the 6th over, the last over of the power play, and then he controlled the back end of the innings as well. He's got a tremendous slower ball bouncer, which was a great weapon which he used at the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium. So,
yeah, I mean, we're looking at RCB with a balance of 39.25 and DC with a balance of 32, which at this stage of the auction puts them in the top 3 or 4, along with Mumbai Indians. Mumbai were being conspicuously quiet so far. So we'll wait to see who they raise the battle for. Hyderabad only have 1575, which brings the Kishan bid also into selection. Had they had a few more, maybe they could have gone Natarajan. But at this stage, Tom, surely RCB should be looking to sign up Natarajan for the skills he brings to the Chinnaswamy?
Yeah, look, he's a perfect pick for them because he is a death specialist, and you know he can shut the game down and during those key areas that Tree mentioned. You know, the back end of power play, the death overs. You know, he's a very specific bowler, which is required at a ground where you do struggle to defend. You know, an onslaught from a batting unit. So you know he'd be a good pickup for RCB. No surprise to see Delhi Capitals, though, you know, in the hunt for him as well, purely because of the new coach, Hamang, there will know a lot about Natarajan, having had a brief time at Sunrisers, but also, you know, being involved in the Chennai leagues and knowing exactly what he's capable of doing.
Okay, this is interesting now. Even at 10, the bidding is still on quite actively and aggressively between Delhi and RCB. So will Natarajan join Mitch Stark at Delhi, or will he join Josh Hazelwood at RCB? Now, Matt, I think you said that they perhaps bailed out of the Stark bid. So they have Yash Dayal as a left armer, and you know where the question's going. They're showing a lot more appetite for T. Natarajan, aren't they?
They are. I suppose he maybe complements the two guys that they already have in Hazelwood and Dayal in their seam attack, because Hazelwood in particular, you'd say, is a real power play specialist, someone that you could feasibly have bowling 3 of the first 5 overs, and Natarajan obviously kind of skewed pretty much the other way completely, in that you would ideally have him bowling majority of his overs at the death and closing the game out. So maybe that's how they see it fitting together. But yeah, it's already going to be big money, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was nearly there because it was going once to Delhi at 10.25 and RCB came back. So they're not giving this up. Who needs him more at this stage, Sriram? Delhi, let's try and recap. Stark. Kuldeep and Aksar, of course, as spinners.
That's about the only bowlers they have.
No other bowlers.
Yeah.
Let's just look at Delhi. I'm looking at them quickly now. And yeah, all other batters. RCB, Hazelwood and Dayal, all other batters, pretty much. Who needs him more?
I think RCB needs him more because they've got Stark, DC have got Stark. But the fact that they missed out on Khalil, I think they're very determined to go for Natarajan.
Okay, they pulled out. RCB had the purse advantage to Delhi by 7.25 crore at the time of this bid. However, it's Delhi who've prevailed at 10.75, I think it was. I'll just confirm the exact amount in a second. But yeah, it is T. Natarajan going to Delhi Capitals to join Mitchell Stark at the Arun Jaitley Stadium. In addition to that, they've got just spinners. So that's only the second seamer they've picked up. Good payday, really big payday for Natarajan. Thrilled for him. And we're going to see him in Delhi colours next season. Reaction time. Tom?
Yeah, look, a good pickup. I think someone that's got the history that Natarajan's got in the IPL. He's successful in what he does. He's got a unique skill. Not everyone can bowl at the death as effectively as what he can. He's a bit like Matisa Pattarana from Sri Lanka that CSK have already retained. That, probably not quite to that level because he's, right at the peak of his powers, but certainly someone that is a proven finisher when it comes to the ball, can help you close power play. I think it's a good get, but I'm surprised again that RCB didn't go another bid.
We're going to do a quick cuts of every time we've said that at the auction today. Every time that we're surprised that RCB didn't go through. And again, like I said, they had the purse advantage against the team that they were competing and bidding with. They will still hold the purse advantage. They're going to hold that for a while, I think, even by this time tomorrow. Natarajan, 10.75 to Delhi Capitals. And now Trent Bolt is being bid on. Wonderful player that he is. Champion-winning member for Mumbai Indians. And MI and RR once again resumed their tussle. It was RR who prevailed for Archer. And now comes Bolt. One can assume now, with what's a considerable balance purse, that MI look like they want Trent Bolt back. Adi?
Considering they should have gone for other left-armers, but Bolt and Bumrah, they know what these two guys delivered back in 2020, even though it was in Dubai. But in Wankhede, their impact is going to be no less. So Bolt and Bumrah at Wankhede, I think it's a very, very reliable combination.
Sriram?
I think place for MI Emirates in the ILT20, no-brainer, and they love their left-armers bowling the new ball.
Yeah.
Right. If I remember, was it last season where Bolt just nailed it at the Wankhede, was it?
It was Sandeep.
No, it was last season, yeah, where he got a player of the match about 3 for 22, where he just wrecked the Mumbai top order. Yeah. And Rohit Sharma and I think it was Kishan as well, but yeah, he just had that impact. But Trent Bolt certainly still worth paying good money for. In fact, 10.25. So paying great money for Tom Moody. He's not getting any younger, but he's certainly still very much in demand.
Well, he's proven it, isn't he? Just does it year in, year out, wherever he plays franchise cricket, particularly in the IPL. He's a proven wicket taker in those power play overs, which is absolutely key. The ball does swing at one caddy. The point I made around Khalil Ahmed, and Mumbai not going for him, what did Khalil go for? Khalil went for 4.8 crore. You could have had both of them. You could have had both Bolt and Khalil in that bowling lineup. I thought, particularly if you're looking for horses for courses, they both swing the ball. Obviously, your Trent Bolt's the Rolls Royce version of that, but under the guidance of Bolt, the Khalil combination might have been an interesting one with Bumrah.
All right, and now at 12.5 crore, it does look like, unless I've missed something, it looks like, that Bolt is the most expensive seamer along with Jofra Archer. 12.5. And Bolt has gone for more than Mitchell Stark. That's one of your pre-auction predictions gone to the dustbin. But there you go. Trent Bolt at 12.5. The bid is with Mumbai. And I'm just going to wait for another 10 seconds. Confirmed. Trent Bolt returns to the Mumbai Indians and to the Wankhede Stadium to a very content Mumbai Indians stable at the auction. Let's get reactions. Matt Roller, 12.5.
Yeah, finally Mumbai make a signing after a while. You look back to that side that won them the 2020 title when they had Bolt and Bumrah operating with the new ball and just destroying top orders between them. back in the UAE. It looks like it's going to be the same combination this time. And yeah, that's going to be very, very difficult for opening batters. I mean, even in the era where you have enormous batting depth through the impact player rule and you can take risks at the top, if you lose 3 wickets up top to those two, then you're in big trouble. And I think a lot of teams will.
They're assembling their original Avengers, it looks like, Tom. They were happy to withdraw from the bid for Jofra Archer at 12.5. I wonder how that would have played out if Bolt came first and then Archer. But 12.5, RR split. RR and MI split Archer and Bolt one apiece.
Yeah, look, there's no question of what he brings to the table. And the one thing with Trent Bolt, he's like Peter Pan. He's still very young and, fit and, still delivers consistently, looks after himself. He's an ultimate professional when it comes to his prep. So, you're going to get some good value out of him. He's rarely had injury issues, historically. So, yes, conditions based. He's proven it at one caddy, and the combination is quite mouth-watering when you think about it, of him and Bumrah.
Okay, quick reactions. Bolt, Sriram.
Yeah, I think very good signing for Mumbai. They've got him at the ILT20. There's continuity, and which Mumbai obviously love, and what he brings to the Wankhede in terms of swing will be very, very good.
I think
they probably are getting if they could get one spinner right, I think Mumbai are very close to putting together a very, very good winning 11.
Okay, and on that note, we enter spinners. Mahesh Theekshana popped out. For a while, no one raised the paddle. And then Rajasthan started with 2. Mumbai have come in. It looks like RR and MI are just having fun here. That's the little mini contest between, as far as franchise dynamics go, table dynamics, they're busy. Theekshana has jumped from 2 to 4.2. No CSK interest so far for Theekshana. Sriram?
Yeah, they've got Ashwin.
They don't need him now. They're not going to get him.
Yeah.
Okay, and we know Mumbai have fallen light on the spin department in recent years as well. Theekshana with RR and MI. And RR have lost Ashwin, of course, and they've lost Chahal as well. Tom, Theekshana at 4.5 crore now. Valuable player in the IPL?
Yes, he certainly is. It's one big gap that Mumbai have, and also Rajasthan for that matter, given that they released both their 2 senior spinners. So Theekshana to me and Mitch Santner are the 2 spinners that are going to, attract a bit of interest between these 2 franchises, because they both need to fill that void that is clear. Yes, there are Indian spinners out there that are still in the auction and available, but certainly not at the level and the wicket-taking capability of a Theekshana, for instance.
Okay, there you have it. Theekshana is sold to Rajasthan Royals at 4.4 crore.
Yeah, another swap with Ashwin and Theekshana, another swap, basically.
Yeah, so I think that's how it's playing out in many ways.
Yeah.
What does he bring to Rajasthan, though, Mahesh Theekshana?
Yeah, what it brings is that they can play only one overseas fast bowler if they play him, because they had the 2 Indian spinners, they could play 2 overseas fast bowlers or 3 overseas batters. But now I think the way it's playing out, if they're going to play Theekshana as one of their frontline bowlers, then they are sort of very compelled to play one overseas seamer only, which is going to be Jofra Archer.
So, I mean, they've got Archer and they've got Hetmyer in the retentions. Now you've got Theekshana there. Perhaps a revised bowling shape, depending on how the rest of it goes. But
they still don't have a wrist spinner.
Yeah.
It is going to be the case because you need an overseas opener. There are no other explosive Indian openers unless RR has got a rough diamond hiding somewhere. So you have to go for an overseas opener. So
overseas now, or a number 3 batter.
Yeah. All right.
Or a number 3 batter.
Let's just talk Theekshana at the moment. Matt?
It looks like a bargain to me in terms of the price, and I think we quite often see this dynamic where overseas spinners can be undervalued. I'll be interested to see how the rest of this set plays out with Noor Ahmed and potentially Adam Zampa as well, because quite often you end up in a position where if you consider it as a swap between Ashwin and Theekshana costing about half of what Ashwin did, I think he's performed just as well in the last cycle, if not better than Ashwin did. So, it looks a really smart buy to me. And I think also when you consider the dimensions at Jaipur, generally quite a big ground, I think that probably should suit him, particularly straight. and you consider the success that Chahal and Ashwin have had there in the most recent auction cycle.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, also, I think Mumbai here, curiously, also withdrawing after having the purse advantage on Rajasthan Royals. What do you make of that? And Thikshana ending up where he is.
Yeah, I think it's also the disadvantage is the fact that he's an overseas slot that's being taken. So that then sort of challenges the balance of trying to get those 4 overseas right. And I know Mumbai historically have liked to pay, a couple of overseas pace bowlers. So it'd be interesting to see if they go down that path and look to target, another Indian spinner as an alternative. But as I've said previously, Mumbai, the one real gaping hole they had was the quality of their spin of recent times.
All right. On that note, Rahul Chahar has popped up. I'm sure he's a player of interest. And at 3.2 crore, Sunrisers Hyderabad have the win. But I think we will have an RTM in play. So, Sunrisers Hyderabad, 3.2 crore, Rahul Chahar. Sriram, are we likely to see an RTM from Punjab here? All right, I can confirm that we're not going to see an RTM from Punjab. Sunrisers get Chahar for 3.2. They seem very pleased with that. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, they need a spinner, and that's something they've lacked. They've had Mayank Markande, Manindu Hasranga didn't turn up for them, so they needed a spinner, and they've got one. But they went for Chahal up to 17 or 18, but Rahul Chahar hasn't bowled as well as he used to in the past. So it's a bit of a compromise, but they've got a leg spinner in place.
Yeah, I mean, would they, I think given where they are with their purse as well, at just under 16, at 3.2 crore, would they be looking at Rahul Chahar as a very pleasing signing, Tom, Sunrisers?
They'll be over the moon. They'll be absolutely over the moon. You talk about a spinner that's has played for India. He's played a lot of IPL cricket. Yes, he didn't really fit in and enjoy his time at Punjab. Not that I know whether he enjoyed it or not, but I mean on the field performance-wise. So, change of environment. I think also is quite telling is the coach, Daniel Vittori, is a spinner, so he understands the mentality of a spinner and the challenges they face, during games and, the setbacks and particularly in T20 cricket, it can be quite tough at times for any bowlers, but also wrist spinners. So I think he's in some good hands there.
All right, and he joins, of course, a bowling lineup that already features Pat Cummins, the captain, Harshal Patel and Mohammad Shami both picked up earlier this evening, and Nitish Kumar Reddy is an all-rounder. So Rahul Chahar adds to the Sunrisers force. They now have a balance purse of 12.55, which I think puts them lowest at the moment as things stand. Adam Zampa is being bid on. That's nice to see. Adam Zampa, who often goes without a lot of love in the IPL. It looks like Rajasthan Royals, team that he has featured for in the past, are interested, as are the Sunrisers.
So considering RR, so obviously last 3 years they found a winning mantra, saying they always believed in having a leg spinner and off spinner. Obviously, if they get Zampa now, he's going to be their 4th overseas, which kind of...
All right, and back-to-back leg spinning signings for Sunrisers Hyderabad. 3.2 is Rahul Chahar and 2.4 crore is Adam Zampa. This is fascinating. 2 leg spinners on the bounce. Tom, reaction?
Yeah, surprised is my reaction. Look, Zampa, I think, is going to spend a bit of time on the bench by the looks of it with regards to the balance of that side. But, Zampa is one of those, international leg spinners I think is hugely underrated, given what he has done, whether it be for Australia or in the other opportunities he's had in franchise cricket. So there's no question of the quality. He's a high-class bowler. He'll be comfortable in the environment that is, has the Australian assistant coach as the head coach of Sunrisers Hyderabad and the Australian captain and the Sunrisers captain in Pat Cummins.
Of course. Klaasen, Cummins, Head, and that's their 4th overseas signing, Zampa. So they've not given us an inkling of who else they're going to get. They've got a couple of Indian seamers. Who knows, maybe he will form a part of a 2-man wrist spin attack with Rahul Chahar, Sriram?
Yeah, given that they've got Shami and Harshal Patel, he can be the 2 overseas bowlers that SRH are looking for. Because they signed Manindu Hasranga last time in that sort of, because they have Nagraj and Bhuvi last time.
Yeah.
So now they've got Shami and Harshal, so they have an option to play Zampa along with Cummins, and Cummins handles Zampa really well, having been in that environment. Yeah, having Daniel Vettori helps as well.
Absolutely, and you think if for a team that did miss a spinner, Matt, last season, perhaps was one of the things they didn't have, and all the other X factors that they did with the bat. In 5.5 crore, if you've got Zampa and Rahul Chair, I think that's good business at this stage of the auction.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sunrisers didn't come into today with a huge amount of money, but if you look at their buys, I think there's quite a few, there's some real good value out there. They've not paid a huge sum for anyone. I think Ishan Kishan's the most expensive signing so far today at 11.25. And yeah, I think Zampa's someone who could definitely thrive in that environment when you consider, as Moods points out, the impact of Cummins and Vettori, and Vettori's been involved in that Australia setup for a couple of years now and has worked really closely with Zampa as the sort of, main experienced spin coach, I suppose. And yeah, I think it could work out really well.
Okay, on that note, Manindu Hasaranga has popped up next, who's had a contrasting couple of auctions. One where just insane amount of money spent, 1075, went to RCB, and then bargain
and a contrasting
for
couple of
SRH when he didn't turn up for them though.
And a contrasting couple of seasons too. 22, I think he was joint highest wicket taker or one behind Chair, but 23 was very kind of below par for him. I think he's probably one of the few bowlers who could probably bowl in Bombay, bowl in a smaller ground like
I was just
Bombay.
going to say, there are two teams waiting for him. Let's play a game. One is Mumbai. Who do you think is the other? Rajasthan Royals. Yeah, very much so. RR and MI are at it again. And Vanindu Hasaranga this time is the person of interest. They've already got Thikshana, haven't they? RR.
Yeah.
And they're going for Hasaranga there as well. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So they want a Sri Lankan combo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm finding it hard. Tom, break it down. MI and RR both wanting Hasaranga. I can see MI's interest.
No, I think MI want a Sri Lankan combo too, with Mahala Jayawardene now back as head coach. So you can see the logic there. Look, I rate Hasaranga very, very highly. I think not only is he a dynamic bowler and a wicket taker, but he's also a dynamic batter that can come in and play those little impactful cameos. Not that Mumbai need that as much because they boast such great sort of Indian talent with the bat, but that's just an added bonus that he brings to the table.
Right, and once again, in what surprises me about MI, they've kind of bailed out again at 32.5. They had the edge over Rajasthan's 24, but Hasaranga joins Thikshana at Rajasthan Royals. 5.25 crore reaction time.
They had
Sriram.
Chahal and Ashwin. Now they got Thikshana and Hasaranga. Only that they can't play an overseas. They've got only one overseas batter in Hetmeyer, and they've got to be all Indians. They can play 3 overseas bowlers. That can be Archer, Hasaranga and Thikshana, which is the combination that they had with Chahal and Ashwin. They've got the sort of same combination there for a lesser price. But the compromise that they've got to make is that they've got to have an Indian top 5 with Hetmeyer at 6.
Tom?
Yeah, well, they've got some pretty good batting, haven't they? With Jaswal and Samson, obviously Hetmeyer in there.
Yeah, Jurel and Parag. Yeah.
And Gujarat and Prague. So I can see their logic, that they're putting faith in, a couple of players 12 months ago that they probably were uncertain about, being Parag and Jurel, but they're obviously now got confidence that they're fully fledged, starters in their lineup, going to give them a good opportunity. Jurel will probably bat 3, do you think, with Samson at the top of the order with Jaswal. Hetmeyer 5. So, I think they're stacking up pretty well. And, it's a pretty formidable bowling attack just when you just mentioned those 3 overseas bowlers, an Archer and the 2 Sri Lankan spinners.
There is a change in management there as well. Actually, the Sri Lankans gone out. I don't think Sangakkara is part of it anymore. Dravid's taken over and clearly is happy to field 2 overseas spinners potentially, along with Jofra Archer, and Sandeep Sharma is already there, but they did not retain any other bowler, barring Sandeep, as an uncapped player. Matt, just your take on both those players, and curiously the story that didn't play out, which is Mumbai not going for Hasaranga. And I can tell you now, you can add to that they are already bidding for Noor Ahmed.
Yeah, I suppose that does make sense. I think the interesting one for RR is just that balance of overseas players, because you generally will see most teams try and do what you might call the 2-2 split, where you have two predominantly batters and two predominantly bowlers as overseas players. Sometimes you see three batters and one bowler, but it's unusual to see one batter and three bowlers, which could be what RR go for. Obviously, they still have 18, 19 crore, something like that left. So there is still a chance that they could invest in an overseas batter and one of Tikshana or Hasaranga's on the bench. But it certainly at this stage looks like at least one, if not two of them, are going to play quite a big part for them. They're back to the similar strategy last year of a wrist spinner and a more of a finger spinner, although Tikshana's obviously slightly different bowler to Ashwin. It'll be interesting to see exactly how it plays out.
Okay, this is fun now. Waqar Salamkheil, the Afghanistan spinner, has come and gone quickly. Noor Ahmed at 5 crore. MI and CSK bid. CSK won the bid at 5. GT very quickly activated RTM. CSK are now in territory of giving the final revised price. 5 crore is where it stands. Sriram, let's have some fun.
Well, they've got Jadeja and Ashwin, so how are they going to fit in Noor Ahmed?
Wow, 10 crore. They've doubled it. 10 crore by CSK to GT. And Ashish Nehra has the biggest smile on his face for some reason. Okay, this is CSK paid 10 crore for Noor Ahmed. Wow, that is a straight. I love this new RTM rule, Tom Moody.
It is magical, isn't it? That is a bold move, isn't it? Doubling the bid as it finished at 5. It's an exciting proposition. Thinking Noor Ahmed bowling at Chennai. A lot of people, or most people, have not yet picked him or understood exactly how he bowls to complement what's already there. You know that Dhoni's not bothered with how many spinners he has in his playing 11. He's also got Maxwell there as well, who'll be bowling. So he's virtually got 16 overs of spin.
Well, Maxwell went to Punjab. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Punjab. Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Your point's a good one. Let's talk about Noor Ahmed a little more. 10 crore to CSK, where you've got Jadeja and Ashwin already there. Wow. Don't think we might see a couple of surfaces that spin, I think.
Yeah, 100%. They've got to make it spin now.
Right. Let's try and understand it. Why do you sense CSK have bid so aggressively for this player?
I think they wanted that wicket-taking option in the middle, and given that both Ashwin and Jadeja give you that control, they can play around with Noor Ahmed to give you that, open the game up through the middle overs, and he will complement the other two. And so if a left-hander is there, Jadeja is never going to bowl, so generally it's going to be two spinners. Given that there are three, but in reality you've got two spinners. If there's a left-right combination, you might bowl 1 over of Ashwin, 1 over of Jadeja, and then bank Noor to give you the 4.
Chennai in the pre-2016 era, they were always known for having their square had 7 pitches which were so drastically different from one another.
Yes.
So on one day they would turn out a wicket where 120 was extremely challenging. So I think we're going to see more of those kind of wickets, considering they have 3 spinners.
Yeah. Matt.
Yeah, well, it's been such a difficult ground for them to work out since the renovation. I think Stephen Fleming's spoken about it pretty extensively and said that they're still sort of working it out on the fly. The dew has played a big part, but clearly they think that the 3-spin strategy is the way to go. Double down on sort of what the franchise is known for, I suppose. And yeah, I think as the guys have said there, I think it's I think we're going to see some raging turners probably at Jaipur.
It's a great time actually to hear from the camps. And while we're going to take a break now, it's Venki Mysore and Stephen Fleming who will address the press conference, and I'm sure questions will be asked of Venki Iyer, of Noor Ahmed most recently. Extraordinary. 5 becomes 10, just like that. And GT were happy to not confirm their RTM after initially activating it. But the revised rule has thrown us some real storylines today. Right, we're going to take a short break. Thank you very much, Sriram, Adi, Tom and Matt. We will be back with more auction coverage. I think we've got a couple of hours more for this, day 1. But yeah, stay tuned and we'll be back very soon on Auction Day Live, powered by Maruti Suzuki Arena.
Presenting the dazzling new Desire, the best and beyond.